Chapter 366. The battle raged on like wildfire. Little Beast King is actually so terrifying. We have so many people, yet we still can't take him down. Tai Mu healed while gazing at the battlefield, his expression fluctuating. His battle strength has advanced by leaps and bounds to this extent. Tai Dao Ku looked at the battle in front of him and felt that he could no longer interfere. No wonder he was arrogant enough to intercept us, such battle strength. But no matter how fierce you are, what can you do? Two fists can't fight against four hands. We still have 7 people. This is the power of teamwork. Fang Yuan, you have undoubtedly lost this battle. Tai Ruanan occupied a high spot on the mountain rock and looked down at the battle. In her vision, Tai Ba Xiu and the other 5 surrounded Fang Yuan, fighting in a group. And around this group there was a large area of green, a large number of rattan shell grass soldiers forming a tight encirclement. At the same time, some rattan shell grass soldiers were combining with each other, forming rank 4 grass sword elite soldiers. The outcome has been decided. Little Beast King, look at your surroundings. You are already heavily surrounded. Do you still want to persist in going about things the wrong way? Surrender, maybe you can still live. Tai Xianxia stood up and attacked Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. Her injuries had already been healed by Tai Mu and she had the strength to fight again. Fang Jing, you can't escape even if you have wings. This is the price you have to pay for overestimating your capabilities. Tai Mu stood beside Tai Xianxia and echoed. Oh? Can't escape even if I have wings? Fang Yuan exerted strength and temporarily pushed back Tai Ba Xiu. A mocking expression emerged on his face. Can't escape even if I have wings? I'd like to give it a try. Whoosh. A sharp pain came. A pair of pitch-black bone wings emitting a metallic luster unfolded on Fang Yuan's back. There's actually one? What? Under the astonished gazes of the Tai clansmen, Fang Yuan exerted strength to flap his wings and easily left the ground. He continuously rose and flew into the air. Tai Mu did not expect that his prophecy would come true and was stunned. According to the information, Little Beast King doesn't have a flying type Gu. This is clearly a rank 4 flying type Gu. How did he get it? Tai Xianxia stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely puzzled. Flying Gu, as one of the movement type Gu worms, had high value and was also very rare. Very few Gu masters had them. Fang Jing can fly. No wonder he arrogantly intercepted us. Tai Dao Ku immediately understood. Tai Ruanan's expression was also ugly. Her vine shell grass soldiers had no anti-air ability. With Fang Yuan's flight, the encirclement that she had painstakingly created immediately revealed a huge loophole. What are you panicking for? Just at this moment, Tai Ba Xiu's loud shout resounded. This rank 4 peak stage strength path Gu cultivator was the cornerstone of Tai clan. His eyes shone brightly. His rich life experience allowed him to see through Fang Yuan's weakness. How is it easy to control a flying type Gu? Humans were born with 2 feet on the ground. If they wanted to fly into the sky and soar freely, how much hard practice did they have to go through? If they wanted to use flying to fight, how much sweat and bitter practice did they have to put in? Even verdant Great Sunday. The Grand Renzu's son also died while flying. How long has it been since Little Beast King obtained the flying type Gu? Tai Ba Xiu's words startled the Tai clansmen awake. Their gazes became excited. That's right, according to the information, Fang Jing doesn't have a flying type Gu. The time he has obtained this pair of bone wings is pitifully short. Flying requires a lot of practice. It can't be used immediately after obtaining it. Little Beast King is really too naive. At the crucial moment. Senior Tai Ba Xiu is really reliable. The Tai clansmen regained their fighting spirit. My long-range battle methods are insufficient. You guys attack. Knock him down. Fang Jing, your actions are utterly stupid. If you fought honestly, you could have lasted for a while, but now you are digging your own grave. Tai Ba Xiu shouted again. Is that so? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze revealing a trace of pity. Little Beast King, you won't be happy for long. Golden Needle Mosquito, ugh. Tai Ao Kai was just about to use his best method, but his expression suddenly froze. In the battle just now, his Golden Needle Mosquito Gu had already been completely used up. That was because he found that Fang Yuan never defended against the Golden Needle Mosquito's attacks. It was very useful. The intense battle also made him forget the intensity of the Golden Needle Mosquito's consumption. Not good, my Star Arrow Gu has already been destroyed by Little Beast King. Damn it, there are only 2 Flower Rain Gu left. Similar situations were playing out more or less on the others. Tai Ba Xiu's heart sank. It turned out Little Beast King had already targeted him earlier. his schemes were truly hidden deeply. No matter, I have Blade Chi Gu, I can fight from long range. Tai Dao Ku stood up. I have Snowball Gu, I can also make Little Beast King suffer. Another Tai Clan Gu master also stood up. Tai Clan had 7 Gu masters, they had the advantage in numbers and abundant methods. Even if Fang Yuan had targeted them, he could not kill them all at once. Little Beast King, come down. Tai Dao Ku sent out a Blade Chi. The Blade Chi whistled over, but Fang Yuan easily flapped his wings and dodged it. 3 snowballs were shot in succession, sealing Fang Yuan's escape route. Fang Yuan retracted his left wing, and with a nimble maneuver, he safely passed through the gap between the snowballs. Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart thumped, a bad feeling flashed in his heart. He actually dodged it so easily, is this luck? Soon, Fang Yuan skillfully and confidently dodged countless attacks, causing the Tai clansmen to feel astonished and helpless. He can actually control the flying Gu so well. Damn it, I can't even hit him. My primeval essence is somewhat insufficient, the Blade Chi Gu's consumption is too high. It seems I can only let Fangjing escape this time. The Tai clansman's firepower gradually became sparse. Little Beast King, I can't help but admire you, you are indeed a genius. Letting you escape so easily today is also your talent. But remember, be careful the next time we meet. Tai Ruanan warned in a heavy tone. When Fang Yuan heard this, it was like he had heard the funniest joke in the world and he laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? The bad feeling in Tai Ba Xiu's heart intensified. Haha, of course I am laughing at your naivety. Why should I run? The true battle has only just begun. Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when a voice rang out. All-out effort Gu and strength Chi Gu were activated at the same time. Green bull, horse, stone tortoise, white elephant, black python, 5 beast phantoms turned into solid forms and pounced down. Bam bam bam. For a moment, the battlefield was in an uproar, rocks cracked and dust rose. The rattan shell grass soldiers were sent flying by the beast phantoms, scattering. The Tai clansmen rapidly retreated. We cannot take a beating passively. Make sure he can't even take care of himself. Tai Ba Xiu roared, raising his bull-sized fist and punched towards Fang Yuan. The formless, piercingly cold fist energy exploded forth, creating a sonic boom. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings. His body flew up and easily dodged. Tai Ba Xiu sighed helplessly. Although his fist force was a long-range attack, the distance was still too short. He was a strength path Gu master, and this path had always been lacking in long-range battles. Fang Yuan was an anomaly, because his strength Chi Gu originated from the ancient Chi path. After receiving Tai Ba Xiu's reminder, the other Tai Clan Gu masters resisted the beast phantoms and counterattacked. But right now, Fang Yuan was displaying an unparalleled flying ability. He was like a butterfly fluttering in between attacks, nimbly dodging. Sometimes he was like a goshawk soaring into the sky, making people feel helpless. Sometimes he was like a swallow, his black bone wings drawing arcs. Sometimes he was like a dragonfly, hovering and flying, waiting for an opportunity. Most of the attacks, he dodged them all. Scattered attacks landed on his body, but were all blocked by the golden shield Gu. How can this be? His flying ability, how can it be so strong? This is simply not inferior to Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang. Lan Meihe, Hong Feiyu, and Feiyu Wang were all flying experts, and were famous in southern border. The Tai clansmen were dumbstruck, extremely shocked. Fang Yuan continued to activate Gu worms, bombarding to his heart's content. The previous battle was only a preparation for this. Tai Ruanan's expression was ashen. She had painstakingly created so many rat and shell grass soldiers, but she could only passively take a beating. And she had wasted a large amount of her primeval essence for nothing. Fang Yuan circled for a long time, before suddenly grabbing an opportunity and pouncing down from the sky. Taimu, be careful. Dodge. Everyone's screams reached Taimu's ears, and he hurriedly looked up. The dazzling sunlight in the sky first blinded his eyes. Next he saw a black shadow like a goshawk, pouncing down from the sky. An intense whistling sound filled his ears. An enormous sense of danger instantly filled his heart. Not good, escape. This thought had just appeared in his mind when Fang Yuan's hands grabbed his shoulders. Beast Phantom Recall. Fang Yuan's enormous strength surged as he spread his arms and ruthlessly tore them apart. Bright red blood gushed out like a waterfall. Taimu's 2 arms were torn off at the base by Fang Yuan. The intense pain almost drowned Taimu's mind. He let out an angry roar, his handsome face contorting to a terrifying degree. Bam! Fang Yuan retaliated and clapped his hands. Tai Mu's head was like a watermelon that was forcefully smashed. In an instant, blood and brain matter sprayed all over Fang Yuan's body. His face and hair were either white brain matter or red blood. There was even an eyeball stuck to Fang Yuan's clothes. The intense smell of blood assaulted his nose. If it were anyone else, they would have vomited on the spot. But to Fang Yuan, it was like he was smelling the most fragrant smell in the world. He enjoyed it as if it was malt syrup, and even felt an intense excitement from the deepest part of his body. Death, how sweet and fragrant. Kill, kill. Let the intense flower of life bloom brightly in the blood. He raised his head and roared, actually composing an impromptu poem. Tai Mu. Seeing Tai Mu's sacrifice, the Tai clansmen were furious. Their anger could burn the sky and boil the sea. Chapter 367. You killed Tai Mu, I want you dead. Tai Xianxia raised the umbrella lotus gu and shouted, pouncing over crazily. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, and when the iron thread flower got close, he used his ankle to turn his body nimbly and spread his wings, moving like he was dancing as he brushed past the iron thread flower. Tai Xianxia rushed for 5 to 6 steps before stopping. Her beautiful face was in a daze. The umbrella lotus gu fell to the ground, and a trace of blood appeared on her snow-white neck. Then blood spurted out like a fountain, sending her head flying and separating from her body. Xianxia. The Tai clansmen screamed, but they could not save Tai Xianhua's life. Tai Xiao rushed over. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Tai Xiao was obstructed by the rat and shell grass soldiers, and even though he tried his best to open a path, how could he match Fang Yuan's speed? Fang Yuan flew into the sky and bombarded indiscriminately for a while before charging towards Tai Ruanan. Oh no, his target is young master. Tai Dao Ku and the rest quickly went to help. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction and landed in front of Tai Dao Ku. Die. Fang Yuan's expression was cold. He did not dodge Tai Dao Ku's punches and kicks. He was extremely fierce. Tai Dao Ku had a brave and resolute nature. He brazenly attacked Fang Yuan. Swift Shadow Gu. Hand Blade Gu. Iron Hand Gu. Consecutive Slash Gu. Swift Battle Wind Gu. Blade Chi Gu. He was an offensive Gu master, and right now he attacked with all his strength. His arms were like the wind, creating rolling blade lights and blood shadows. Fang Yuan's golden shield Gu only lasted for a while before it was broken. Even though Fang Yuan had the defense of bronze skin, his skin and flesh were lacerated, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. That's it, persevere. The others quickly changed their direction and went over to help. Oh no, my primeval essence is exhausted. Suddenly Tai Dao Ku's attack stopped. He was a rank 3 Gu master and had been fighting intensely all along. Now that he was attacking wildly, the little bit of true essence he had left was quickly exhausted. Without primeval essence, Tai Dao Ku was like a tiger turning into a sickly cat. Fang Yuan snickered, grabbed his neck and squeezed. Crack. Tai Dao Ku's neck was easily crushed by Fang Yuan. A bladesman of his generation, Tai Ruanan's capable general, brave and decisive, died here. No. Seeing this, Tai Ruanan's eyes turned blood red. Sorrow and anger ignited the flames of hatred, wanting to burn her to ashes. Under her command, the rattan shell-grass soldiers converged into a torrent of green that swept towards Fang Yuan. Thousands of grass soldier puppets had the advantage of numbers and were enough to pose a threat to Fang Yuan. The corners of Tai Ruanan's eyes, nose and mouth were all bleeding. This high-intensity control was extremely taxing on her mental energy, and it was even reflected on her body. Ruanan, don't be rash, don't be blinded by anger. Tai Xiao saw this and quickly reminded her. But Tai Ruanan had already lost her rationality. She watched helplessly as her family and friends died tragically. It was a huge blow to her, and it even brought back the grief she had for her father's death. You are still too inexperienced. Fang Yuan sneered, flapping his wings and flying up. The aggressive rattan shell grass soldiers pounced on empty air, colliding with each other and squeezing into a ball. This not only caused the formation to be in chaos, Tai Xiao and the others had no room to move. This is the weakness of teamwork. Once the teamwork is not good, our own people will become the biggest stumbling block. The detailed division of labor also makes our members overly reliant on others. It is better to rely on ourselves than others. This is the truth of this world. Fang Yuan flew up, his cold and emotionless gaze swept through the battlefield, before focusing on Tai Ao Kai. As an investigative Gu master, Tai Ao Kai had been roaming around the periphery from the start of the battle. He was very fast and could easily escape to report for reinforcements. He was a huge influence on Fang Yuan's plan of total annihilation. Thus Taiyao Kai had to die. Seeing Fang Yuan flapping his wings and flying towards him, Taiyao Kai could not conceal the shock on his face. Fang Yuan's body was bathed in blood, his black hair, black eyes and black wings. He was simply like a demon god descending into the world, ruthless and cunning at the same time. Tai Mu, Tai Xianhua and Tai Dao Ku had all died in his hands. Even Tai Baxio could not do anything to him. How could he be a match for such a strong enemy? The densely packed rattan shell grass soldiers had once given Taiyao Kai a sense of security, but now it had become a huge cold mockery. Escape. Escape to Sancha Mountain and report to the 4 old-timers of Tai clan. Taiyao Kai was afraid. After giving himself a reason to retreat, he immediately retreated from the battlefield and ran. Don't run, quickly come back. Tai Baxio saw Taiyao Kai enter the forest and shouted anxiously. If Taiyao Kai stayed and banded together, he might have a chance to survive. However, he was running alone, his Zhen Yuan was insufficient, his cultivation was low, and his legs were restricted by the terrain. How could he not be caught by Fang Yuan? Sure enough, not long after, Fang Yuan flew back with Taiyao Kai's head in his hand. Ah! Guyue Fangjing, Guyue Fangjing. You're dead, you're definitely dead. You've killed my Tai clan's disciples, you've committed a heinous crime, there is no possibility of you being pardoned. If you have the guts, don't run hiding from me. What kind of man are you? You gutless coward, come and fight with me, I will tear you into pieces, grind your bones and scatter your ashes. Tai Baxio was extremely angry and let out a thunderous roar. Fang Yuan sneered, not accepting his words. Heinous crime? Ha, I've killed many people before, why haven't I heard you say anything heinous? Touching a Tai clan member is a heinous crime? I really like this kind of sin, then I will kill some more and add more sin. Saying so, Fang Yuan flapped his wings and continued to fly, killing the remaining Tai Clangu masters one by one. Tai Baxio's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to vomit blood from anger. But he was obstructed by the rattan shell grass soldier, his speed could not match Fang Yuan's, he could only watch as these outstanding Tai clan youngsters were slaughtered by Fang Yuan, losing their lives. Soon on this battlefield only Tai Ruanan and Tai Baxio were left. I want you to die. Tai Ruanan's eyes were bloodshot, she gritted her teeth so hard they were about to shatter, muttering these words. She used all her strength to control the rattan shell grass soldier, blood flowing out of her 7 orifices converged on her face, giving off a terrifying feeling. Ruanan, calm down, calm down. Tai Baxio rushed to her side and shook her shoulder. But Tai Ruanan did not notice it, her hateful gaze was fixated on Fang Yuan who was in the air. Below Fang Yuan, the rattan shell grass soldiers had gathered into a group, squeezing tightly together. Unfortunately, they could not hit Fang Yuan, they were like headless flies. Tai Baxio helplessly sighed. He was experienced, and knew that this battle had given Tai Ruanan an unparalleled impact. It had already caused her mental state to collapse, and she was filled with hatred and anger. She was close to going berserk, and in a short period of time she would not be able to help. Fang Yuan flapped his wings from time to time, causing his body to float in the air. There were only 2 Tai clan members left, but Fang Yuan had stopped for the moment. Because of these 2, Tai Ruanan was crazy like a demon, while Tai Baxio had high battle strength, they were hard to deal with. If one was careless, they would suffer a backlash. Looking at Tai Ruanan, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with contemplation. Tai Ruanan has already lost her rationality in this state. I might as well leave these rattan shell grass soldiers to expend her mental energy. When her mental state collapses, I will take her life. No, there is a better method. She is Tai clan's young master. Tai Baxio will definitely protect her. I can use Tai Ruanan to beat Tai Baxio. If I can kill Tai Baxio, that would be the best. Tai Baxio had been famous for a long time, his cultivation was rank 4 upper stage. But because he had Earth Overlord Gu, his battle strength surpassed ordinary rank 4 peak stage. It could be said that he was the strongest opponent Fang Yuan had met since he left Qingmao Mountain. In a direct confrontation, even if Fang Yuan used all his strength, he could not win. His only weakness was his lack of long-range combat ability. But this was not his fatal flaw. However, battles were always unpredictable. Tai Baxio himself had no flaws, but right now there was someone beside him that he had to protect. Unknowingly, Tai Ruanan had already become Fang Yuan's hostage. If I can kill Tai Baxio, even Yihuo will be wary of me. But, I need to pay attention to the surroundings, I cannot drag this on for too long. Although these 7 from Tai clan chose a secretive route, there is no guarantee that the 4 old-timers of Tai clan will come to help. Fang Yuan warned himself in his heart. He was cautious, calm and rational, not panicking in difficult situations, and not arrogant even when he had the upper hand. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan had a killer move called Limitless Search and Lock. As long as the lock gu was planted on a gu master, no matter where the gu master went they could be captured. It was a top-tier capturing method. In his previous life, even Kong Ri Tian fell for this killer move, and a demonic expert of his generation was defeated. Although Fang Yuan had the Bone Wings Gu and could roam the world freely, attacking and retreating were all in his mind. But as long as the lock gu was planted, even if he flew to the 9 heavens he would still be captured. There is always someone better, there is always someone better. All living things are balanced. Although Bone Wings Gu was good, it could be countered by other methods. The reason why this battle was so effective was because Fang Yuan had relied on his previous life's memories and had a good understanding of these 7 Tai clan members. Secondly, it was because Fang Yuan had continuously expended and destroyed the long-range combat methods of the 7 Tai clan members in the previous battle. All these thoughts happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. After Fang Yuan made up his mind, he took out Yuan's stone and started to recover his primeval essence. The primeval sea level in his aperture started to rise rapidly. At the same time he inspected his body and used self-reliance gu to heal some dangerous injuries. Damn it! Seeing this, Tai Ba Xiu's heart felt like it was being pressed by a mountain rock, extremely heavy. If Little Beast King had continued to attack, he would have been happy instead. But now, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. He was not immersed in the pleasure of having the upper hand. Instead he stopped attacking and started to recover his primeval essence and heal his injuries. Chapter 368. Fang Yuan's calmness caused Tai Ba Xiu to feel a chill in his heart. If it was at the start of the battle, Tai Ba Xiu would never have expected that he would be in such a situation and be at a disadvantage. But now, this famous pillar of Tai clan had no choice but to admit that he was in a perilous situation. The main culprit of this situation was this young man in front of him. He fought 1 against 7 and forced his side into such a situation. How did he do it? From the moment Little Beast King appeared, his every action, every word and action was a trap with unfathomable meaning, luring the 7 of us into his trap. He has a flying gu and has such a skillful flying technique, this is even more unexpected. Relying on his flying ability, he held the initiative, advancing and retreating at will, slaughtering them one by one, finally leading to this situation. Tai Ba Xiu recalled and his heart turned even colder. How did Fang Yuan master such a mystical flying technique? It was no longer the scariest thing. This kid's truly terrifying aspect is his intelligence. How can such a youngster have such meticulous scheming ability? He is simply a monster. If used on the right path he would be the brightest star of the righteous path. However, it was a pity that he used his wisdom on crooked ways. This is a calamity for all living beings in the world. Tai Ba Xiu suddenly had a premonition that one day, this youngster in front of him would become a great calamity for the whole of southern border. At that time, the land would be dyed red for thousands of li, blood would flow like rivers, who knows how many living beings would suffer under his evil hands. No, my current situation is very dangerous. Tai Ruanan can no longer fight, my long-range battle strength is insufficient, but Little Beast King can fly. Whether he wants to fight or retreat, it all depends on his will. Retreat, I must retreat and rush to Xianxia mountain to meet up with the 4 elders. Although Tai Ba Xiu had been famous for a long time, his temperament was steady and not tempted by fame and fortune. Although his battle strength had not been completely displayed, under the support of Earth Overlord Gu, Tyrant Strength Gu would become stronger and stronger, eventually surpassing Fang Yuan's current limits. But Tai Ba Xiu was not infatuated with his strength. Someone as experienced as him could see through his true situation. If he continued to fight, it would bode ill rather than well. The wisest method was to retreat. Even if he was forced to flee by a junior, it did not matter. Even if his reputation was ruined, it was still better than dying. Furthermore, Big Brother Xueleng, your descendant cannot lose her life in front of me. Thinking of this, Tai Ba Xiu decisively pulled Tai Ruanan and started to retreat. He wants to run. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly burst with a fierce light. He found it rather troublesome. Tai Ba Xiu's decision to run away was too wise. This place was already close to Xianxia mountain. Once the Tai clan's 4 elders came to help, it would be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat. Kill? Fang Yuan naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He pointed his finger, activating all-out effort Gu and strength Qi Gu. Beast phantoms materialized from phantom and descended, blocking Tai Bascio. However, Tai Bascio's strength was formidable. His fists and legs intersected, and wind and thunder whistled, scattering these beast phantoms. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, and all his beast phantoms flew towards Tai Ruanan. Despicable. Tai Bascio cursed, standing up to protect Tai Ruanan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly at this. If Tai Bascio abandoned Tai Ruanan and escaped alone, Fang Yuan would not be able to stop him. However, Tai Bascio protecting Tai Ruanan was courting death. Because he was not a defensive Gu master, but an expert in offense. To protect Tai Ruanan, he naturally had to sacrifice himself. With his hands and feet tied, it was like using his weakness against the enemy's strength. Both sides were in a deadlock, one escaping and one chasing. No matter how Tai Bascio cursed and provoked, Fang Yuan only flew in the air and used beast phantoms to attack. Tai Bascio could not hit Fang Yuan, and could only passively take a beating. He also had to protect Tai Ruanan, and soon received light injuries. He is clearly only rank 4 middle stage. Why does he have so much primeval essence? Tai Bascio gradually felt despair. He did not know that Fang Yuan not only had liquor worm, he also had heavenly essence treasure lotus. In terms of primeval essence, he did not lose to rank 4 upper stage. Fang Yuan bombarded indiscriminately without stopping. Every time he destroyed a beast phantom, another would immediately pounce on him. The beast phantoms attacked one after another, advancing wave after wave. Especially the thunder boar and rock crocodile beast phantoms from time to time, they were a threat to Tai Ruanan. Tai Bascio was exhausted from running for his life, and was gradually losing his strength, feeling powerless. Why aren't the 4 elders here yet? Tai Bascio ran all the way and was already close to Xianxia mountain, but he still did not see the 4 elders. The route they chose was too secretive. To prevent information from leaking, they even set off 2 days in advance. These arrangements at this point had instead become Tai Bascio's escape obstacle. Tai Bascio fell into an extremely passive state. The injuries on his body continued to accumulate, turning from light injuries to heavy injuries. The beast phantoms became more and more threatening, and he gradually felt it difficult to move forward. Tai Ruanan became his biggest burden, struggling again and again. Tai Bascio could only knock her unconscious and carry her with his arm. We are already close to the foot of the mountain, persevere for a while more. Tai Bascio's body swayed, his vision already turning blurry. Are we really going to let him escape? Damn it. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his expression was gloomy, and his attacks became increasingly swift and fierce, like a surging tide. As they neared Xianxia mountain, Gu masters began to appear in the surroundings. There is a battle here, it is Little Beast King. Oh heavens, am I seeing things? That one being chased seems to be the present age overlord, Tai clan's cornerstone, Tai Bascio. Little Beast King is too heaven-defying, he is actually chasing rank 4 upper stage Tai Bascio. Along the way, the Gu masters who witnessed this battle were all dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Some righteous Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Tai Bascio being chased like a drowning dog. Big brother Li Xian, why hasn't Little Beast King appeared yet? We've been waiting here for a long time. Is your information reliable? In a hidden corner, Hu Mei looked at the purple light barrier in front of her and yawned in boredom. Within the light barrier formed by Iron Cabinet Gu, Bai Ningbing was still trapped by the 4 Tai clan elders. The information is naturally accurate, let's wait a while more. Li Xian said while mumbling inwardly, it shouldn't be, I have already told him about Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he still restrain himself? Is he really not going to save her? If the Little Beast King were to really leave someone to die, even Li Xian would tremble in fear if he thought of this kind of cold-bloodedness. But if he saved her, it would be a situation where both sides would suffer. There would be many benefits in a chaotic battle. While the two were discussing in a low voice, they suddenly heard a clamor. What's going on? Hu Mei turned her head to look, her puzzled expression quickly turned sluggish, and after the sluggishness, it turned into shock. The person she had been waiting for had appeared, and was even flying in the air ostentatiously. But wait, the person Little Beast King is chasing seems a little familiar, right? It is Tai Bascio. Tai clan's present age overlord is being chased. So Little Beast King went to intercept this batch of reinforcements. Li Xian stared dumbfoundedly at this chase and could not help but curse. At the same time as he came to a realization, he also felt extreme bewilderment and shock. Little Beast King actually took the initiative to intercept this batch of Tai clan's reinforcements. How can he have such guts? Is he crazy? No, he is not crazy. He won and is chasing Tai Bashio to kill him. Tai Bashio was rank 4 upper stage, his battle strength was extraordinary, ordinary rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were not his match. Even on Xianxia Mountain, among the 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, only Yihua could be mentioned in the same breath as this present age overlord. But now Tai Bashio was actually being chased by Little Beast King, fleeing in a sorry state like a dog. Oh my god, is this his illusion? Someone hugged his head, looking at the scene in disbelief. This world is too crazy, the changes are too fast. Someone mumbled with a lifeless gaze. Fortunately, I did not go head-to-head with Little Beast King. Li Xian rejoiced but also felt a lingering fear. No, I need to be careful when dealing with Fang Jing. This guy cannot be judged with common sense. How many days has it been? He has already advanced to rank 4 middle stage and can even fly. Hu Mei Air covered her chest, feeling extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's abnormal growth speed. Demonic path scoundrel. Quickly save him, that is Tai Bashio. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers also sensed the situation and quickly cancelled the iron cabinet Gu, rushing to the rescue. As for besieging by Ning Bing, they could no longer care about it. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. In the end, I was still lacking by a bit. Tai Bashio felt extremely bitter. His eyes were blurry and the wounds on his body were already numb from the pain. He was already on the verge of death from being beaten by Fang Yuan. He had been protecting Tai Ruanan, not letting her suffer any harm. It is a pity that this Little Beast King did not come down to fight me in close combat. Otherwise he would have died. Tai Bashio felt extremely regretful. He had hidden a trump card. But Fang Yuan had been very cautious. He never flew down and only bombarded indiscriminately from the sky. Bashio, persevere. We are here to support you. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers shouted in unison, rushing over. Haha, just one step away, Tai Bashio, you have failed at the last step. Fang Yuan laughed towards the sky. A rock crocodile phantom pressed down and with a loud sound Tai Bashio fell to the ground. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were still rushing over. They were already very close. But with just this distance, the result was like the difference between clouds and mud. Everything is over. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he pointed with his finger, launching a fatal attack. No, not yet. Iron cabinet Gu. Tai Bashio used the last of his strength and placed his palm on Tai Ruanan's back. A square-shaped metal cabinet quickly formed and sealed Tai Ruanan tightly. The beast phantom pounced down and tore Tai Bashio into pieces, but the iron cabinet was as firm as before, and Tai Ruanan was safe and sound inside. At the crucial moment, Tai Bashio gave his last chance to live to Tai Ruanan. Bashio. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers shouted in grief. They rushed to the scene but were still too late. Little Beast King, our Tai Clan will not rest until you are dead. The 4 old-timers stared at Fang Yuan in the sky, wishing they could bite him to death. Chapter 369. Heavens, Little Beast King fought 1 against 7 and actually won. Even the present age overlord died in his hands. Number 1 demonic rookie, he is the current generation's number 1 rookie. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and whispering to each other. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers paused for a moment before attacking. But Fang Yuan flapped his wings and easily dodged. His agility was breathtaking. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, I have not settled the score with you for trapping me. Please search for floating astronomy. Bai Ning Bing slowly walked over. Her expression was cold as she glanced at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. After being besieged for so many days, Fang Yuan had grown so much. Not only had his cultivation advanced to middle stage, he had also grasped such a proficient flying technique. Looking at this, southern border would have another flying expert. How did he do it? Bai Ning Bing had also thought of practicing flying. But flying was too troublesome, the amount of practice required was huge, and at the same time, it took a long time and required painstaking effort. She put in a lot of effort but the short-term effect was very little. Thus Bai Ning Bing did not take it. She did not think that Fang Yuan had quietly practiced such a flying technique. This was simply beyond common sense. Did he have some fortuitous encounter in the Three Kings' inheritance? Bai Ning Bing naturally thought of this. In fact, even without Fang Yuan's explanation, many people had linked his performance to the Three Kings' inheritance. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers removed the iron cabinet Gu, allowing Bai Ning Bing to easily regain her freedom. Now that Fang and Bai had gathered, the situation was extremely dangerous. The 4 old-timers were like facing a great enemy. They tightly protected the iron cabinet gu that was wrapped around Tai Ruanan in the center, guarding against Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan looked at the iron cabinet gu. He was somewhat unresigned. Tai Ba Xiu retreated to the end, but all his efforts were in vain. He chased all the way, but all his efforts were in vain. He did not take Tai Ruanan's life. No doubt this was a threat. But if it wasn't for Tai Ruanan, I wouldn't have killed Tai Ba Xiu so easily. Now that things have come to this, I can only give up. Fang Yuan's killing intent was boiling on the surface. In reality, his fighting spirit was gradually dissipating. Along the way, he had insufficient primeval essence in his aperture, while the 4 old-timers of Tai clan were in perfect condition. Meanwhile, there were many gu masters secretly watching the battle. Many jackals and wolves were secretly watching, waiting to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention others, just Li Xian alone. That was his plan. It's time to stop. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He shouted loudly, Tai clan's 4 elders, my companion killed one of your people, and you trapped her for so long. I killed 6 people from your Tai family, how long are you going to trap me? This was a pure provocation, causing the eyes of the Iron Clan's 4 elders to tremble. Little Beast King, don't be arrogant. You slaughtered my Tai clan's disciples and killed Elder Tyrant Xiu. Hunting down the Tai family's young master is an irreconcilable enemy of my Tai family. I swear on this. Even if I have to exhaust my entire lifespan and pay any price, I will capture you and imprison you in Demon Suppression Tower, suffering endless torture and punishment. The leader of the 4 Tai clan old-timers furiously shouted. Although he said so, he did not dare to act rashly. Little Beast King's battle strength made him extremely shocked. If Bai Ningbing was added, haha, very good. Since it is so, I will also view Tai clan as my mortal enemy. From now on, as long as it is a Tai clan disciple, I will kill 1 if I see 1, kill 2 if I see 2. Fang Yuan laughed arrogantly, flapping his wings and flying away. Under the disappointed gazes of many gu masters with ulterior motives, he took the initiative to leave. Bai Ningbing also left. The result of this battle spread like lightning throughout the whole Xianxia mountain. Now what was Xianxia mountain doing? The appearance of 3 kings' inheritance. The whole southern border, countless clans, righteous path and demonic path members all focused their attention on it. Soon, the battle report of Fang Yuan fighting 1 against 7 and killing Tai Ba Xiu spread throughout the whole southern border. Unavoidably, Fang Yuan's reputation rose. This child actually killed Tai Ba Xiu? Is this information reliable? In Yan Clan village, young master Yan Jun almost did not dare to believe his ears when he heard this news from his subordinate. What kind of person was Tai Ba Xiu? He had been famous for a long time and was known as the present-age overlord. He had Earth Overlord Gu and had battle strength surpassing ordinary rank 4 peak stage. He was the cornerstone of the super clan Tai clan, an expert who could hold his own. But he was actually chased to death by a junior little beast king Fangjing, who only had rank 4 middle stage cultivation. This little beast king can actually jump ranks to challenge and even kill Tai Ba Xiu. What kind of person is he? I have actually never heard of him. Yan Jun asked with a frown. The subordinate promptly reported, Young master, you inherited the immemorial phantom path inheritance and went into closed cultivation for 5 years. It is normal that you do not know about Fangjing. This person is only 25 years old. He is a rising star of the demonic path that has emerged in recent years. Little Beast King Fangjing? These youngsters nowadays are really amazing. In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front die on the beach. TSK. In the mountain forest, Feng Tianyu walked slowly as he recalled the news he had just heard, sighing with a trace of fervor. I heard Little Beast King could grasp flying techniques and grow so fast because he obtained benefits from the 3 Kings' inheritance. 3 Kings' inheritance? Feng Tianyu thought of this and wished he could immediately rush to Sancha Mountain. He was a famous refinement path gu master in southern border. King XN inheritance was suitable for him. Fangjing actually fought 1 against 7 and killed 6 Tai clansmen, including Tai Ba Xiu. One of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, Elder Yihua, came out of the inheritance and felt incredulous when he heard the news. Tai Ba Xiu's battle strength was on par with his. If Fang Yuan could kill Tai Ba Xiu, wouldn't he also be able to kill Ziji? How could this be possible? But the cold and cruel truth spoke louder than any argument. When Yihua understood more details, he gradually came to a realization. So he has grasped the flying art and can use it in battle. No wonder he could fight 7 against 1 and kill Tai Ba Xiu. grasping flying techniques and being able to be used in battle. To Gu masters, it was a qualitative leap in their battle strength. Humans were creatures that walked on land, they were born with no wings. Even the ancestor of human did not have the ability to fly. If one were to fly, this itself was a heaven-defying miracle. Once one could fly, the encirclement on the ground would be of no threat. The vast sky would become a stage for Gu masters, allowing the flying Gu masters to roam freely. They could attack and retreat. They could firmly grasp the initiative on the battlefield. Southern Border's famous flying Gu masters, Feiyu Wang Lan Mei He Hong Feiyu, they all made people wary. They were existences that felt extremely troublesome and did not want to be enemies with. Yihua had a deep understanding of flying Gu masters, because there was a perfect example by his side. That was Wei Yang. Wei Yang was known as the White Light Swordsman. He moved like light as fast as lightning. He was also a flying Gu master. He did not have enough aptitude and only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but he was one of the 5 important ministers of Shang clan, and was known as one of the 5 generals, on the same level as a rank 4 peak stage Gu master like Yihua. Once, Yihua felt that he was one of the 5 generals together with Wei Yang. It was an insult, thus he challenged him. The result? He was dejected. Wei Yang could come and go as he pleased, he could do nothing to him on the battlefield. In terms of flying speed, Wei Yang could be said to be number 1 in Southern Border, even Little Beast King cannot compare. Recently, Wei Yang received clan leaders' help and advanced to rank 4. Yihua thought of this and the pressure in his heart increased. Shang clan's 5 generals were not united, they had their own factions and had always been competing with each other. Yihua had come to Sancha Mountain this time to make some contributions and become a member of Shang clan, and obtain Shang clan's living treasure door's resources, advancing to rank 5 Gu master. Fang Jing has flying techniques and his battle strength rose sharply. But that Tai Ba Xiu was weak in long-range combat, and he had Tai Ruanan by his side, thus he was killed by Little Beast King. In terms of true battle strength, Tai Ba Xiu is higher than Little Beast King. Unfortunately, I can no longer recruit Little Beast King. Yihua thought of this and felt very regretful. Although the battle strength Fang Yuan displayed was not as good as ZG, Yihua could not do anything to him if he could fly. Forcing the Little Beast King was not going to work. On the contrary, it would ruin ZG's reputation, and make Fang Yuan Shang clan's Purple Thorn VIP. Apart from this, there was also the most important thing, the Tai family. Little Beast King had deeply offended Tai clan this time. Tai clan's losses were huge, they had to deal with Little Beast King, there was no way to turn the situation around. And Fang Jing had announced in public that he would slaughter Tai clan's disciples. His tone was extremely arrogant. If Yihua really recruited Little Beast King, it would be equivalent to offending Tai clan. Tai clan and Shang clan were both super clans, giants of the righteous path. At that time, Yihua would have to bear endless pressure from Tai clan and Shang clan's higher-ups. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Otherwise, how could he have grasped such an exquisite flying technique in the blink of an eye? Li Xian sat on the sofa, his eyes narrowed into slits, flickering with brilliant light. He knew Fang Yuan's information like the back of his hand. Fang Yuan suddenly grasped the flying technique, this was simply inconceivable, it broke common sense. Even if he trained diligently in Shang Clan City, it would not be impossible for him to not leak any information. And how many years has it been? How could he possess such a powerful flying ability? Could it be? At the side, Hu Mei was also pondering. 3 kings' inheritance. A thought flashed in his mind, causing Li Xian to blurt out. In an instant. The matter of Little Beast King relying on the token to enter the 3 kings' inheritance to earn a lot of money in Shang Clan City. And the matter of him purposely delaying rescuing by Ning Bing to enter the 3 kings' inheritance. And every time he came out to the inheritance he would bring out so many gains. These matters converged in Li Xian's mind, forming a clear clue. Little Beast King must have grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. In the 3 kings' inheritance, the flow of time was different from the outside world, it was a land of Gu immortals. The reason he could grasp the flying technique was definitely due to the 3 kings' inheritance. It must be, Fang Jing must have grasped the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Hu Mei also came to a realization. Her thoughts of charming Fang Yuan and recruiting him to her side suddenly became even more intense. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he naturally grasped the secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. Li Xian and Hu Mei had a secret discussion, and by chance they managed to deduce the truth. The problem now is, since we are in such a situation, how can we obtain even greater benefits? When Little Beast King matures, even Tai Ba Xiu will fall in his hands. He is not someone we can control. Li Xian clicked his tongue, his thoughts moving rapidly. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. People's hearts can be stirred. He who may err laughed charmingly. Chapter 370. Fang Yuan was originally only slightly famous on Shangliang Mountain. But after the battle with Tai Ba Xiu, his name spread throughout the southern border, becoming a well-known demonic path genius. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of many people. Among these people, some were experts who had been in close cultivation for many years, some were Gu masters who roamed the world. The attention of the righteous path, the greed of the demonic path. Could be said that Fang Yuan had truly entered their field of vision. Some people chose to temporarily retreat, such as Century Boy. Some like Li Xian and Hu Mei Er secretly added fuel to the fire. There were also some whose battle intent was stimulated, directly declaring that they wanted to challenge him. At once, the winds and clouds surged as countless waves swept towards Fang Yuan. Xianxia Mountain. In a certain cave, Fang and Bai were sitting cross-legged. Fang Yuan placed his palms on Bai Ningbing's back, instilling primeval essence into her. In Bai Ningbing's aperture, essence gold primeval essence was like a waterfall, falling from the sky and rushing into the primeval sea, creating countless waves. On the primeval sea, the waves surged unceasingly, continuously washing the aperture walls. Fang Yuan was rank 4 middle stage, possessing bright gold primeval essence. Under the effect of 9 Eyes Liquor Worm, it was purified to essence gold primeval essence. Right now, through Bone Flesh Unity Gu, it was injected into Bai Ningbing's aperture, helping her to nourish the aperture walls and increase her foundation. Several hours later, Fang Yuan retracted his palms, as Bai Ningbing slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was calm. She did not express any gratitude towards Fang Yuan's help. Nor did she express any anger towards Fang Yuan's delay. She was extremely calm, as if the matter of her being trapped had never happened. But her inner feelings were extremely complex. All along, her cultivation was higher than Fang Yuan's. But at this moment, she had instead become the beneficiary of Bone Flesh Unity Gu. Essence Gold Primeval Essence was a huge help to her. After all, she was still at rank 4 initial stage. It seems that cultivating with Fang Yuan is not bad. This thought was immediately extinguished by Bai Ningbing. She stood up slowly and said in a cold tone, as if she was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Have you heard the recent rumors? Many people are saying that you hold the great secret of the 3 kings' inheritance. You didn't know how to fly, but you inherited the King of Confidence's legacy. You have to be careful. Right now, Tai family is furious. Tai family has publicly announced that you are a great enemy. The wanted list has already spread throughout the southern border. Fang Yuan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground as he replied indifferently, who doesn't know about our friendship? If the Tai family touches me, you won't be able to escape either. You continue to cultivate in the first half of the night. I'll stand guard for you. In the second half of the night, come out and replace me. Bai Ningbing then walked out. The current situation was even more dangerous than when he first came to Sancha Mountain. Fang and Bai tried not to cultivate at the same time. In the depths of the cave, only Fang Yuan was left. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The Tai family's reaction was within his expectations. He killed a Tai family elder and chased after the Tai family young master. He had already touched Tai family's bottom line. Tai family was a super clan, the leader of the righteous path. How could they tolerate this? Their revenge would definitely be extremely fierce. Other than Tai family, there were other troubles. Shang clan, Wu clan and other righteous path Gu masters, Hu Mei Er, Li Xian, Century Boy and other demonic path Gu masters. This was the price of becoming famous. At the same time that Fang Yuan became famous in one battle, he also pushed himself to the heart of the struggle, receiving the attention of countless people. From all directions, there were undercurrents that tried to probe him, or waves that wanted to drown him. They had already converged into a huge whirlpool. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan knew that he was facing a test. If he could struggle free from this whirlpool and resist the incoming waves, he would be able to truly stand firm and become a publicly recognized expert of the southern border. If he was swallowed by this whirlpool and crushed, there would be no need to mention anything else. Right now, divine thief Lu Xuanfeng has infiltrated Demon Suppression Tower several times and caused havoc in the Tai family. They are already in a terrible situation. I need to wait until they have the energy to deal with me. It is not a matter of a month or two. I can put it aside for now. There are rumors circulating outside that I hold the inheritance's great secret. It is likely that Li Xian and Hu Mei heir are behind this. I will deal with these two sooner or later. But Li Xian still has value at the moment. And Hu Mei heir has a rank 6 Gu Immortal behind her. Do I need to scheme? Three Kings' inheritance is too big of a cake. I am destined to not be able to eat it all. I can only choose the essence. But if I can obtain the essence, like undefeated 100 battles Gu, this trip will not be in vain. My strength will rise greatly. It will be of great help to the upcoming battle of Yitian Mountain. Thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, spreading out as he thought of Central Continent. Looking at the days, the Hu Immortal inheritance on Central Continent's Tianti Mountain should have opened already, right? This is a true Gu Immortal inheritance. It is many times more precious than the Three Kings' inheritance. That Feng Kim Hong relied on this inheritance to become a Gu Immortal, becoming a person whose name would shake the world in the future. At the same time, Central Continent at the foot of Tianti Mountain. The elite disciples from Central Continent's 10 great sects gathered together. Among the crowd, the real Guiyue Fangjing let out a breath of turbid air. The large competition that had lasted for several months had finally ended. Several months ago, the 10 great sects had passed down orders to organize these elite disciples to compete in the large competition to determine the rankings. Central Continent's 10 great sects were the strongest inheritances. This generation of elite disciples were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Even the weakest of people would have one or two trump cards. Because of Fairy by Xia Guiyue Fangjing's days were not good. In the large competition, many opponents had deep enmity towards Fangjing and dealt heavy blows. Fortunately, Fangjing had a deep foundation. He had the Ironbeak Flying Crane group, and also had Lord White Crane, who was inside the Spirit Incubating Flea, to guide him in battle. He passed the rounds with difficulty and obtained a relatively high ranking. At this time, in the sky above Tianti Mountain, 10 formless Gu Immortal divine senses were quietly conversing. This generation of elite disciples is only SOSO. But there is still a batch of outstanding juniors. Spirit Butterfly Valley's Xiao Qi Xing is not bad. If I remember correctly, he is Xiao Baihong's great-grandson? Myriad Dragon Doc's Ing Xingji is also very outstanding. Dragon Lady is the best at teaching him. Not at all. Your granddaughter, Feng Kim Hong, has beaten all her peers. No one can match her brilliance. She is the truly outstanding one. I say, don't flatter each other. Let's work together and completely open Hu Immortal inheritance. All right. Let's do it together. Rise. 10 formless forces surged out from the void, majestic and vast like a tsunami, like a mountain flood. The heaven and earth changed color, winds blew and clouds surged. The 10 forces revolved around each other, then converged together and fiercely charged towards a certain place on Tianti Mountain. Without any sound, the terrifying formless forces suddenly vanished. In the platinum light, a vermilion-red gate slowly rose. The gate was 30 meters tall and had a 9-colored signboard shining brightly. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered, and the resplendent multicolored light converged to form a staircase of light. The staircase extended from the gate, forming a rainbow bridge, landing right under the elite disciples' feet. According to the ranking of the competition, you can enter one by one. In the sky, an indistinct voice resounded, clearly entering the ears of the 10 sects disciples. This was the voice of a Gu Immortal. The 10 sects disciples' faces were filled with awe, reverence, and fanaticism. Most of their gazes were focused on a young girl. She wore a phoenix coronet, had red phoenix eyes, long golden eyebrows and a red mole between her eyebrows. Her appearance was dignified and graceful, and also incomparably beautiful. She was this time's 10 sect competition's first place, Feng Kim Hong. This girl was luxurious and glorious, her skin was white as snow, and her gaze was like lightning, like a phoenix soaring in the sky, elegant and pure, looking down on the world. Compared to her, the other elite disciples around her seemed to have become ordinary sparrows. When Fangjing fought with her, he only lasted for 6 rounds before regrettably losing. Hearing the Gu Immortal's voice, Feng Kim Hong let out a clear cry, turning into a ray of light and shooting up. The golden light turned into a phoenix, and when it crashed into the gate, the vermilion gate shook, tearing open a void and swallowing Feng Kim Hong inside. After Feng Kim Hong, it was Xiao Qi Xing, Ing Xingji and others who entered Hu Immortal inheritance one after another. After 20 to 30 people entered, it was finally Guiyue Fangjing's turn. Fangjing walked up the rainbow staircase and entered the gate. He felt the world spinning, and the colors in front of him formed a whirlpool, dazzling like 100 flowers, as if he was in a dazzling tornado, drifting with the wind. A cute and tender little girl suddenly entered his sight. Are you also a fated person who wants to inherit Hu Immortal inheritance? In a while you will see a mountain peak. Only the first person to ascend to the peak of the mountain can have me. You'll have to work harder. Those in front of you in line have already been claimed. First you are a lot. The little girl was dressed in gorgeous colorful clothes. Behind her, there was a snow-white fox tail sticking up mischievously. Her big eyes were round and filled with innocence. Who are you? Fangjing was shocked and suspicious. He could not understand why such a girl would appear in this Gu Immortal land. So it's a silly boy. As the girl spoke, she mischievously stretched out her fair little finger and lightly tapped Fangjing's forehead. Then, just like how she suddenly appeared, she suddenly disappeared without a trace. With this, Fangjing's feather-like body suddenly regained its weightlessness, and he abruptly fell down. Fangjing screamed as he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He wanted to activate his Gu worms, but to his horror, his entire aperture was sealed by a formless force. He could not use the power of the Gu. Chapter 371. Bam. With a muffled sound, dust flew up. Fangjing fell heavily to the ground, his face landing on the ground as he fell flat on his face. He fell from a high altitude, but it did not take long before he landed on the ground. He did not fall to his death. Fangjing lay on the ground, spitting out the grass and soil in his mouth, his whole body aching and suffocating. Where is this? He took a few breaths and stood up in a sorry state, looking at his surroundings. The surroundings were covered in green grass. Fangjing felt like he was in a grassland. The grass swayed along with the wind, countless colorful flowers formed a carpet of flowers, extending to the horizon. In the distance, a tall and precipitous crystal mountain stood abruptly. The crystalline peak was translucent and pink, looking dreamy and illusory. Fangjing stood here and could clearly see that there were already people climbing the mountain. Compared to the entire crystal mountain, these people were as tiny as ants. The first person to climb to the peak will obtain Hu Immortal inheritance. Suddenly, Fangjing recalled the words of that mysterious girl. Who was that mysterious girl? Could he really obtain this Hu Immortal inheritance by climbing the opposite mountain? Just as Fangjing was feeling uncertain, Master Tenshuru's anxious voice came from the depths of his mind. Stupid disciple, what are you hesitating for? Quickly climb this Danghun mountain. Master. Fangjing was surprised and joyful. Who is that girl? Also, why can't I use my Gu worms? Quickly run over and make the best use of your time. I will explain the reason to you. Listen carefully. Master Tenshuru hurriedly explained. This Hu Immortal inheritance is no small matter, it is a complete Gu Immortal inheritance. There is only one inheritor who can obtain it. They can soar to the sky and have a high possibility of becoming an immortal in the future. As for the others, they will not obtain any benefits or gains. The girl you saw earlier is the Hu Immortal inheritance. You can only be the first to climb to the peak and become her master. Only then can you obtain the Gu Immortal inheritance. Fangjing looked at the peak as he ran. He had lived in the southern border since he was young, and there were many mountains in the southern border. Naturally, he knew the principle of, the mountain in sight runs to the death. Master, I'm still very far away from this crystal mountain. Those people were already climbing the mountain. The gap was too big. I can't even activate my movement Gu, how can I win? Master Tenshuru snorted. Ignorant. This was Hu Immortal's blessed land. This world was different from the rest. Although the Fox Immortal had already perished. But his will was still there. Your movement Gu has already been restricted by Hu Immortal's will, of course you can't use it. The others were the same, unable to use any Gu worms. If you want to reach the peak, you can only rely on your own physical strength to complete this test. Fangjing heard this and felt dejected. I can't use a movement Gu and there is such a huge gap. How am I supposed to catch up? Strangely, we entered the gatehouse one after another. Why is there such a huge gap between them? Master Tenshuru replied, this is a Gu Immortal blessed land, the flow of time is different. 1 day in the outside world is 5 days in here. When you guys entered the gatehouse one by one in the outside world, the time difference was very short. But once you entered here, the time difference suddenly increased. Otherwise, why would there be a competition to decide the ranking? Every ranking represents a certain advantage. The last one basically has no hope of winning. So that's it. Fangjing finally understood how important it was to obtain a ranking in the competition. But unfortunately he was not strong enough and his strength was inferior to others. The 10 great sects were the leaders of Central Continent, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Their foundation was extremely deep. Even Southern Borders superclans could not compare. Among this generation's elite disciples, Fangjing, Fairy by Xia, Guting, Wei Wuxiang and others could only be considered the second level. On the first level there were Feng Kim Hong, Ying Xingji, Xiaoqi Xing and others. They all had Gu Immortals supporting them. Their backgrounds were extremely deep. From the moment they started, they received meticulous nurturing. A vast amount of resources were supplied, never lacking. Occasionally, there were even Gu Immortal level existences who personally taught them and gave them instructions. In comparison, a person like Fangjing was just a country bumpkin. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, how could it compare to the support of Gu Immortals? My ranking is not high, but there is nothing I can do about it. I have already used all my strength in the competition. Even the Ironbeak flying crane group was almost wiped out. Fangjing felt regret and helplessness. But as he thought about it, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Master, since Gu worms cannot be used here, how can you still talk to me? Master, you are truly amazing, you are truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Master Tenshiro could not help but laugh loudly. Stupid disciple, you finally realized this? But you overestimate me. I was only rank 5 when I was alive, and after death my soul is residing in this spirit incubating flea. It is even less of a problem. The reason I can talk to you is because of my Crane Gate Supreme Elder, Lord He Fengyang. Fangjing, you must remember, in this world only Gu Immortals can deal with Gu Immortals. Supreme Elder He Fengyang? Fangjing's heart was filled with shock. Crane Gate had many Gu Immortals hidden. Among them He Fengyang was one of them. To think that he was actually involved with him. Master Tenshiro spoke in a meaningful tone. Fangjing, Gu Immortals' inheritance is not a small matter, it has a land spirit. That is to say, this blessed land has its own will. Even if Gu Immortals attack it, they will not have an advantage. The land spirit is pure and stubborn, it inherited the original owner's obsession. If they fight it, even if the land spirit cannot endure it, it will choose to self-destruct, causing the blessed land to collapse. The Gu Immortals who attack it will also get injured in vain, their losses will be disastrous, and all their efforts will be in vain. Thus they sent you, these elite disciples. In this great competition, Spirit Affinity House produced a Feng Kim Hong. She is indeed amazing. This young girl can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Looking down on everyone, she is a dragon among men. Your foundation is insufficient, it is normal for you to lose to her. But our Crane Gate might not lose. You are our Crane Gate's hope of turning the tables. Me? Fangjing's eyes opened wide. He had not expected such a huge hope to be placed on him. He suddenly realized. This contest for Gu Immortal inheritance seemed to be a competition between the elite disciples of the 10 sects, but it was actually a contest between the 10 great sections. He and the others were chess pieces, while the Gu Immortals of the 10 sects were the chess players. They stayed behind the scenes, arranging the chess pieces and competing with each other. And he himself was ignorant and was chosen by Crane Gate as their secret weapon. Master, aren't the sect's hopes on me too high? I can't even use my Gu worms now, how can I be the sole victor? Master Tenshiro laughed complacently. Fangjing, do you know what this crystal mountain is? This is the famous Danghun Mountain in the legends of Rinzu. Danghun Mountain. Fangjing cried out in shock. The legends of Rinzu were widely spread in this world. Fangjing naturally knew of Danghun Mountain's great name. Master Tenshiro continued, all living beings in this world, as long as they enter the range of Danghun Mountain, their souls will be shaken. The closer they get to the peak, the stronger the vibrations. Many living beings have weak souls, and their souls will scatter when they reach the waist of the mountain. Of course, this is a righteous path inheritance. It is not as dangerous as a demonic path inheritance. Danghun Mountain's power has already been suppressed by the land spirit, allowing you elite disciples to ascend to the peak. If someone cannot hold on, they will be transported out by the land spirit. It can be said that your life is not in danger. Master Tenshiro's tone became more solemn. Fangjing, what I am going to say next is of utmost importance, listen carefully. You were exterminated at such a young age and the culprit was your own brother. You are determined to take revenge and have a firm will. After experiencing such a huge change, your soul is far stronger than your peers. But compared to people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiaoqi Xing, there is still a gap. But don't be discouraged, He Fengyang's scheme is ingenious here. He secretly used a method to revive the spirit incubating flea. Next, I will use my soul to support you and push you to the peak of Danghun Mountain. Master Tenchiru was a rank 5 Gu master. His life experience was uncountable. At the same time he had a long lifespan and abundant experience. His soul foundation naturally far surpassed people like Feng Kim Hong and Xiao Qi Xing. Although these geniuses were high-spirited and had limitless futures, compared to Master Tenchiru, their soul foundation was still lacking. Feng Jing was both happy and worried. With Master's help, I have a chance of winning. But isn't it unfair to cheat like this? What if other Gu immortals find out? What should I do? Master Tenchiru snorted and reprimanded, "Silly kid, this is not cheating, it is ability and talent. With ability and talent, you will naturally obtain a Gu immortal's inheritance. This is fairness. Don't worry, you have Crane Gate behind you, and with Lord He Fengyang protecting you, other Gu immortals won't dare to touch you. Moreover, Gu immortals cannot enter the Blessed Land. Once they enter the Blessed Land, they will be attacked by the land spirit. Thus even if they discover something, they can only watch helplessly." Ah! The land spirit is so powerful? Even Gu immortals are not its match? Feng Jing was flabbergasted. One side attacks with all their might while the other side is afraid of harming the innocent. Moreover, the land spirit and the blessed land are one. In the blessed land, the land spirit is an immortal god. Heaven and earth are under its control. Controlling the land spirit means controlling the blessed land. Master Tenchiru replied. Feng Jing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Oh, I understand, that little girl I saw just now is the land spirit." Ah! Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. "Disciple, you are not too stupid, you finally understood. That's right, that little girl is Hu immortal land spirit. Charge forward. Charge forward courageously. This Danghun mountain is very hard to climb, it will take at least a year and a half. Just in case, I won't speak much and will only help you in secret. With my help, you have at least an 80% chance of obtaining Hu immortal's inheritance. As long as you obtain Hu immortal's inheritance, you will soar to the sky from a beggar to a tycoon, becoming fat in one go. This is ascending to heaven in one step." "I understand, Master. I will do my best, I won't disappoint you." Feng Jing's tiger eyes shone with a resolute and courageous light. "Go, the whole Crane Gate is watching you." Master Tenchiru's words roused Feng Jing, igniting the hot blood in his body. Chapter 372. Several months later. Southern border, Xianxia Mountain. In a spacious cave, a banquet was in full swing. Gu masters were toasting each other, the lights were bright, and the aroma of the dishes permeated the air. Come, eat and drink, there's no need to be restrained." Sentry Boy sat at the main seat, looking around and calling out loudly. Sentry Boy wore a black robe. He looked like a young boy, but he was actually over 180 years old. In this world, under normal circumstances, a person's lifespan was only around 100 years. To increase one's lifespan, the best way was to find lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu was hard to find and extremely rare. Man was the spirit of all living beings who would complain about having a long lifespan. Thus, many other methods were thought of. Sentry Boy was such an example. Although he did not find lifespan Gu, he had revert youth Gu, which could accumulate his life force and slowly release it, thus achieving the effect of prolonging his lifespan. However, the disadvantage of this was that his body and appearance would always be fixed at a young age. Sentry Boy had rank 4 upper stage cultivation, and at the same time, he had over 180 years of rich experience, and was worthy of being a senior in the demonic path. He was old and experienced, he liked to hold banquets and invite people from all walks of life. Sometimes, he would give pointers to some people and impart some experiences. In the demonic path, he had the reputation of guiding the younger generation. Some demonic path Gu masters were guided by him and recognized him as a godfather. Over time, a group of godsons and goddaughters gathered around the Sentry Boy, forming a relatively large group of forces. Today's banquet included many of his godsons and goddaughters. There were also distinguished guests, like Rock Lizard Li Chang and Fiery Star Bao Tong. They were famous demonic path figures and could not be underestimated. Shang Clan Zihua. He is indeed strong, suppressing the other 4 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters. On Xianxia Mountain, there is currently no one who can contend against him. Gu Refinement Master Feng Tianyu is here. He promised to refine Gu for Yihua. I wonder what Gu he refined, but Yihua's battle strength must have increased greatly. During the banquet, the topic that everyone discussed the most was naturally the current situation on Xianxia Mountain. Yihua came from Shang Clan. He represented the righteous path. His strength had a huge influence. It caused all the demonic path Gu masters on Xianxia mountain to be suppressed. They could not even raise their heads during battles, feeling fearful. Although Ihor is powerful, he is only at rank 4 peak stage. If Tai Xiao was still alive, he would definitely be able to compete with him. And he wouldn't be in the limelight like he is now. When Tai Xiao was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan. A few days ago, Little Beast King killed Yutsang again. This is the 4th strength path Gu master he killed this month. Someone said in a low voice. Yutsang was a righteous Gu master and came from a small to medium-sized clan, Yu clan. Ever since Fang Yuan killed Tai Xiao, his aura had grown stronger, and he had repeatedly caused trouble for others. Kill demonic path or righteous path Gu masters. His ferocious might was awe-inspiring, and his murderous name shook a region. Centenarian boy's ears twitched. His senses were very sharp. He heard the name Little Beast King. His expression turned ugly. The sky tiger Xianxia that Fang Yuan had killed was one of his goddaughters. He had originally spread the word that he was going to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. However, after Fang Yuan killed Tai Xiao, he immediately ceased all activities. They stopped talking about Fang Yuan. Little Beast King might be strong, but he also obtained the help of 3 kings' inheritance. He knows a lot of secrets regarding the inheritance. Thus, every time he enters the inheritance, his gains are much greater than ours. Li Xian, you transacted with him, so you know his situation very well. Is there such a thing? Rock Lizard Li Chang suddenly said loudly. Li Xian nodded. There is indeed such a thing. These few months, Little Beast King has sold some of the secrets of 3 kings' inheritance many times. 9 out of 10 of his intelligence reports were true, and all of them had been verified. For example, the first half of King Xian inheritance interferes with the hairy men's Gu refinement. There are also some experiences of King Quan inheritance. Little Beast King definitely has many important secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. His luck has arrived, he really struck it rich this time. Relying on 3 kings' inheritance, his battle strength is getting stronger and stronger. Right now, he is one of the most popular candidates to inherit 3 kings' inheritance. Fiery Star Bao Tong said while drinking, his tone filled with envy and jealousy. Fang Jing is getting stronger and stronger, he is also increasing his Gu worms. These few months he has been working together with Bai Ning Bing, they are simply a pair of adulterous husband and wife. These two are colluding with each other, who knows how many people have fallen victim to their treacherous schemes. Little Beast King's ambition is huge. Ever since he entered Xianxia Mountain, he has been challenging strength path Gu masters everywhere. Recently, he even declared that he wants to become the #1 strength path person and restore the glory of the ancient strength path. Fortunately, I am not a strength path Gu master, everyone discussed fervently. Fang Yuan only took the initiative to deal with strength path Gu masters. This caused strength path Gu masters to feel danger, while Gu masters of other paths watched from the sidelines with a gloating attitude. Fang Yuan might be arrogant, but he did not provoke public anger. Firstly, he had strong battle strength and could fly, he was not easy to deal with. Secondly, he leaked a lot of information about 3 kings' inheritance, causing many people to curry favor with him. Thirdly, he only dealt with strength path Gu masters, only one type of people, he did not blindly provoke all Gu masters. Lord 100 Years, you have to be careful. I remember you are also a strength path Gu master, right? Fang Jing, that barbarian, when he acts tyrannically, he is really unreasonable, fierce and tyrannical. Rock Lizard Li Chang looked deeply at Century Boy, seemingly advising him with good intentions. Century Boy sighed inwardly. How could he have expected Fang Yuan to be so ferocious? Sigh, talented people appear in every generation. These days there are many talents. A few years ago there was Mo Tian, and now there is Little Beast King. This world is getting harder and harder, it is not easy to be a godfather. Century Boy thought this in his heart, but his mouth was still unyielding. If heaven wants a person to die, it will first make him crazy. This Little Beast King is getting crazier and crazier, he is not far from death. He killed my goddaughter Xianxia, I will find him for revenge sooner or later. But there is no rush, after 3 kings' inheritance is over, I will slowly settle the score with him. The urgent matter now is still 3 kings' inheritance. Saying so, he turned to his godsons and goddaughters at the banquet. You also need to understand the principle of priority. 3 kings' inheritance is a once-in-100 years opportunity, it is an extremely rare opportunity. You need to grasp it as much as possible, if you miss it, you will regret it for life. The implication was that they should also avoid conflict with the Little Beast King. Godfather is right. Godfather's words are too reasonable, it is thought-provoking. That's right, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. This little beast king won't be able to jump around for long. He killed Tai Bashio and chased after Tai clan's young master. Wait until he gets through Tai clan's pursuit. I heard that Tai clan's people have already secretly come to Xianxia mountain. Godfather, when I cultivate to rank 4, I will be able to deal with Little Beast King even without Godfather's help. Little Beast King won't be happy for long. Under my thunderclap goo, his corpse will be preserved. These goddaughters and godsons spoke one after another. Some expressed their loyalty, as if they were willing to go through fire and water for Century Boy. Some even flattered, saying that Century Boy disdained to deal with Fang Yuan. Some judged the situation and said that Fang Yuan's joy would not last long. Good, you are all my good children. Godfather's guidance was not in vain. Century Boy laughed heartily. Just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the cave. Century Boy, Fangjing is here, come out. The noisy and lively banquet that had just been toasting each other suddenly became deathly silent. Little Beast King. Why did he come to find them? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Especially Century Boy's godsons and goddaughters, they were dazed, not knowing what to do, not daring to make a sound. That's right, this is Little Beast King's voice, it seems he has indeed arrived. Li Xian held back his laughter and broke the silence. Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the others put down their wine cups, their expressions grave. Century Boy slammed his wine cup on the table and shouted towards the outside of the cave while gritting his teeth. I am here, what business does Little Beast King have? Outside the cave, Fang Yuan's voice immediately came. Humph, Century Boy, you set up a banquet and invited heroes from all over, but you did not even invite me? Are you looking down on me? Don't apologize, it is already too late. Since you are also a strength path Gu master, come out and compete with me. When the Century Boy heard this, he was shocked and angry at the same time. Fang Yuan's appearance made him apprehensive. Fang Yuan's arrogance made him furious. Fang Yuan's words made it seem like he was really going to apologize, making him angry. But Century Boy did not want to fight with Fang Yuan. He looked around and shouted angrily, Little Beast King, don't be too arrogant. You've come looking for trouble like this. You're too arrogant. You're simply looking down on all the heroes here today. I will tell you the truth, Lord Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Star Bao Tong and the Demonic Path's sharp young master Li Xian are here. Are you courting death? Once he said this, everyone's expression changed. They cursed Century Boy in their hearts for being sinister, wanting to drag them all into the water. But Fang Yuan continued, Century Boy, you are a coward, but the people you invited are all heroes. Let me make it clear to you that I'm here to look for trouble. I am not looking for trouble with others, but I am specifically looking for trouble with you. I want to restore the glory of the ancient times and rebuild the glory of Strength Path. You little rascal who ruined the reputation of Strength Path, come and accept your death. Li Chong heard this and his solemn expression immediately eased up. Fang Yuan's intention of coming was only for Century Boy. This made his mind slightly relaxed. I didn't expect Little Beast to also know of my name. Wang De, Bao Tong stroked his beard with a complacent expression. Li Xian chuckled and looked at the centenarian boy. He made up his mind to sit on the sidelines and watch the fire burn. Chapter 373. Fang Yuan scolded again, causing Century Boy's anger to burn even more fiercely as he thought. Little Beast King might be strong, but the reason he killed Tai Bashio was because he had the advantage of flying. He is so young he has not eaten as much as I have eaten salt. As long as I focus on defending and do not be greedy, there will not be any danger to my life. In public, Century Boy could only force himself to maintain his dignity. If he avoided the battle, the reputation he had painstakingly built up over the years would be lost. If I really cannot hold on, I will escape back to the cave. There are so many people in this banquet, even Fangjing would not dare to come in. But what is annoying is that these people were saying such nice words earlier, but at the crucial moment, none of them can be relied on. Century Boy fiercely stared at his godsons and goddaughters, feeling angry and disappointed. Speaking of which, among these children he recognized, Xianxia had the highest cultivation and was the most promising, but unfortunately she was killed by Fang Yuan. Little Beast King, you are too arrogant and tyrannical. Today I will let you know that the older, the wiser. Century Boy walked out of the cave and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting furiously. His appearance was like a child, but his tone was old and full of vicissitudes. It was extremely strange. Less nonsense, take my move. Fang Yuan saw Century Boy and sneered. He took a step forward, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, creating a storm of blood as he pounced forward. All-out effort Gu. Instantly, Beast Phantom soared as Fang Yuan's strength rose sharply. Bam bam bam. Muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding could be heard one after another. Outside the cave, the figures of two Strength Path Gu masters were entangled. Both were fighting in close combat, fiercely attacking and punching. After fighting for a while, the two were already 100 steps away. Wherever it went, rocks were sent flying, trees were toppled, and dust and leaves were sent flying all over the place. The Gu masters in the banquet had already rushed out of the cave, watching the battle from the side. Bitter strength Gu. Fang Yuan gave up on defense. The heavier his injuries, the stronger the strength he could display. Suddenly there was a bull's cry. Above his head, a huge green ox phantom rose. This green ox was huge, twice the size of an elephant. Its back bulged high, thick and solid and was covered in moss. This was the Kunlun ox. It was an existence that could rival the Biao, Dracophant, Thunder Boar and Rock Crocodile. Fang Yuan struck out with the Kunlun ox strength. This strike was powerful and heavy. Even the air exploded, bringing with it the whistling of wind and thunder. The centenarian boy was caught off guard and was sent flying far away. His small body was like a ball as he crashed into a dozen tall trees. Only then did it stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. It was actually the Kunlun ox strength. The little beast king's strength had increased again. Sentry boy, I killed your goddaughter Xianxia. Haven't you always wanted revenge? Today I will give you this chance. Fang Yuan laughed mockingly and charged forward again. Little beast king, you are too arrogant. Take this. Sentry boy was so angry that his face turned red. His eyebrows were raised. He received Fang Yuan's attack and counterattacked. Sentry boy was, after all, a demonic cultivator who had lived for close to 200 years. He had some skills and also had many hidden trump cards. When he truly erupted, Fang Yuan also felt the pressure and was on the verge of being suppressed by Sentry boy. Strength Chi Gu. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's shoulders shook as he exerted Strength Chi. The Thunder Boar Phantom was attached to the Strength Chi and immediately turned into a solid body, charging towards Sentry Boy. Sentry Boy could only dodge for the time being. Fang Yuan followed behind the Thunder Boar and launched a fierce attack. Sentry Boy's counterattack dissipated like a puff of smoke. Fang Yuan's battle experience was increasing and he was becoming more adept at using this set of Gu worms. In the past, he could not use Strength Chi Gu while fighting in close combat. But now, after dozens of battles, he could already coordinate his battle tactics with the beast phantoms. Thunder Boar was simple and fierce. When it charged, rocks and mountains crumbled when it encountered them. Rock Crocodile was unyielding, its tail was like a steel whip and its mouth was like a saw, overflowing with a savage aura. Kunlun Bull was even more courageous, its horns pointed in all directions and its back was like a mountain rock. Once these three mutated beast phantoms were activated, Sentry Boy would be badly battered and flustered. The beast phantoms turning into solid form was a huge threat to Sentry Boy. But even if he destroyed the beast phantoms, he only destroyed a trace of Strength Chi. When Fang Yuan activated Strength Chi Gu again, the beast phantoms would reappear, full of vigor and vitality. Fortunately, Little Beast King's three mutated beast phantoms can only be summoned by luck. His all-out effort Gu is only rank 3 and cannot activate these mutated beast phantoms. Sentry Boy was firmly suppressed by Fang Yuan, but he rejoiced in his heart. Fang Yuan had raised the Boar, Crocodile and Green Bull phantoms to Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull respectively. This caused his overall battle strength to rise. However, there was also a disadvantage. His all-out effort Gu was only rank 3 and could not activate these three rank 4 mutated beast phantoms as he wished. Unless Fang Yuan obtained undefeated 100 battles Gu from King Xian inheritance and raised all-out effort Gu to rank 4. Godfather's situation is getting worse. Should we make a move? Are you courting death? The battle between these two is so intense, before we even join in, we will be turned into minced meat. Strong, truly too strong. Among us, only Flying Sky Tiger has the qualifications to join the battle. Unfortunately, she was killed by Fang Jing long ago. Then are we just going to watch like this? What are you afraid of? Is Godfather so easy to deal with? He definitely has some other methods. Outside the cave, Sentry Boy's godsons and goddaughters looked at the intense battle in front of them, their hearts trembling and their limbs turning cold. Sentry Boy's body was small and his fighting style was crafty. He dodged all around and focused on attacking small areas, his fists and legs exploding out with explosive force. But Fang Yuan was bold and unrestrained, his legs were like spears, his arms were like huge rods and his legs were like huge rods. From time to time, there would even be explosive sounds. The momentum was fierce and powerful. Sentry Boy was at a disadvantage, his space to maneuver was getting smaller and smaller. These months, Fang Yuan's goo worms had improved again. Not only did he raise the Green Bull Phantom to Kunlun Bull Phantom. At the same time he also used Essence Iron Bone Goo, the hardness of his bones rose again, 2 to 3 times stronger than before. Besides these, he also used Golden Steel Tendon Goo, forging his tendons and tendons into the toughness of golden steel. Ancient Bronze Skin, Essence Iron Bones, Golden Steel Tendon. These 3 defenses linked together and reflected off each other, greatly increasing Fang Yuan's defense. Together with Golden Shield Goo, it was enough to deal with the full strength of a rank 4 peak stage Goo master. Sentry Boy became more shocked as he fought. This little beast king, how can he be so shrewd? I was suppressed by him from the start. How many times did I try? I can't even turn the situation around. Is he still a young man? How can such a person only be in his 20s? Sentry Boy recalled his appearance when he was in his 20s, and compared to Fang Yuan, he felt that he had wasted all these years. No, I have to retreat. This little beast king. I can't use common sense to estimate him. No wonder Tai Ba Xiu died in his hands. Up until now he has not used Bone Wings Goo. Sentry Boy was suppressed by Fang Yuan to the point where he could barely breathe. After thinking for a while he had the intention to retreat. His figure suddenly changed and he ran towards the cave. Sentry Boy, are you afraid? Fang Yuan activated Charging Crash Goo. He chased relentlessly. Sentry Boy, with me here, where are you going? Bai Ning Bing suddenly jumped into the battlefield, blocking in front of Sentry Boy. You. Sentry Boy's attention was placed on Fang Yuan. How could he have expected Bai Ning Bing to suddenly appear beside him and make a move? Caught off guard, he was hit by Bai Ning Bing's attack and lost his footing. How could Fang Yuan let go of such a good opportunity? A series of fierce attacks. His luck was good. Thunder Boar, Rock Crocodile and Kunlun Bull, these 3 beast phantoms. They fiercely attacked together. The tremendous power surged like the sea, instantly knocking out the Sentry Boy. Sentry Boy did not even have time to scream before his leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan and torn into 2. Ah. Godfather, you died so tragically, Lord Sentry Boy. At once, under everyone's shocked cries, blood splattered, white bones could be seen, and organs fell to the ground one after another. Haha, what Sentry Boy, he is only SOSO. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Blood splattered all over his face, he stared at the people in front of him and shouted unhappily, "What are you shouting for?" Sentry Boy fled in the face of danger. He is as cowardly as a mouse, he is simply a disgrace to the strength path, he deserved to die. Suddenly, his expression relaxed and he laughed. Everyone here is a reasonable person, no one helped this shameless person. Come, let's go in and drink. Li Xian, are you interested in the information regarding the inheritance of the 3 kings? I still have a deal to make with you. Everyone was shocked and worried but also curious. They were shocked because Fang Yuan was like a demon god descending to the world, he killed another famous person, his strength was even more terrifying. They were worried because Fang Yuan killed people like they were grass, he just killed a person, he laughed loudly and talked wittily, he did not care about human lives at all. Anyone would feel pressured when interacting with such a person. They were curious because Fang Yuan knew the secret of the inheritance of the 3 kings, and now wanted to make a deal with Li Xian. Would he be able to obtain some information regarding the 3 kings' legacy from him? Everyone's thoughts were complicated, they hesitated for a moment. Fang Yuan walked with his head held high, he walked side by side with Bai Ning Bing, and directly entered the cave. The people who were originally blocking the entrance subconsciously made way for the 2 of them. Fang Yuan walked into the banquet and sat on the main seat with a flourish. This seat was originally occupied by Sentry Boy. Sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Whoever dares to leave is not giving me little beast king face. Fang Yuan's fierce eyes swept around, his mouth uttering undisguised threats. Rock Lizard Li Chong, Fiery Firestar Bao Tong and the others were only rank 4 upper stage, they dared not say anything and could only sit down. In the ice-cold silence, everyone looked at each other, worried that Fang Yuan would suddenly kill people, they could only sit down. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. Since everyone is giving me face, I will sell it to everyone. Next, he casually mentioned a piece of information regarding the protection token of the 3 kings' inheritance. Chapter 374. So there's still such a chance of survival in the inheritance of the three kings. If I get the token, I'll definitely be able to do as I please and not have to retreat in advance. Bao Tong sighed. Li Chang took the initiative to raise his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Little beast, Wang Da's words are really worth 1,000 gold. This cup of wine celebrates you for killing Century Boy, the scum of the strength path. Just now, Li Chang was still conversing with Century Boy. Now that it was Fang Yuan, he immediately changed his words and labeled Century Boy as a scum. Haha, you flatter me. Fang Yuan did not raise his cup. Instead, he looked at Century Boy's godchildren and waved his hand impatiently. Today I've killed the culprit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you guys live. If you don't want to stay, get lost. Get lost, get lost. You're an eyesore. With Century Boy's death, these godchildren were already anxious. When they heard this, they could not help but look at each other. What? Stay, do you want me to kill you? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Immediately the crowd was in an uproar. Many people left pathetically, and the banquet was instantly half empty. However, a small portion of Centenary Boy's godchildren remained. Lord Fangjing, you're my savior. One of the godsons suddenly knelt down and shouted with tears and snot mixed together, I was forced by that centenarian boy to acknowledge a thief as my father. Lord Little Beast King, you are mighty and domineering. You saved me from the water and fire. You are my savior. Little Beast, Wang Da, your valiance has completely conquered my heart. Please let me stay and accompany you and serve you. A beautiful goddaughter pleaded delicately. Little Beast, Wang Da, you saved me from disaster. I'll never forget your great kindness. Please let me call you Godfather. An old man in his 70s or 80s knelt on the ground and shouted emotionally. Whoosh. In an instant, everyone fell to their knees in front of Fang Yuan. With the death of Century Boy, the leader of this group of forces was gone, and they immediately fell apart. Most of them escaped, while others changed their ways and wanted to rely on Fang Yuan. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed out loud. What a pleasant speech. Not bad, not bad. Joy also appeared on the faces of the group of godchildren. But then Fang Yuan stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He shouted in a low voice, a bunch of flatterers. Killing was killing and evil was evil. What was there to be grateful about? I have never disdained such hypocritical praise. I like to kill, I like to sin, listen how direct. How pure. All of you get lost as well. If you want revenge, hurry up and accumulate your strength. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. The godchildren were astonished. Terrified, they were all stunned. Fang Yuan snorted through his nose. With a thought, the beast shadow pounced forward. One person was killed on the spot. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and screamed in unison. They fled out of the cave in a sorry state, pissing their pants in fear. The Gu masters who stayed behind had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan was temperamental and killed people at the slightest provocation, causing the people around him to feel pressured. Century Boy might be hateful, but compared to him he was many times cuter. Only Bai Ning Bing sat on the left side of Fang Yuan, her blue eyes half closed and her expression as calm as ice. Li Chang had been holding his wine cup without putting it down. At this moment he forgot about the awkwardness and forced a smile. Little Beast Wang Da people, we need to eliminate the roots when cutting weeds. If we let these people go, what if they become famous in the future? To be safe, it is better to kill them all. Little Beast Wang Da people, it doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them, I remember. Let me kill these people on your behalf as thanks for the information just now. It's fine, it's fine. Fang Yuan leaned back on the chair, smiling lightly. He naturally had his own plans for letting these people go, but he could not say it out loud. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said, I walk the demonic path and have never been afraid of offending people. As long as I continue to get stronger, what is revenge? If 10 people take revenge, I will kill 10 people. If 100 people take revenge, I will kill 100 people. If the whole world takes revenge, I will kill the whole world. If my revenge is successful, it proves that I am not strong enough, did not work hard enough and slacked off in my cultivation. I deserve to die. As Fang Yuan said this, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. He looked left and right like a ferocious tiger, no one dared to look him in the eye. Little Beast King is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. This Fangjing's demonic nature is too strong. Not afraid of revenge, not afraid of death, putting life and death aside. Fangjing has gone crazy, his mentality is not normal at all. Being enemies with such a person is definitely a nightmare. Everyone heard Fang Yuan's words and felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan succeeded in intimidating everyone, so he stopped before going too far. He smiled and said, "Let's drink." Everyone raised their wine cups, trembling with fear, as if they were accompanied by a man-eating tiger. Thinking of their own safety, the wine became tasteless. But following that, Fang Yuan talked about the inheritance of the three kings and exposed many secrets. Everyone's attention was completely attracted as they secretly listened to the secrets one by one. Many people were so excited that their breathing became heavy. Only Li Xian was worried and bewildered. What is this little beast king planning? He actually took the initiative to expose this precious information. What is he trying to do? After an hour, the banquet ended. Fang Yuan killed Centenarian Boy, occupied his nest, and even hosted the banquet. And the others were still not satisfied. They all felt that this trip was worthwhile. When they walked out of the cave, they were even somewhat reluctant to leave. They wanted to hear more information from Fang Yuan's mouth. As for the original host of the banquet, that Centenarian Boy, his torn corpse was still on the ground. Blood had already seeped into the ground, and the deathly white bones emitted a cold light under the moonlight. Everyone talked and laughed as they walked past his corpse. No one cast a glance at this loser. This was the ending of a demonic path loser. Winner takes all, loser takes all. All demonic path Gu masters more or less had this kind of awareness. It was drizzling in the sky. Cold wind blew in the gloomy sky. The drizzle fell on the young girl's hair, shoulders, back, and even her whole body. Young Master Ruanan, the dead cannot come back to life. Please restrain your grief. The leader of the Tai clan's 4 old-timers stood behind the young girl and consoled her with concern. But the young girl did not speak. Her eyes that were as bright as stars were now listless and empty, no longer having the resolute and sharp gaze of the past. Tai Ruanan dazedly looked at the tombstones in front of her. These tombstones were cut pieces of mountain rocks, carved with the names of the hibernators. Tai Mu, Tai Dao Ku, Tai Xianhua, Tai Aokai, Tai Baxio. Each of these names could draw out the deepest and most vivid memories in Tai Ruanan's heart. But the companions who had fought alongside her and moved forward together had already become the coldest corpses on the ground. Just like Tai Ruanan's heart, there was no longer any warmth. I harmed you all. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a leader. You all died, but I lived alone. I'm a coward. All of this is like a nightmare, Father. I have lost face for you. Tai Ruanan fell into deep self-blame, and other than that, there was also regret and confusion. This proud child of heaven, after experiencing the pain of losing her father, worked hard to climb up, like a rising star of the righteous path, receiving the attention and blessings of countless people. But in a battle several months ago, Fang Yuan personally smashed this rising star to the bottom of the valley, turning her into a dark and gloomy corner, smashing on the ground and covered in cracks like a gray meteorite. Sigh. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, Tai Xianxia, sighed deeply as he looked at the thin and frail back of the young girl in the dark rain. But at this time, an old voice softly resounded behind him. It has already been several months. Is this child Ruanan still like this? Tai Xianxia was horrified. Who was it to be so close to him, but he did not sense it? At that moment, his hair stood on end. He turned around at lightning speed, subconsciously wanting to attack. However, a skinny hand gently rested on his shoulder, and at the same time a voice said, "Xuanji, don't be impatient." Tai Xianxi's body immediately stiffened. The boiling primeval sea in his aperture was enveloped by a powerful invisible force. It was as if a huge mountain that was thousands of feet tall had suddenly pressed down. The head of Tai clan's 4 old-timers, rank 4 upper stage Tai Xianxia, was unable to move at this moment. His whole body was restrained, like an insect trapped in amber. But when he saw the appearance of the person who came, Tai Xianxi's heart was filled with fear and despair, before turning into wild joy. "Ah, it's you, old clan leader," Tai Xianxia blurted out. At this moment, the bony old man standing in front of him was the previous clan leader of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai. "I have already abdicated the position of clan leader. I'm no longer an elder now, Xianxia, you can call me Mu Bai." The old man gently waved his hand, smiling as he said, "How can Junior dare to call old clan leader by his name?" Tai Xianxia bowed deeply, respectfully greeting the old man. Towards this old man, Tai Xianxi's heart was filled with reverence and admiration. A name is only a code. The name Tai Mu Bai was originally used to address someone. There is nothing wrong with it. The old man's tone was indifferent. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. He had already seen through fame and fortune. Tai Xianxia wanted to speak, but the old man waved his hand, slowly walking up to Tai Ruanan. He stood in front of the tombstone, his back facing Tai Ruanan. Next, he stretched out his hand, caressing the surface of the tombstone, sighing softly, "Tai clansmen are buried where they die. This is a rule that has been set since Tai clan was founded. Do you know why?" Tai Ruanan was still half kneeling on the ground, as if she did not hear anything, indifferent. Chapter 375. Tai Ruanan's gaze moved as she slowly raised her head, looking at this old man who she did not know, but gave her an incomparably intimate feeling. Our Tai clan since its establishment has always been resolute and righteous, known throughout the world. For generations, Tai clan has defended justice and attacked criminals. Countless people have shed their blood and sacrificed themselves like this. The Tai clan men who died here today will not be the first batch, nor will they be the last. Do you understand? The old man continued. Tai Ruanan opened her mouth wanting to speak, but did not say anything. "I feel gratified because these people did not die in vain. But I also feel disappointed because you have lived in vain. Tai Ruanan, do you know the criminals are still roaming free, still causing harm to the world? As for that little beast King Fangjing." When Tai Mu Bai said this, he paused for a moment. He turned around and faced Tai Ruanan, asking, "Do you want to uphold justice?" Tai Ruanan looked at the old man in front of her, finally recognizing his identity. Tai Mu Bai, rank 5 peak stage. Tai clan's previous clan leader roamed southern border, dominating an area. During his time he forged Tai clan like an iron bucket, suppressing Wu clan, Shang clan and other clans, becoming the leader of the righteous path, causing the demonic path to tremble in fear. Tai Ruanan's lifeless eyes shone with a spark. She squeezed out a word from her hoarse throat. "Yes." "Very good." The old man nodded, his gaze was calm and his tone was still indifferent. "From today onwards I will teach you Metal Path, the Gu path that our Tai clan Gu masters used to surpass southern border." 8 days later, 3 kings' inheritance opened again. Red, yellow and blue pillars of light shot out. They pierced through the clouds, visible for 1,000 li. But on Xianxia mountain there was silence. There was no sound at all. Be it the righteous path or demonic path, countless people were looking at the peak. There, an ordinary-looking skinny old man with a face full of wrinkles and white hair was standing calmly with his hands behind his back. Not far from him, Yihua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Shintong all had ashen expressions. Just now this old man in front of them. He suppressed the 5 of them together. He had easily defeated them. Strong, he is too strong. Tai Mu Bai, the previous patriarch of the Tai clan. He's still alive. That's amazing. Was this the power of rank 5 peak stage? Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest were simply not enough. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. I didn't expect the Tai family to send their old patriarch. Now whatever Shang clan or Wu clan, none of them will be Tai clan's match. This is an older generation Gu master expert. Little Beast King isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Back then he roamed the southern border unhindered. Under his leadership the Tai family was in the limelight. It has even surpassed the Wu clan and is about to become the leader of the righteous path. He is one of the most powerful patriarchs in the history of the Tai clan. He was the glory of the Tai clan, the role model of the righteous path, and the symbol of justice. His battle achievements are dazzling and even today they do not fade. After a short period of silence, there was a burst of violent noise on Xianxia mountain. There were praises, cheers and cries of fear. Tai Mu Bai's appearance caused the situation of Xianxia mountain to completely change. Another 3 days later there was news. It turned out that divine thief Lu Xuanfeng had caused a ruckus in the Tai clan, sneaking into the demon suppression tower several times and alerting Tai Mu Bai who was in closed-door cultivation. Tai Mu Bai personally made a move, and even though Lu Xuanfeng was a famous divine thief and was also a rank 5 Gu master, he was heavily injured and barely managed to escape with his life. After Tai clan settled down, they focused their attention on Xianxia mountain. Tai Ba Xiu's death made all the higher-ups of Tai clan furious. Just as they were about to send their generals to reinforce the 4 old-timers of Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai took the initiative to suggest going out for a walk. He came to Xianxia mountain and used his peak strength to easily defeat both righteous and demonic experts. Even Yihua, Kong Ri Tian and the rest had no choice but to concede defeat. From today onwards, all demonic Gu masters are not allowed to enter 3 kings' inheritance. Tai Mu Bai stood on the mountain peak. After defeating 5 rank 4 peak stage Gu masters, he publicly announced, He wanted to use his own strength to sweep away all the demonic Gu masters on Xianxia Mountain. The demonic Gu masters were all furious, but facing the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai, the strongest expert who stood at the peak of the mortal world, even if there were thousands of demonic Gu masters, they did not dare to resist. On that day, Kong Ri Tian and Long Qing Tian left the mountain with gloomy expressions. Behind them, Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the rest also left dejectedly. The heavenly Tao is vast, justice is glorious. Even if 3 kings' inheritance is a demonic inheritance, it can still contribute strength to our righteous path. Everyone, as long as we work together and gather the sparks together, the light will blossom and cover the whole of Xianxia Mountain. There will be no more darkness. Tai Mu Bai said sincerely and slowly took a step forward, entering 3 kings' inheritance. Intense cheers resounded on Xianxia Mountain. The Righteous Path members were all joyful and celebrated, their voices were like endless waves. This time, the opening of 3 kings' inheritance lasted for more than half a month. Tai Mu Bai single-handedly changed the situation on Xianxia Mountain, allying with the Righteous Path to expel the demonic path, causing the winds and clouds to change. His old body displayed the majestic and domineering aura of the former Tai clan leader. The demonic path members were all expelled, but they were unwilling to leave, so they could only surround Xianxia Mountain and watch as the 3 light pillars became thinner. After the inheritance closed, Tai Mu Bai set up a banquet and invited close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters. The open-air banquet covered a large area of the mountain. Gu masters used mountain rocks as tables and chairs and sat on the ground. Wine and food were fragrant and laughter could be heard. Junior Yihua offers a toast to Senior. Yihua stood up, holding a wine cup with both hands and bowing deeply towards Tai Mu Bai who was sitting on the main seat. Among the few great clans, Shang clan has always had many talented people. I heard Shang clan is now under Shang Yanfei's control? Shang Yanfei has been a genius since young, you are also not bad. Take a seat. Tai Mu Bai took a sip and said. With his seniority, Shang Yanfei was also a junior. With his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, even if Shang Yanfei was an astonishing genius, he was also inferior. Yihua could only nod and slowly sit down, heaving a long sigh in his heart. Tai Mu Bai's arrival. This already meant that his plan to dominate Xianxia Mountain had failed. Facing this expert of the older generation, Yihua could only look at his back and had no way of contending with him. Old clan leader Tai, I represent Yi-clan to congratulate you for coming out of closed cultivation. Yi-clan's elder Yi-chong had a fiery temper, but right now in front of Tai Mu Bai, he behaved like an obedient grandson. Gu immortals were always elusive and elusive. To most people, a rank 4 Gu master was a lord who ruled over a region. And a rank 5 Gu master was an emperor who stood at the peak of the mortal world. Tai Mu Bai coming out of closed cultivation was like an emperor coming out for an inspection. The lords could only bow their backs and come to see him. Old clan leader Tai, you are the glory of our southern border righteous path. You are as majestic as ever. With just one sentence, you made close to 10,000 demonic scoundrels retreat helplessly. This junior is full of admiration for you. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Fangjing escaped very quickly. A few days before you came, he had already escaped from Xianxia Mountain. On the other side, Wu Shintong said in a sinister tone. You are talking about Little Beast King, right? Tai Mu Bai smiled lightly, not getting angry. This little guy is very outstanding, I have heard of his deeds. Very amazing. Working alone, starting from scratch. Rising like lightning, becoming a rising star of the demonic path. He seems reckless and unreasonable, but he planned before taking action, an expert in scheming. Tai clan's few youths died in his hands, it was not unjust. Tai Mu Bai continued to speak. His words were shocking. As the victim, the Tai clan leader who had his dignity offended, actually praised his enemy in front of everyone. Rumor has it that the Tai family's patriarch has a fiery temper and hates evil. Why is it that after meeting him, he is different from the rumors, instead gentle and refined, not affected by flattery or humiliation? Wu Shintong was inwardly shocked. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Tai Mu Bai's gaze. This gaze was filled with vicissitudes of life, deep and unfathomable, containing the wisdom of seeing through the mortal world. Wu Shintong felt his schemes being seen through by this gaze, cold sweat broke out all over his body, he could not speak anymore. Do you find it strange? Tai Mu Bai looked around, smiling as he spoke. I am the glory of Tai clan, why would I publicly praise an enemy of Tai clan? Praising the enemy, this is called boosting the enemy's prestige and destroying your own morale. But how can the morale of a person with ambition be destroyed by a few words? Only by appreciating your enemy can you discover their strong points, be wary of your own weaknesses, and treat your enemy more seriously. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom. Tai Ruanan, who was standing behind Tai Mu Bai, shook when she heard this. She knew that most of Tai Mu Bai's words were directed at her. After Tai Mu Bai came out of the inheritance, he had been guiding her these days. He taught her metal pathgu worms, taught her how to use them, and also taught her the philosophy of life. Don't be blinded by hatred, your eyes are filled with wisdom. Go and admire your enemy. Tai Ruanan pondered over these words, pondering in her heart. Ruanan, what do you think of Fangzheng? Tai Mu Bai suddenly asked. Yes. Tai Ruanan took a step forward, reporting, although I am filled with hatred, I have to admit that Fangzheng is an outstanding person. He dares to take risks, but also plans carefully before taking action. Although he is a strength pathgu master, he definitely has powerful and unusual investigative methods. This can be seen from him intercepting us. Tai Ba Xiu and I have chosen such a secretive route. Everyone else was kept in the dark, only Fang Yuan detected it and intercepted us. Lord Old Clan Leader, you came to Sansha Mountain secretly, no one knows, only Fangzheng left in advance. Little Beast King, although he is in the limelight, he hides himself deeply, he cannot be underestimated. Very good, your analysis is good. Tai Mu Bai nodded, showing admiration in his eyes. He continued, in this world there is one thing more precious than life. That is glory. Since time immemorial, there was a Ren Zhu crown prince, verdant great son, who gave up his life in pursuit of glory. Ruanan, this Fangzheng is your mission. Arrest him or kill him, and your shame will be washed away, becoming a glory that belongs to you. Many people call me Tai Clan's glory, but let me tell you, Tai Clan's glory is not mine alone, it is all of you, generations after generations of defending it. Tai Mu Bai said this, turning his gaze towards everyone, his voice becoming sonorous. Similarly, the glory of the righteous path is also defended by all of us. Come, drink this cup, let the glory of justice shine on the world, like the radiance of the sun, let the darkness retreat, let the demonic path cease to exist. Let the darkness retreat. Let the demonic path cease to exist. Close to 10,000 righteous Gu masters raised their cups, shouting in unison. Their voices were grand, spreading over 1,000 li, causing countless demonic cultivators' expressions to change. Damn it, this Tai Mu Bai. Even time cannot wash away Tai Clan's glory. Truly terrifying. Chapter 376. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 2, Section 3, The sunlight of the immemorial era shone upon all living beings. Swish, the summer cicadas were noisy, the noise emitted the heat of life. And the dense green trees formed a large area of shade, swaying along with the wind. A large vat of wine was placed in front of verdant great sun, but he frowned, not having the desire to drink. Divine Travel Gu, O Divine Travel Gu, you have caused me trouble. Even though I have wine now, I do not dare to drink. I am afraid that after I get drunk, you will bring me to another dangerous place. Verdant great sun sighed in distress. The previous 2 times, Divine Travel Gu had brought him to ordinary abyss, and the other time, he had been brought into the frying pan of the hairy men. Fortunately, his luck was good and he narrowly escaped death both times. Divine Travel Gu said, Human Crown Prince, I did not intentionally harm you. Actually, every time it was because you were drunk and used my strength. I am also innocent, moreover, I saved your life once, didn't I? Divine Travel Gu had indeed saved Verdant Great Sun from the Tiger Stripe Bee once. Verdant Great Sun's expression was dejected. Sigh. Let's not talk about the past. Now because of you, I do not dare to drink wine. My life has become boring. Divine Travel Gu heard his words and felt ashamed. Since it is like this, I will teach you a method. First, go to the sky. In the azure sky of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, pluck a jade bamboo that grows in the jade sky. Then go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens and at night, collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments. Next, at dawn, fly to the sky and use the glory of the morning sun to turn me into fixed immortal Travel Gu. After I become that Gu, I will no longer bring you around when you are drunk. Verdant Great Sun heard this and was overjoyed. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt the hope was slim. Gu. I am born with my feet on the ground, I am not as light as the clouds, nor do I have the wings of a bird, how can I fly to the azure sky and pluck the jade bamboo? And how can I collect the 8-pointed diamonds from the starlight fragments? It is even more impossible to fly to the morning sun. Divine Travel Gu said, that's right, humans cannot fly. But it doesn't matter, we can ask Wisdom Gu. Its intelligence is unfathomable, it will definitely have a way. Verdant Great Sun and Wisdom Gu had been friends for a long time. The reason why Verdant Great Sun drank wine was it was Wisdom Gu who taught him. But Wisdom Gu had taught him to drink so that he would not be bothered by it. Sensing that Verdant Great Sun was looking for it, it promptly hid. Verdant Great Sun did not find Wisdom Gu and was very depressed. But Divine Travel Gu continued, if we can't find Wisdom Gu, we can go and find Cognition Gu. It is the mother of Wisdom Gu. Verdant Great Sun found Cognition Gu, looking for a way to fly. Cognition Gu said, you were right to find me because cognition has the wings of freedom. However, everyone's thinking is different. What kind of wings you can have will depend on you. Saying so, Cognition Gu let out a warm radiance enlightening Verdant Great Sunday. In the radiance, on Verdant Great Sun's back, a pair of pure white and slender wings grew out. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, as white as snow. There was not a single stain on it, just like the wings of a white pigeon. Cognition Gu took a glance and said, this pair of wings of yours is called self. Everyone has their own thoughts. This pair of wings is very flexible and also very free. But you have to be careful. Don't be too exposed to sunlight, otherwise the self will either expand or shrink. Young man, you have to remember my warning. The higher you fly, the harder you will fall. Cognition Gu said in a meaningful and heartfelt tone at the end. Verdant Great Sun obtained the cognition wings called self and was extremely happy, immediately flying towards the sky. He flew and flew higher and higher. Humans were born without the ability to fly. Flying freely like a bird gave Verdant Great Sun a new and interesting feeling. He played freely in the sky and was extremely happy. At the same time, he also remembered Cognition Gu's warning, never being exposed to sunlight excessively. Whenever it was sunny, he would fly into the clouds and hide. Just like this, Verdant Great Sun kept flying upwards, finally reaching the extreme heaven, the end of the azure sky. Over there, jade bamboos grew out of nowhere, spreading their dark green leaves and branches. These jade bamboos had their roots submerged in the void, and the tips of the bamboos also pierced into the void. From the outside, there was only a section of bamboo trunk at the center. Verdant Great Sun casually took one section. This dark green bamboo trunk looked like it was made of jade. It was the size of a palm, empty in the middle, and was cool and moist. Verdant Great Sun obtained this section of jade bamboo and was very happy. He continued to fly upwards. The sky of the immemorial era was divided into 9 layers: white heaven, red heaven, orange heaven, yellow heaven, green heaven, azure heaven, blue heaven, purple heaven, and black heaven. Verdant Great Sun plucked the jade bamboo in the azure sky. A few days later, he flew to an even higher layer of the blue sky. At night, the blue sky was filled with dazzling starlight. The stars were playing and moving, scattering down countless stardust. These stardust gathered into a sea. The silver starlight river flowed in the entire blue sky. Verdant Great Sun flapped the wings of cognition, diving into the starry river to roam. He searched painstakingly in the boundless stardust. He did not want those 7-edged and 16-edged stardust. He only wanted the 8-edged stardust. These stardust were like diamonds, sparkling and translucent, perfect and flawless. He searched for a long time and finally found one. On the second day, when the sun had just risen from the east, he flew towards the rising sun. The rising sun was like a bright red lantern, emitting warm light. This sunlight was not ordinary, it was the light of glory, able to shine on all living beings and penetrate the river of time. Verdant Great Sun held the jade bamboo in his left hand, and the 8-edged diamond stardust in his right hand, flying towards the rising sun while summoning Divine Travel Gu. Under the illumination of the light of glory, Divine Travel Gu swallowed the stardust and entered the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun, I need time to spin my cocoon and transform into a butterfly, finally becoming fixed Immortal Travel Gu. During this period of time, you have to keep flying towards the sun, don't break the radiance of glory. But you have to be even more careful, Cognition Gu had once said, pay attention to the pair of wings on your back. Once I transform into a butterfly, quickly fly to the clouds. Remember this, remember this. Divine Travel Gu reminded. Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily, oh Gu, don't worry. I even went through ordinary abyss, I was able to survive in the hairy men's territory, I obtained reputation Gu and even broke through vanity. Even the sunlight of glory cannot do anything to me. Then I can rest assured. Divine Travel Gu's voice gradually weakened, the bright sunlight gradually condensed into threads, forming a cocoon of light, wrapping Divine Travel Gu and the jade bamboo. Verdant Great Sun flapped his pure white wings, flying towards the sun. During this process the cocoon of light also became heavier and thicker. After a while the cocoon of light suddenly broke and a fluttering green butterfly flew out. I finally succeeded. From today onwards I am no longer Divine Travel Gu, but Fixed Immortal Travel Gu. Ha! Fixed Immortal Travel Gu flew around Verdant Great Sun, happily dancing, when it suddenly cried out, "Ah, not good. Verdant Great Sun, look at your wings." Under the illumination of the sunlight, Verdant Great Sun's wings had already expanded to 3 times their original size. "Don't make a fuss, I noticed it long ago. What does it matter? The bigger the wings, the stronger they are. I can fly higher and faster." Verdant Great Sun laughed heartily. "Quickly hide in the clouds, don't fly anymore." Fixed Immortal Travel Gu worriedly said. "No worries, no worries." Verdant Great Sun did not care. The wings on his back grew larger and larger, eventually becoming larger than his entire body. Verdant Great Sun's flying speed also became faster and faster. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu, what do you think is above the 9 heavens? He flew towards a higher altitude. Stop flying, stop flying. If you fall down I can't help you." Fixed Immortal Travel Gu was very worried. "What does it matter? How can I fall down? Look at my wings, they're so strong, so powerful." Verdant Great Sun had just retorted, when the wings on his back expanded to the limit, exploding. Losing his wings, Verdant Great Sun immediately fell down. Eventually he smashed on the ground, his body shattering into pieces. Renzu's eldest son died just like that. Southern border, Huatan Mountain. On a reddish-brown mountain rock, there was a jar of wine. Relying on the heat of Huatan Mountain, the wine was maintained at a certain temperature. Under the sunlight, Fang Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, sighing comfortably, "This cotton yeast wine is most suitable to be drunk warm." At the side, Bai Ningbing was also sitting, but she did not touch the wine in front of her, instead looking towards the direction of Xianxia Mountain. There, a 3-colored light pillar soared into the sky, piercing through the heavens. "You can actually drink wine?" Several months have already passed, 3 kings' inheritance has already opened twice. Tai Mu Bai controlled Xianxia Mountain and chased away all the demonic Gu masters. These few months we have been hiding on Huatan Mountain, are we just going to watch? Bai Ningbing said unhappily. She was not afraid of death, she only wanted to pursue the most exciting life. Maybe it was the stimulation from being trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, or maybe it was because Fang Yuan's strength had already surpassed her. These days she had been bitterly cultivating, not caring that her aptitude was getting higher and higher. In my opinion we can also enter 3 kings' inheritance. As long as we find the right opportunity, we can move when Tai Mu Bai and the rest enter the inheritance. With our strength, no one on Xianxia Mountain can stop us. Bai Ningbing's words were very radical. But Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled, waving his hand leisurely, "No rush, no rush." Tai Mu Bai is known as Tai Clan's glory, he is the previous clan leader with rank 5 peak stage cultivation, he is such a high and mighty person. Compared to him we are just the rats under his feet. Let him fly higher and higher. Finishing, he raised his wine cup and faced the direction of Xianxia Mountain. He faintly smiled and muttered, "Come, Senior Tai Mu Bai, Junior offers you a cup of wine." Chapter 377. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A tall crystal mountain stood in the center of the blessed land. It was called Danghun Mountain. It was pink in color, giving off a dreamy color. At this moment, the elite disciples of the 10 sects were like ants, trying their best to climb the mountain. Near the middle of the mountain, Fangjing was sweating profusely, his face was pale, his fingers tightly gripped the cliff as he panted heavily. As long as any living being was near Danghun Mountain, their souls would suffer the pain of being shaken. The higher Fangjing climbed, the more dizzy he felt, his soul felt like it was being blown by a strong wind, he felt like he was about to fall. "Ayaya, you can't hold on anymore? Then give up. Look at how far behind others you are, how can you win? Why don't you just give up, you have no hope anyway." Hu Immortal Land Spirit pouted, suddenly appearing beside Fangjing. Hu Immortal Land Spirit was like a little girl, her skin was white as snow, but also had a pink tint. A pair of large, black and shiny eyes exuded an innocent radiance. What was most eye-catching was behind her, but there was a snow-white foxtail, It was furry and very cute, making people want to play with it. At this moment, Immortal land spirit was sitting in the void, looking at Fangjing as she joked. Fangjing was not surprised. He had climbed from the foot of the mountain to his current height. Immortal land spirit had appeared a few times. Every time she came to watch the show, she was very mischievous. Fangjing had already found the secret to deal with her, that was to ignore her. As expected, Immortal land spirit saw Fangjing not speaking and felt bored. Her mouth pouted even more. "You stupid kid, so boring. Don't become my master, otherwise my life will be too boring. Hee, other people are more fun." Saying so, she suddenly disappeared, going to find other elite disciples to play with. After Immortal land spirit left, in Fangjing's aperture, the spirit incubating flea trembled slightly. Master Tenshuru's voice was heard. "Fangjing, persevere. Now is not the time for me to show up. You have to reach at least halfway up the mountain for us to have a chance of winning. Persevere. Persevere. The power of the soul could be excavated. You still have a lot of untapped potential." He heard his master's encouragement. Fangjing's slackened gaze regained its firmness. He replied in his heart, "Master, don't worry, I will persevere. I just want to rest and catch my breath." He paused for a moment. Fangjing asked again, "Master, I've always had a question. What exactly is a land spirit? Just now that Immortal land spirit was beside me, do you think if I catch her, I won't have to climb the mountain anymore?" Master Tenshuru was startled and quickly reprimanded, "You're really ignorant and fearless, kid. He even dared to have designs on the land spirit. Do you know how a land spirit is formed? That is a spirit body formed from the remnant will and soul fragments of a gu immortal after death, combined with the power of the blessed land." What, the land spirit was a gu immortal when it was alive? Fangjing was shocked. That's right. The Immortal land spirit you saw just now. She transformed from the previous Immortal after her death. But she no longer has any memories of her life, only her final obsession is left. Don't look at her harmless appearance. In this Immortal blessed land, she can freely manipulate the power of heaven and earth. She can directly contend against gu immortals. She can casually imprison any gu worm from rank 1 to rank 5. Only rank 6 immortal gu. Only then can she move freely in the blessed land. Fangjing, you are too daring. Climb the mountain obediently, don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Master Tenshuru lectured. Yes, master. I won't dare to do it again. Fangjing nodded, admitting his mistake in his heart. After lecturing Fangjing, Master Tenshuru's tone softened as he consoled and encouraged him. So do you understand now? As long as you can become the owner of the blessed land, you can obtain the loyalty of the land spirit. As long as it is in the blessed land, the land spirit is an existence comparable to a gu immortal. Fangjing was stupefied. What kind of powerful assistance was this? It was like obtaining the assistance of a gu immortal. Master Tenshuru continued, however, the land spirit cannot leave the blessed land in the end. The true essence of immortal inheritance lies in this vast blessed land. Fangjing, your level is still too low, there are too many things you don't know. Wait until you inherit this blessed land, you will slowly understand how much help a blessed land can provide to a gu master. You are really lucky finding a blessed land with a spirit and obtaining the help of the sect. If it is a blessed land without a spirit, the benefits would be greatly reduced. Fangjing could not help but be curious. Master, what will happen to a blessed land without a spirit? Master Tenshuru replied, a blessed land without a spirit is destined to perish. It is like a sleeping divine dragon, everyone can suck its blood and eat its flesh. Until it dies it will not awaken. Fangjing, when you become the owner of the blessed land, you will have to hand over all the resources in the blessed land to the sect. Crane Gate nurtured you, you will have to repay the sect. The stronger the sect, the more protection it will give you. Do you understand this logic? Yes, I understand. It was Crane Gate who took me in. Without Crane Gate's help, I would not have any hope of fighting for the inheritance. I would not even have the chance to take revenge on my brother. If possible, not only will I repay the sect, I will also help Master revive. Fangjing nodded, his gaze clear. He had always been filled with reverence and gratitude towards Crane Gate. Master Tenshuru was stunned before laughing dryly. Stupid disciple, how can a dead person be revived so easily? It is good that you have this intention. The glory of the righteous path shrouded Xianxia Mountain. Under Tai Mu Bai's influence, 3 kings' inheritance became a playground for righteous path people to explore. All demonic gu masters were chased away, unable to take a step into Xianxia Mountain. Tai Mu Bai is too overbearing, directly sealing off the area and not letting any of us enter. He is a grand senior expert, yet he is so greedy. After eating the meat, he did not even leave any soup for us. Most importantly, Three Kings' inheritance is opening for a shorter time. The three light pillars are also getting weaker. It seems it is like Little Beast King said a month ago, this Gu immortal blessed land is declining, and will be destroyed soon. The demonic Gu masters were getting more and more anxious and furious. A once-in-100 years opportunity was right in front of them, but they were excluded. They could see it but could not eat it. The courageous will die from starvation. Brothers, let's charge up. No matter how powerful that Tai Mu Bai is, can he slaughter all of us? Someone shouted, standing up and encouraging everyone. We can take the chance when Tai Mu Bai enters the inheritance and charge up the mountain. That way we will face much less resistance. Someone suggested. This method is flawed. When we come out of the inheritance, Tai Mu Bai might also come out. Moreover, who knows which corner of Xianxia mountain he will appear in? We will be surrounded and killed by the righteous path. Someone immediately retorted. So what? Riches come from danger. How can we get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? If we don't want to take risks, we can take advantage of the situation. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Just as the demonic path people were shouting and cursing, they suddenly heard the screams of 100 ghosts. The clear blue sky turned into rolling dark clouds. An ear-piercing voice came from the pitch-black clouds. Gagaga. Tai Mu Bai, since you came out of closed cultivation, why didn't you greet your old friend, The dark clouds moved, forming a huge human face with a hooked nose and deep eye sockets. Looking at Xianxia Mountain. Such laughter, such might, it is our demonic path's Lord Wu Gui. I remember now. Lord Wu Gui is also rank 5 peak stage, an expert of the older generation. He is Tai Mu Bai's old enemy. What's so great about the righteous path? We demonic path also have experts. Go, Senior Wu Gui. At once, the demonic path people cheered. Everyone's eyes shined, some shouted. Some screamed. The dark clouds moved forward, quickly enveloping Xianxia Mountain with a huge momentum, like a huge army. At once, even the sunlight was covered, and Xianxia Mountain was shrouded in darkness. The righteous path Gu masters were all anxious. He actually has such might. This is old demon Wu Gui, to think he is still alive. Old demon Wu Gui, he is already hundreds of years old. Back then when he was breaking through to rank 6 realm, he was unintentionally disrupted by the inexperienced Lord Tai Mu Bai, thus he held a grudge and slaughtered Tai tribesmen many times to take revenge. Wu Gui, where have you been hiding all these years at the foot of the mountain? Today you want to taste defeat again? At the peak of the mountain, golden light shone. Within the golden light, Tai Mu Bai stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, speaking with a plain tone. Over 10 years ago I let you win by a stroke, but now you are really acting arrogant. Little scoundrel, today I will make you die without a grave. The dark clouds boiled like boiling water, suddenly forming a large hand that grabbed at Tai Mu Bai. This hand was extremely huge, even larger than a small mountain. Its aura was awe-inspiring, as if it could capture the stars and grab the moon. The dark cloud hand seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing at Tai Mu Bai. Corrosive smoke quickly rose, and the giant hand covered the entire mountain, causing all the trees and rocks it touched to melt. Still the same old tricks. Tai Mu Bai snorted coldly, stomping his feet as he turned into a sharp golden light, directly breaking through the dark cloud hand and charging towards the sky. The golden light shone like a meteor, like lightning, as it crashed into the dark clouds in the sky. Almost at the next moment, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. The dark clouds rumbled and golden lightning flickered from time to time. 2 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters fought inside the dark clouds, and although the situation could not be seen clearly, everyone could feel the strength of the two from the aftershocks of the battle. Wu Gui, when I just started my career you were already a famous expert. At that time if I met you I would definitely take a detour. But 50 years later I was able to escape from your hands with my life. 80 years later you could not do anything to me. Over 100 years later, you were defeated by me. Now more than 10 years have passed and today you will have to hand your life to me. Tai Mu Bai's loud voice came from the dark clouds. Huff huff huff. Tai Mu Bai. You are too arrogant. You are lucky to be born in Tai clan. Relying on the clan, it is easy for you to talk. If I had your resources I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Wu Gui's voice was hoarse, his breathing unstable. Evidently, in the intense battle just now, Tai Mu Bai had the upper hand. But do you think I don't have a backup plan? Ah. Wu Gui panted for a while before suddenly laughing wildly. Following his maniacal laughter, a third rank 5 peak stage aura suddenly rose. Tai Mu Bai, did you miss me after all these years? A sinister voice rang out for 1,000 miles. Chapter 378. On Xianxia Mountain, the wind and clouds were constantly changing. After Tai Mu Bai suppressed Xianxia Mountain for half a year, he finally attracted the archenemy of the demonic path. But Wu Gui, who was also rank 5 peak stage, was not Tai Mu Bai's match. What happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. Ku Mo, who was also at the peak of rank 5, suddenly appeared, changing the battle situation into 2 demonic path rank 5s attacking Tai Mu Bai. The righteous faction scolded the demonic faction for being despicable and shameless, while the demonic faction people all rushed to Xianxia Mountain, all of them cheering. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared fervently at the sky. Battles between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were rarely seen, and what was even rarer now was that there were 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters competing. Tai Mu Bai had the ability to suppress Wu Gui, but to fight 1 against 2, it was beyond his abilities. But Wu Gui and Ku Mo were both demonic Gu masters. Although they worked together, they still had to guard against each other. Thus, the 3 of them fell into a stalemate. Dark clouds covered the sky and strong winds howled. The deafening explosion shook heaven and earth. Suddenly, golden light blossomed, and a 4-clawed golden dragon tore through the dark clouds, stirring up the wind and rain. The dragon's roar echoed for 500 kilometers. Humph, a mere rank 4 golden dragon Gu, and you dare to bring it out? Ku Mo let out a disdainful roar. Watch me tear you apart with 1 claw. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The golden dragon let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky. Just as the golden dragon was about to die, a golden whirlwind suddenly blew over. The 4-clawed golden dragon was enveloped by the whirlwind, and its heavy injuries were instantly healed. It raised its head and roared, rising into the air once again. This is the rank 4 metal wind Gu. Its healing effect is extremely strong, comparable to a rank 5 Gu. Li Xian, who was watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. He recognized the golden whirlwind. Don't even think about it. Wu Gui suddenly gave a strange cry. This strange cry was extremely ear-piercing, like the cawing of a crow. When the righteous and devil Dao practitioners heard it, they felt dizzy and nauseous. Along with the strange cry, a jet-black halo shot down and struck the 4-clawed golden dragon's body. The 4-clawed golden dragon couldn't hold on any longer. There was an explosion. In an instant, a dazzling fiery light burst forth like a miniature sun. Everyone watching the battle had their eyes tightly shut. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to burst people's eardrums. A strong wind pressure followed. It swept in all directions. Countless trees and rocks were blown down, many Gu masters were instantly buried alive. A violent gale rose against the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds that covered the sky. It took a while for the spectators to recover. They retreated in fear while looking up. In the sky, 3 figures confronted each other. Tai Mu Bai was wearing a golden chainmail. It was a rank 4 golden coat Gu with outstanding defense. His entire body was covered in a layer of golden light. It was the rank 4 golden aurora Gu. It could allow a Gu master to fly. Wu Gui was standing on a black cloud. The corners of its mouth protruded forward violently, forming a black beak. As for Ku Mo, he slowly shook the pair of bone wings on his back, and his entire body was covered in a layer of bone armor. At the same time, his elbows, knees, shoulders, and other parts of his body grew sharp bone spikes of different colors. At first glance, it was like a ferocious and colorful human-shaped hedgehog. The confrontation only lasted for a few short breaths. The 3 attacked at the same time as fast as lightning. In the sky, a golden aurora pierced through the void as sharp as a sword. A black light sword, moving and stopping at times, it was strange and crafty. A multicolored ribbon charged forward, it was the bravest and bravest. The naked eye could not clearly see the battle situation of these 3 people. Most people could only hear continuous explosions that continued to ravage their eardrums. Suddenly, a golden light like a blade sliced through a certain part of the mountain. Immediately, the mountain rocks shattered into powder, and a ravine that was 20 feet wide and over 100 feet long appeared. The Gu masters that were unlucky enough to be standing nearby were all chopped into minced meat. All of a sudden, the caw of a crow exploded like a thunderclap. Hundreds of unlucky Gu masters had their heads explode. From time to time, bone spikes rained down from the sky like rain. Many Gu masters could not dodge in time, and were pierced by the bone spikes, nailing them to the ground and losing their lives. The battle had reached its climax, and the three sides could no longer restrain themselves. A battle between rank 5 peak stage Gu masters, even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, we cannot endure it. Too terrifying, let's leave quickly. If we continue to watch, we might have to pay with our lives. Everyone was trembling in fear as they escaped from Xianxia Mountain. Even Li Xian, Hu Mei Er and the others did not dare to stay here. On Xianxia Mountain, only Yi Hua, Kong Ri Tian, Long Qing Tian, Yi Chong and Wu Shin Tong, these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters were still here. Even so, their expressions were grave, their concentration was extremely concentrated, their nerves were like taut bowstrings, ready to escape at the slightest sign of trouble. Soon these rank 4 peak stage Gu masters could not stay any longer. Because the 3 rank 5 peak stage Gu masters started to use their rank 5 Gu worms. Tai Mu Bai's golden Gu shot everywhere. Be it rocks, plants, flowers, birds, fish or beasts, once they were hit they turned into golden statues, their life force extinguished. Ku Mo's soft bone Gu within a radius of 50 li, all bones turned soft, until they turned into bone paste. An Wu Gui's Crow 7 Gu, black chi spread. Once contaminated, all Gu worms below rank 6 would be sealed to varying degrees. In this world, the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the stronger it was and the rarer it was. Rare rank 4 Gu were already hard to buy. Rank 5 Gu were almost never circulated in the market. As for rank 6 Immortal Gu, each of them was unique. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm, he could only refine a rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada. To most Gu masters, rank 5 Gu worms were extremely rare and in short supply. In a battle between rank 5 Gu masters, the most important thing was the strength of their rank 5 Gu. This is the power of a rank 5 Gu. So terrifying, rank 4 defensive Gu are unable to resist it, not to mention rank 3 Gu. At a corner far away, Bai Ningbing was concentrating her attention on the Xianxia Mountain battlefield, her blue eyes shining with a solemn light. This was not the first time she had seen a battle between rank 5 Gu masters. Back on Qingmao Mountain she had already seen it once. But this time, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters' battle strength was clearly higher than Master Tenchiru's. And the first generation Guiyue was much stronger. This was because the first generation Guiyue and Master Tenchiru were old and had used all kinds of methods to prolong their lifespans, barely surviving as rank 5 Gu masters. The first generation Guiyue had been sleeping in the blood coffin all year round, turning himself into a zombie. He was already neither human nor ghost. And Master Tenchiru was not much better. He came from Central State, and in Southern Border, his battle strength would be suppressed to a certain extent. The 3 rank 5 Gu masters Bai Ningbing was witnessing now were all at their peak condition. However, they were all at their peak condition. The fierce battle between the 3 sides naturally brought a stronger impact to her soul. If I were to face such rank 5 Gu masters, I would not even be able to last one round against them. I wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing had been watching the battle for a long time, her hands subconsciously clenched, deeply aware of the difference in strength between her and Tai Mu Bai and the others. Rank 5 peak stage Gu masters were at the peak of the mortal world. They were like emperors among Gu masters. Especially after using rank 5 Gu masters, they could display their true battle strength, they could collapse mountains and break rivers. Their power was so great that people could not help but feel they were hard to resist. This is the show you were waiting for? Bai Ningbing retracted her gaze and looked at Fang Yuan, who was standing beside her, as she said with some realization. Tai Mu Bai is fighting 1 against 2, but he is too weak. It looked like after this battle, the situation on Xianxia Mountain would undergo an earth-shattering change. The demonic path will suppress the righteous path. You have been waiting for this opportunity for months, right? Fang Yuan looked on quietly. He shook his head with an indifferent expression. Rank 5 Gu worms are already very rare. Many rank 5 Gu masters do not even have a single rank 5 Gu, and can only use rank 4 Gu. Thus, a rank 5 Gu master's battle strength depends on what rank 5 Gu they have, and how many they have. Demonic Gu masters have always lacked resources, and can only rely on luck and opportunities. Ku Mo and Wu Gue will only have 1 or 2 rank 5 Gu worms. But Tai Mu Bai is different. He has the backing of Tai Clan, and will have at least 3 rank 5 Gu worms. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. Then you mean Tai Mu Bai can win this battle? Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. Gu worms are a Gu master's trump card. Once they are exposed they will be countered. Tai Mu Bai will not easily expose all his trump cards. This battle from the start has no victor and there is no loser. Bai Ningbing was an extremely intelligent person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, she immediately understood. No matter how intense this battle was, it was only a probing battle. Why did Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kuo come? Was it purely because of their grudges? This was impossible. To people like them, their biggest goal was to break away from the mortal world and advance to rank 6 Gu immortal realm, thus achieving immortality. These three were at the peak, people who looked down on mortals. They had rich experiences and were no longer impulsive towards grudges. Each of their actions had their own deep meaning. The three of them could have fought at any place, but they chose Xianxia Mountain. Thus Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui and Kumo's deep meaning is clear. That is the three kings' inheritance. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with the light of contemplation. The three kings are all rank 5 Gu masters, the rank 5 Gu worms left behind in the inheritance. Each of them has a huge boost to their strength. With the treasures in front of them, how could they risk their lives to fight? Unless the battle strength of both sides is extremely unbalanced, and the difference is huge. But now it seems that is not the case. Thus this battle can only be a draw. The originally confusing battle situation suddenly became incomparably clear. Bai Ningbing subconsciously glanced at Fang Yuan. When everyone's hearts and minds were shaken by the battle of the rank 5 Gu masters, he was still so calm, as if he was a bystander, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. But was it really nothing to do with him? Bai Ningbing shook her head inwardly. No one understood Fang Yuan's desire for the three kings' inheritance better than her. But even with this desire, he could restrain his impulse. Chapter 379. Half a month later. Xianxia Mountain. On a certain mountain peak, a group of gray-white mountain apes, numbering close to 1,000, were chirping as they surrounded Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan breathed in deeply, and suddenly waved her hand, throwing out a large amount of golden needle goo. Golden needle goo was not a natural goo, it was a goo refined by Tai clan's goo masters. Every golden needle goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a golden needle as long as an index finger. The golden needle goo shot into the ape group. Some of these apes were unable to move, some died from the poison, and some went berserk, attacking their companions. Tai Ruanan threw out golden needles again and again. The mountain ape army was in chaos, suffering heavy losses. They screamed miserably as they ran for their lives. Soon the noisy battlefield calmed down. A large number of mountain apes were lying on the ground, some were dead while others were on their last breaths. Tai Ruanan slowly walked towards them, and threw out golden needle goo again. But this time these golden needle goo had healing effects, shooting into the bodies of the mountain apes and turning into lumps of golden light, moving around their injuries, allowing many mountain apes to regain their mobility. Golden needle goo itself was not special. But when used with poison goo, it could form poisonous needles. When used with zombie goo, it could make enemies unable to move. When used with chaos divine goo, it could make enemies unable to differentiate between friend and foe, causing them to fall into chaos. If used with vitality goo, it could even have healing effects. Tai Ruanan only spent 7 to 8 days to familiarize herself with these 4 battle tactics. In actual combat, she single-handedly defeated a group of nearly 1,000 mountain apes. Ruanan, this child has outstanding aptitude. His comprehension is high and more importantly his personality is firm and resolute. He is indeed a pillar of the Tai family. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away. Tai Mu Bai watched from not far away, without any expression on his face. To this old Tai clan leader, he had seen the rise of countless geniuses in his life, and also witnessed the fall of countless geniuses. He knew very well that a harsh living environment would always give birth to many people with extraordinary talents. But talent was only one aspect. What was rare was the nature of a genius. If a genius could endure hardships, he would be able to endure hardships. If they could endure loneliness, they could have great achievements in the future. A genius with a flawed nature could only be a shooting star. Dazzling for a moment. Why did Tai Mu Bai teach Tai Ruanan? Firstly, Tai Ruanan and Tai Shueleng's bloodline was related to him. Secondly, Tai Ruanan had been through many hardships, and her personality had been polished like a rock, without a trace of impulsiveness. Only steadiness and perseverance remained. Tai Ruanan was like an unpolished jade. With just a bit of polishing, it released a dazzling radiance. Old tribe leader. Tai Ruanan climbed up the mountain and came to Tai Mu Bai's side, cupping her fists in greeting. The young girl was full of admiration and respect for the old man in front of her. Half a month ago, this old man Tai Mu Bai had fought against 2 rank 5 demonic path experts. He first used the rank 5 touch gold goo. He easily dealt with the 2 demons. Next he used the rank 5 golden soup goo. This caused the 2 powerful enemies to retreat in the face of difficulties. Their fighting spirits weakened and in the end they both gave up. Tai Mu Bai's strength was like a bucket of cold water, splashing the demonic goo masters' hearts. Their arrogance, which had just soared up, instantly weakened. The result of this battle was that the righteous and demonic paths would compete for the 3 kings' inheritance. But those with discerning eyes could see that Tai Mu Bai was at ease, and had not used his full strength. Not bad to be able to grasp these battle tactics in such a short time, very good. Tai Mu Bai lightly praised before waving his hand. Swoosh. A large number of golden needle goo flew out. But different from Tai Ruanan's golden needle goo, Tai Mu Bai's golden needle goo were extremely small, like raindrops being pulled into thin threads. When they flew in the air they were like a lump of golden fog. The golden fog moved with the wind, blowing past a mountain rock. The entire boulder was emitting sparse sounds, as if thousands of silkworms were eating mulberry leaves. Tai Ruanan's pupils shrunk, immediately recognizing the power of this transformation. Wherever the golden fog passed, the mountain rock was penetrated and filled with countless tiny holes. The trees beside the mountain rock were also pierced, their vitality extinguished in an instant. If a person was hit by this goo, their entire body would be pierced by tens of thousands of tiny golden needles, and their organs would be destroyed. This was a terrifying killer move. Tai Mu Bai waved his hand again, and 3 golden needle goo flew out. However, these 3 golden needles changed again, becoming thicker and longer. A normal golden needle goo was only the length of a finger, but these 3 golden needles were the length of a palm. The 3 golden needle goo flew to a mountain ape's head, piercing down like lightning. One pierced straight into the mountain ape's head. The other 2 pierced into the mountain ape's left and right temples, most of them entering the mountain ape's brain, leaving only a small portion outside. This mountain ape was healed by Tai Ruanan, and just as it was about to escape, it was struck by the golden needle. The mountain ape let out a miserable howl, and suddenly jumped a few times, kneeling at Tai Mu Bai's feet. His ape eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with incomparable panic, fear, and anger. However, the strange thing was that its body was not under its control. It knelt respectfully and did not move at all. It was quiet, not a single sound could be heard from it. Tai Ruanan had never expected such a strange scene, and was dumbfounded. Tai Mu Bai laughed, looking at the mountain ape under his feet, lightly saying, "Golden needle goo combined with fog goo can form a golden fog. This golden fog looks weak and ethereal, but its attack is extremely strong, especially good at breaking a goo master's defense. When I was 28, I roamed the southern border, and used this move to dominate the Luchuan River region." Tai Mu Bai paused before continuing, "Golden needle goo combined with puppet control goo can control a living being's body. When I was 42, I cultivated to rank 4 peak stage and ended my close cultivation, starting to test the world. When I arrived at Tai Mu Mountain, I was attacked by over 50 goo masters from the demonic path. Using this move, I caused 38 of them to betray me and finally killed them all, getting rid of a scourge for the people." Tai Ruanan was fascinated as she listened. When she was young, she had followed her father, traveling all over the world. But she had also heard of this old clan leader's heroic deeds. The old clan leader had a great aptitude, and when he first started cultivating, he became the #1 rising star of Tai clan. And he did not disappoint, reaching rank 4 peak stage before he was 50. He ended his closed cultivation, and tested the sword in the southern border, crossing mountains and rivers, rampaging all the way, making a name for himself. After returning to Tai clan, he became the clan leader, leading Tai clan and painstakingly developing. At once, Tai clan's fame was strong, causing Wu clan and Shang clan to lose their luster. His life was filled with glory and radiance. He had countless battle achievements, whether it was fighting alone, rampaging in the southern border, or leading a group of heroes to eradicate evil. He won more than he lost. Especially his unyielding style, he dared to fight and was extremely domineering, causing many enemies to tremble in fear when he was in power. Even righteous path members would feel stifled when they heard Tai Mu Bai's name. Now, as Tai Ruanan listened to the old clan leader's calm recollection, she could not help but feel emotional. She couldn't help but recall the scenes in her mind. In the past, A young hero, handsome and elegant, wearing a green robe, rampaging in the mountains and rivers. Killing strong enemies with one hand, no one could stop him, becoming the center of attention. However, time was merciless, eventually turning that youth into an old man. But Taimu Bai was still Taimu Bai. No matter how old he was, it could not cover up his glorious deeds. These battle achievements were the dazzling halo that shrouded him. Even the dust of history could not cover up his brilliance. Lord Old Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Golden Needle Gu is in my hands, it will not tarnish your reputation. Tai Ruanan said firmly. But the old man nodded in relief, patting Tai Ruanan's shoulder. Child, you have a firm and unyielding character, our Tai clan's blood flows in you, you have the responsibilities of a Tai clan daughter. This is good. I imparted my life's knowledge to you, hoping that you will be able to carry Tai clan's banner in the future. That little beast King Fangjing is a test for you. Do you have confidence? I have confidence and I have a plan. Don't worry, old clan leader, Fangjing has already fallen to the demonic path, I will definitely take his head. Tai Ruanan's gaze was firm. Very good, you are not arrogant in victory and do not give up in defeat. You can walk out from the setback and gain strength from the tribulation. This is something many youngsters cannot do. As long as you maintain it, you will definitely be Tai clan's glory in the future. Next, I will impart the principles of these two transformations, my insights, experiences, and the other transformations that are derived from them to you. Like this, one taught diligently while the other learned with all her might. Over an hour later, Taimu Bai finished imparting. All right, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Tai Ruanan had excellent comprehension, and had already memorized everything that was imparted. But after thinking about it, she still asked, these days I found that the opening time of Three Kings' inheritance is getting shorter and shorter, and the number of Gu masters entering each time is also decreasing. The three light pillars are no longer as thick and bright as they used to be. Right now, many people are saying that the blessed land is on the brink of destruction. Is this true? Taimu Bai nodded. It is true. There are some things that you cannot come into contact with now. Everything is balanced, there is yang if there is yin, there is fire if there is water, there is calamity if there is fortune. He turned his gaze towards the peak of Xianxia mountain and sighed, every blessed land will have an earthly calamity every 10 years. Every 100 years, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This blessed land originated from a mysterious ancient Gu Immortal, and was later inherited by the Three Kings, and transformed into an inheritance ground. This blessed land is already old and its end is near. If there was a land spirit, it could last for some time, but unfortunately, there is not even a land spirit. Chapter 380. To think that even a blessed land would be destroyed. Hearing this secret, Tai Ruanan sighed softly. How can there be an indestructible existence in this world? The heavenly Tao circulates and everything in the world competes. In the vast universe, we mortals are like a handful of sand and stones at the bottom of the ocean, tiny to the extreme. Only by advancing to a Gu Immortal can one be considered to have transcended mortality and have a foundation, turning into sand and stone into an island, able to resist the waves of the sea. Taimu Bai's tone was filled with emotions. The blessed land is about to be destroyed. Wouldn't the people in the blessed land be in danger? Tai Ruanan asked. Not bad. Taimu Bai nodded his head. The moment the blessed land disappears, the winds of assimilation will blow, merging with the heavens and earth. Everything in the blessed land will return to the most basic yuan qi of the world. This wind has great power, it can sweep away all dust, even Gu immortals are wary of it, even immortal Gu can be destroyed. There's such a strong wind? Tai Ruanan exclaimed, her eyes filled with worry. Taimu Bai waved his hand. It's fine, I have already entered the blessed land many times, and my understanding of it has deepened. I have always been observing and comprehending it. The blessed land was indeed weakening, but there was still some time before it was destroyed. During this period of time, the heavenly power in the blessed land will become weaker, and the restrictions on us Gu masters will also gradually decrease. Slowly we can use 1 or 2 Gu worms, then 3 or 4, 5 or 6. At the final stage, the blessed land will be full of loopholes, forming a tunnel that we can enter and exit at will. Taimu Bai gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with wisdom, as if he could already see the future. The final stage will be the final battle of the Three Kings' inheritance. The suppression from the blessed land was almost gone. Everyone could display their full strength, plundering and fighting to their heart's content. At that time, Xianxia Mountain would not only have 3 rank 5 Gu masters. That is the true gathering of wind and clouds, the rise of dragons and snakes. Tai Ruanan had an epiphany and was enlightened. She finally understood why Tai Mubai did not fight to the death with those 2 demonic Gu masters. This was because their future enemies would be far more than just these 2. If he used his full strength too early, others would take advantage of him instead. The closer to the end of the 3 kings' inheritance, the more generous the rewards the Gu master would obtain. The experts who truly understood the blessed land were already preparing for the final battle. Jianghu State, Tianti Mountain. Who Immortal blessed land. Finally, we're halfway up the mountain. Fang Jing panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. His limbs were sore and numb. He was almost completely exhausted. Climbing to such a height with his own strength had already squeezed out all the potential of his soul. As the mountain breeze blew, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. It made Fang Jing feel like he was about to fall. His vision was spinning and his soul was squeezed to the limit. He even lost the ability to think. In a daze, he heard the voice of the spirit incubating flea. Good, very good. My good disciple, it really wasn't easy for you to persevere to this step. You've succeeded. The rest is up to me. After saying this, Fang Jing felt an invisible strength pass into the deepest part of his soul. That feeling of falling to the ground immediately disappeared. It was like a child who had just learned how to walk. Suddenly she was supported by the adults. Everything in his field of vision became clear. The dizziness that had been troubling Fang Jing for a long time was gone. It was also disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Fang Jing took a few deep breaths. He felt great. It was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, and suddenly drank sweet spring water. It was like a person who worked all year round without rest, and slept for 7 days and 7 nights. Everything was good and he felt refreshed. Good disciple, hurry up and climb up. Master Tenshuru urged. Yes, master. Fang Jing's tiger eyes shone with dazzling light. He looked up. Feng Kim Hong and the rest were still far ahead, but their speed was getting slower. Fang Jing had an unprecedented sense of confidence. I can do it. With master's support, I can definitely defeat these prodigies, and become the sole inheritor of Hu Immortal inheritance. Fang Jing, you need to do your best. After encouraging himself, Fang Jing started to climb. His movements were fast and steady, and his speed of ascension was very fast. It was simply an explosive move. This performance immediately attracted the attention of many people. When Hu Immortal blessed land opened, it had always been connected to the outside world. Thus, the 10 Gu Immortals hiding outside the blessed land immediately discovered Fang Jing's abnormality. This child had already reached his limit and was about to be eliminated. How did he suddenly become so vigorous? Strange, this speed is even faster than Feng Kim Hong and the rest. This junior is from Crane Gate. So that's it. The 10 Gu Immortals communicated with their wills, and soon, someone discovered Fang Jing's trump card. Yifengyang, you are really willing to spend so much. Spirit incubating fleas are not rare, but to protect the fleas you used one's own Wei Gu, right? Yifengyang was one of Crane Gate's supreme elders, and possessed a rank 6, one's own Wei Gu. It was already widely known. One's own Wei Gu could allow other Gu worms to be used normally in the blessed land. It was an expendable Gu and could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would vanish into thin air. Yifengyang, you really have a good method to think you had such a hidden move. You flatter me. Among this generation's newcomers, Myriad Dragon Dock has Ying Xingji, Spirit Affinity House has Feng Kim Hong, and Spirit Butterfly Valley has Xiao Qi Xing. Our Crane Gate cannot compete with them, so we had to use this method. Yifengyang's words were humble and low-key. The other Gu Immortals could only chuckle. They naturally had rank 6 Gu worms, but they did not have one's own Wei Gu, and could not provide such an effective and huge help. Rank 6 Gu worms were immortal Gu, they were unique. At the same time, in the vast world, there would only be one immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were rarer than rank 5 Gu. Many rank 6 Gu Immortals did not even have one immortal Gu. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he became a Gu Immortal in 500 years. To refine the first rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, he spent a lot of time and effort. The moment he succeeded, he was besieged by the righteous path. Their main goal was to snatch this immortal Gu. The 10 Gu Immortals at the scene. Because of their sex, they had some savings. But they only had 1 or 2 immortal Gu on hand. Yifengyang had one's own Wei Gu, that meant other Gu Immortals definitely did not have it. The subtle thing was, Yifengyang's actions did not cross the bottom line. and did not break the rules of the game that the 10 sects had agreed on. Thus, the other Gu immortals could only watch and could not forcefully interfere. Unfortunately, my immortal Gu specialize in offense. If I use it, it would be attacking Hu immortal inheritance. That would not be good. Although I have a defensive immortal Gu that can protect the soul, the disciples do not have immortal essence to use. Otherwise, Hu immortal inheritance would belong to the sect. The situation has not been decided yet. This disciple of Crane Gate. With the help of the spirit incubating flea, he has a huge advantage. But he has fallen behind by a lot. We will have to wait and see what the result will be. He Fengyang used one's own Wei Gu 80 years ago, this is the second time. That is to say, the one's own Wei Gu in his hands. I can only use it one last time. He paid such a huge price just to gain an advantage in the competition for the inheritance. The other Gu immortals pondered for a while, before choosing to restrain themselves and continue to observe. On Xianxia Mountain. 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. The opening of 3 kings' inheritance once again attracted all the Gu masters in southern border. Just like Taimu Bai had guessed. On Xianxia Mountain. Dragons and snakes began to gather, and the wind and clouds surged. Did you hear? Just yesterday. Li Fail came to Xianxia Mountain. Ah, you mean stable as a mountain Li Fail? Soon, another famous expert arrived on Xianxia Mountain. Li Fail's cultivation was rank 4 upper stage, an earth path Gu master, known as stable as a mountain, and specialized in defense. He was originally Li clan's rising star, receiving the clan's great nurturing. But this person had an intense obsession towards the pursuit of strength. Obsession was obsession. To pursue the greatest strength, he killed people to refine Gu, and was not accepted by the righteous path, thus he turned to the demonic path. Li Fail was only a catalyst. In the following month, many famous Gu masters arrived on Xianxia Mountain. There was the enslavement path Gu master Zhang San, who killed a rank 4 Gu master at rank 3 peak stage, and was now rank 4 middle stage, known as a beast enslavement master. There was the righteous path expert Tao Zi, who had the famous rank 5 healing Gu of southern border, Spirit Peach Gu. There was also Yun Luo Tian Yun clan's young clan leader, a wind path Gu master. He reached rank 3 peak stage at 23 years old, and was only a step away from rank 4 peak stage at 35 years old. More and more famous Gu masters, like sharks smelling blood, stepped onto Xianxia Mountain to compete for the 3 kings' inheritance, wanting a share of the loot. These Gu masters had at least rank 3 upper stage cultivation, and some had even reached rank 4 realm. A month later, the 4th rank 5 Gu master arrived on Xianxia Mountain. Wuxia. He was the lord of Wu Mountain, a demonic path Gu master, a rank 5 poison cultivator, a true overlord of an area. 2 months later, Wu clan's Wu Lanshan arrived. As the number 1 clan of the righteous path, Wu clan had always dominated southern border. The Wu Lanshan who was sent here was the cousin of the current Wu clan leader. The moment she ascended the mountain, she fought with Wang Xiao. Although this battle had also ended in a draw, the battle strength she had displayed had already surpassed Ku Mo and Wu Gue. Another 8 days later, the famous demonic path Chou Jiao appeared at the foot of Xianxia Mountain, causing a commotion as well. Chou Jiao also had rank 5 cultivation, but his battle strength was weak. He was proficient in healing, and was the famous killer ghost doctor. Together with Dr. Su Shou, 9-fingered wandering doctor, and divine Dr. Xing Shou, they were known as the 4 great doctors of southern border. He had an eccentric personality and had a rule: anyone who wanted him to heal had to kill someone for him. If he saved a life, he had to kill a life. Thus he was called Killer Ghost Doctor. Walking by the river for a long time, one's shoes would get wet sooner or later. Gu masters lived in this cruel world. Injuries and illnesses were unavoidable, and they had to seek help from doctors. The 4 great doctors were both in the righteous and demonic paths. The moment Killer Ghost Doctor ascended Xianxia Mountain, he received a cordial invitation from Taimu Bai, and the two chatted happily during the banquet. Time passed quickly. The 3 kings' inheritance opened and closed and opened again. On this day, the 3 kings' inheritance opened again. At the foot of Xianxia Mountain, 2 figures walked over. Soon, someone recognized the 2 and shouted in shock, "It's the black and white twin demons, they are here again." Chapter 381. At the peak of Xianxia Mountain, red, blue and yellow pillars of light stood in front of everyone. Compared to before, anyone with a discerning eye could see that these 3 pillars of light had become many times dimmer. At the same time, Their size had shrunk to less than half of their original size. This Immortal blessed land that had existed since the olden antiquity era was already nearing its end. After being remodeled by the three kings, it was slowly becoming unbearable as countless masters explored and plundered it. It was like a sinking ship, half of it had already been submerged by the seawater, only the flagpole and some of the upper deck were still exposed to the air. Old tribe leader Tai, please go ahead. After seriously observing for a while, Shan respectfully cupped her fists towards Tai Mu Bai. Although there were many rank 5 masters here in terms of battle strength, Tai Mu Bai was still the strongest. In this Xianxia mountain he was undoubtedly the number 1 rank 5 master. Even in the entire southern border, he was a top-tier existence among rank 5 masters. Tai Mu Bai's status was publicly acknowledged by everyone. Even opponents like Ku Mo and Wu Gue had to admit this point. Tai Mu Bai looked at the 3 pillars of light and nodded, "Then I will go first." His every movement attracted everyone's gazes. The thousands of masters near the inheritance entrance were all focused on him. Tai Mu Bai slowly walked forward, entering King Xian inheritance. Wu Gue and Ku Mo looked at each other. Since Tai Mu Bai had chosen King Xian's legacy, then the two of them had to avoid encountering him. Rank 5 masters would try their best to avoid unnecessary competition. The final battle was the stage where they could display their true strength. After Tai Mu Bai, Shan, Wang Xiao and the rest also made their choices and entered the inheritance. Next was the rank 4 peak stage masters led by Yihua. One by one they entered. On Xianxia Mountain, righteous and demonic masters gathered. The enemies who used to fight each other behaved in an orderly manner in front of huge benefits. However, right at this moment, the originally quiet peak suddenly became restless. First, it was the masters in the outer circle who were discussing. Next, the masters in the inner circle also looked over. "It's the black and white twin demons, they are finally back." Someone saw the cause of the commotion. Someone said in surprise, "They are the black and white twin demons? The 2 rising stars of the demonic path?" This was the first time many people saw Fang and Bai, and they couldn't help but size them up. These 2 youngsters are not simple at all. One was besieged by the 4 elders of the Tai clan and managed to persevere for several months without being defeated. The other one is even more powerful. He fought 1 against 7 and even killed Tai Bashio. Someone introduced. Fang and Bai had wreaked havoc on Xianxia Mountain. It left a deep impression on everyone. Now that many people thought about it, it was still vivid in their minds. Tai Bashio. I have fought with him before. Fang Jing was actually able to kill him, and at such a young age he is indeed not simple. Someone nodded, his expression becoming serious. In my opinion, the so-called overlord of the age is just a facade, making a junior famous. Truly a disgrace to our generation. Some masters scoffed. So what if the black-white double ghosts are here? Times were different now. On Xianxia Mountain there were 6 rank 5 masters. The 2 of them were merely rank 4 masters. They won't be able to cause any big waves. That's right, especially since Fang Jing killed a Tai clansman, Tai Mu Bai will not let him off. But he has guts to actually dare to come here. Isn't this taking advantage of the fact that Tai Mu Bai has already entered the inheritance? That's why he dares to come here. Everyone discussed softly, looking at Fang and Bai with all kinds of gazes. Some were curious, some were judging, some were solemn, some were frivolous. There were also many people who did not look at them but looked at another person. This person was standing among the rank 4 masters. Dressed in tight clothes, her beautiful eyes were like stars, and her brows were tightly furrowed. It was Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan was a rank 4 master. She naturally had to follow this wave of rank 4 masters and enter the inheritance. Although Tai Mu Bai was the number 1 person on Xianxia Mountain, he still had to follow the rules and set an example. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command the masters on Xianxia Mountain. This was the code of conduct of a righteous path leader. Fang Jing, it's you? Tai Ruanan walked out of the crowd, closely staring at Fang Yuan with an agitated expression. Seeing Fang Yuan, this great enemy whose hands were stained with the blood of Tai clansmen, the young girl's heart was filled with hatred and anger, wishing she could immediately kill him. Her fists fiercely clenched, then slowly loosened. Loosened and tightened, tightened and loosened again. Such repeated small movements showed the struggle in her heart. Finally, Tai Ruanan loosened her fists and fiercely breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, her eyes regaining clarity. "Little Beast King, don't worry, old clan leader will attack you. Your life is mine, sooner or later, I will kill you as a sacrifice to the souls of my Tai clansmen." Just you wait. Saying so, the young girl turned around and left, stepping into the light pillar and disappearing. Is Tai Ruanan afraid? She actually left without fighting. It seems Little Beast King's might is still there, causing this Tai clan young master to not dare to fight. I feel this girl is very smart. The Three Kings' inheritance is right in front of us. This is a rare opportunity, she should quickly grab it. What is the benefit of fighting and killing? Fang Yuan, however, frowned slightly. Tai Ruanan's performance had surprised him. Being able to control her anger, it was truly rare. Many famous people might not be able to do this. Tai Ruanan, I cannot let you grow any further. It was rare for Fang Yuan to feel threatened by someone of the same generation. Tai Mu Bai did not purposely conceal the fact that he was teaching Tai Ruanan, it was already widely known. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this. Tai Ruanan had talent, she had talent, and her temperament was even more firm. Adding on the clan's nurturing, she was simply a swallow that soared to the sky. One day she would fly to the clouds, becoming a phoenix or a green bird. Restraining the killing intent in his heart, Fang Yuan walked towards the inheritance. Most of the rank 4 Gu masters consciously gave way. Wait. Suddenly, a righteous Gu master walked forward and blocked Fang and Bai. This righteous Gu master wore a snow-white robe, his sleeves were wide and fluttering in the wind, his face was also very handsome. It was no one else. It was the young patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Luotian. Little Beast King, I heard that you killed Tai Ba Xiu. Yun Luotian stood in front of Fang Yuan and swept a glance at Fang Yuan before sizing up by Ning Bing. Do you know? He pointed at Fang Yuan, saying arrogantly, you won with an unfair advantage using a flying Gu to kill a righteous path member, but you found a loophole. The atmosphere at the scene became very heavy. Yun Luotian's words were very blunt. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was an arrogant person. If things continued like this, it was obvious that a war would break out. Many Gu masters retreated slightly, distancing themselves from these two people. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. Looking at Yun Luotian, he nodded and suddenly smiled. I indeed found a loophole and killed Tai Ba Xiu, sorry about that. Yun Luotian was stunned, he did not expect this Little Beast King to answer like this. Why was his behavior different from the information? These years of closed cultivation. He had been cultivating flying techniques. His flying ability was not inferior to the famous flying experts of southern border. Right now he wanted to fight with Fang Yuan to increase his reputation. But Fang Yuan was so polite, he could not continue to make things difficult for him. Demonic path members could be extremely vicious. He was a righteous path member and was also the young patriarch of Yun clan. His every action had to be paid attention to, after all, he represented the image of Yun clan. Yun Luotian was slightly dazed. But soon after he calmed his mind. We let young Master Tai Ruanan leave first because we admire old patriarch Tai Mu Bai's reputation. Since you know you found a loophole, why don't you leave first? There are still many heroes here, it's not your turn yet. Yun Luotian waved his sleeves at Fang Yuan, speaking in a plain tone. Although he was secretly flattering the people around him, the atmosphere became even more tense. Everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Just as everyone was on guard, Fang Yuan took a step back with a smile. Sir is right, I was rude. You guys go first. Yun Luotian laughed, waving his sleeves and turning around with a leisurely attitude. After dozens of steps, he stepped into the light pillar. Although he did not fight with Fang Yuan, he felt his gains were greater. Not long later, there would be rumors of him challenging Little Beast King, scaring this rising star of the demonic path into retreating. At that time, his reputation would soar, and Yun clan's reputation in the righteous path would also rise. After Yun Luotian entered the inheritance, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing chose King Bao's inheritance. Seeing the two disappear, the remaining rank 4 Gu masters started to whisper to each other. Is this still Little Beast King? He has become so gentle and refined? Did he take the wrong medicine or did I see wrongly? This world is changing too quickly. Little Beast King is terrified, what a coward. If it were me, I would have already rolled up my sleeves and fought. Sigh, the opponent is Yun Luotian after all. Although Yun clan cannot compare to super clans, it is still a first-rate clan. After a moment of dizziness, after calming down, Fang Yuan sized up his surroundings. A gray-white sky and light red land stretched to the limits of his vision. On the land, there were pieces of volcanic rocks, emitting steam or gray smoke. Another heavenly demon has descended. Comrades, quickly gather together, as long as we are united, we can defeat the Demon King. Quick, Our red egg village can only rely on ourselves to protect it. Suddenly, the lids of the volcanic rocks were opened, and small people walked out of them. These small people were only the size of babies. They were pink and tender, looking very cute. The most eye-catching thing was, in the center of each of their chests, there was a red, cute round egg. These were eggmen. Like hairy men, they were variant humans. Fang Yuan took one look and knew that these were red eggmen among eggmen. The eggs on the bodies of red eggmen were all red. They built houses out of large volcanic rocks and lived in them. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use one exploding egg goo. And King Bao Inheritance's intention was to let Fang Yuan use exploding egg goo to eliminate these red egg men. That way he would be able to enter the next round. But facing the attacking red egg men, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the attacks to land on him. These attacks accumulated and soon Fang Yuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan could not breathe properly, his body was bathed in blood, the intense aura of death had already enveloped him. At this moment, even if he used exploding egg goo, it would not change the situation. Putting himself in a desperate situation, Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 382. A group of short red egg men surrounded Fang Yuan and kept attacking. Is this heavenly demon an idiot? Why isn't he moving? If only heavenly demons were this stupid. Don't let your guard down, heavenly demons are extremely cunning, quickly kill him. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to be killed, the red egg men cheered in victory. But at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended and engulfed Fang Yuan. Surrounded, Fang Yuan, who was on the verge of death, suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a group of extremely shocked red egg men. When Fang Yuan woke up from the hazy darkness, the scene in front of him had changed greatly. It was a dark blue hall. The main hall was extremely simple and unadorned, and it was built with huge square copper bricks. Many of the bricks were covered with moss, showing the signs of time. Fang Yuan was lying in the middle of the hall, the copper brick floor on his back was cold. I've healed your injuries. A giant tortoise slowly opened its wrinkled eyelids and stared at Fang Yuan, who was at its feet. Fang Yuan slowly crawled up from the ground, first touched his body. Sure enough, his injuries were all healed. Then he looked around the hall, his expression calm. Finally, his gaze fell on the giant turtle in front of him. This giant turtle was as big as a house, its dark green shell was thick and hard. Its 4 limbs were like elephant legs, and there were 2 dragon whiskers hanging down from its head. Fang Yuan looked at this giant turtle, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, his smile became wider and finally turned into laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter reverberated in the hall. He had taken the initiative to seek death, which was equivalent to abandoning the spring-autumn cicada. Relying only on his guesses and the information from his previous life, the risk was naturally great. It could be said that a single misstep would cause eternal regret. But the people of the demonic path had always been courageous, and were best at staking everything on one throw. Now that Fang Yuan had successfully reached the main hall, all the risks were worth it. After laughing heartily for a while, Fang Yuan stopped and said to the giant tortoise, "Earth Spirit Bague, you have finally awakened from your slumber. You know me?" The giant tortoise's balanced voice wavered. There was a trace of doubt in his old eyes. "That's right. I know you, and I also know the secret of this paradise." Fang Yuan nodded and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This blessed land originated from an ancient strength path, Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals protect the blessed land. He fought against the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, but in the end he perished in a calamity. After his death, his will combined with the heavenly power of the blessed land and formed the earth spirit. It's you, Bagui. As long as I complete his dying wish, I will become the new master of this blessed land. Am I right? Fang Yuan went straight to the point and was very frank and direct. Land spirit. Even though it was a Gu Immortal, it was no longer a human, it was a pure obsession. Using a term from Earth, it was an intelligent program. As long as he reached the land spirit standard, he would be able to obtain its recognition and become the master of the blessed land. Therefore, Fang Yuan had directly said it. There would be no conspiracy between them. The giant tortoise nodded slowly. Yes. This obsession before death was the test of the blessed land. As long as you can complete it, you can become my master. And the specific content of this test is to refine the second aperture Gu, right? Fang Yuan asked. In ancient times, strength path flourished, 8 out of 10 Gu masters cultivated the strength path. This blessed land's original owner was also a strength path Gu immortal. He had developed the recipe of second aperture Gu. But at the last moment he lost his life in the heavenly tribulation. After he died, this obsession turned into a land spirit. In other words, the giant tortoise in front of Fang Yuan. In order to fulfill this obsession, the giant tortoise had been painstakingly waiting. Unfortunately, as time passed, there was still no fated person who met the criteria. This fated person had to be a strength path Gu master, possess beast phantoms, and be strong to a certain extent. Secondly, this strength path Gu master had to be on the verge of death to obtain this opportunity. This was because the blessed land's original owner had a lot of unwillingness and resentment before his death. He did not want others to obtain his wealth so easily. But he also wanted to refine the second aperture Gu. Thus, he requested that this fated person be like him and experience death. Only those who were in the same predicament as him had the qualifications to obtain everything he had. However, as time passed, the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations continued. The land spirit giant tortoise could not wait for a strength path Gu that met the criteria. To save immortal essence, it could only helplessly choose to hibernate. The originally vast and boundless blessed land was worn down by the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The entire space was already less than 1% of its original size. One heavenly tribulation caused the blessed land to be riddled with holes. Thus, a loophole was created, and the blessed land formed a secret passage to the outside world. 3 wandering children came here, and relied on the blessed land's resources to cultivate. These were the famous 3 kings of the demonic path. After the 3 kings took their revenge, they returned to the blessed land to live in seclusion. As time passed, they became more familiar with the blessed land, and were only a step away from rank 6. But in the end, the 3 did not break through. Before dying, they modified this place and turned it into the 3 kings' inheritance. The 3 kings were refinement path, fire path and enslavement path. None of them walked the strength path. The moment the modification started, the land spirit was awakened. It watched quietly and did not stop them. It wanted to use this inheritance to attract a strength path Gu master that met the requirements. When the 3 kings' inheritance opened, countless Gu masters entered the blessed land, greatly increasing the immortal essence expenditure. When the blessed land faced the crisis of destruction, the giant tortoise also woke up from its slumber. After waking up, the first thing the land spirit did was to find the fated person. There were many strength path Gu masters in the entire blessed land. But none could reach the land spirit's standard. In the olden antiquity era, strength path was the mainstream. But now, with the changes of the times, strength path was already on the verge of being eliminated. Gu masters who had true achievements in the strength path were even rarer. Hearing Fang Yuan mention the second aperture Gu, land spirit Ba Gue was stunned. You know a lot. Although it was curious, it did not pursue the matter. To it had already found the fated person. Its next goal was to refine the second aperture Gu. However, it was extremely difficult to refine the second aperture Gu. Because the second aperture Gu was not a mortal Gu, but a rank 6 immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was mentally prepared and asked, second aperture Gu rank 6. Rank 5 mortal, rank 6 immortal. To refine an immortal Gu there is a basic requirement, that is immortal essence. The immortal essence in the blessed land. How much is left? The tortoise turned its body and looked towards the depths of the hall. The floor tiles suddenly split open, and a large bronze cauldron slowly rose up. Finally, the floor tiles closed and the bronze cauldron was left in the hall. This cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles and contained immortal essence. This immortal essence was like green water, sparkling and translucent, emitting a rusty smell. There was very little immortal essence, only a shallow layer was left at the bottom of the cauldron. And as time passed, it was still slowly decreasing bit by bit. This was because the blessed land opened and countless Gu masters were exploring it, entering and exiting, expending immortal essence. However, this is already much better than the situation in my previous life. As long as I plan carefully. Fang Yuan looked at this layer of immortal essence, his thoughts flashed like lightning. Previous life. 3 kings' inheritance opened, and the land spirit waited bitterly. But there was no fated person. At the middle to late stage, the land spirit finally found a qualified strength path Gu master who was on the verge of death. This lucky person came from the demonic path, and survived a great calamity, gaining a blessing in disguise. However, he had no understanding of Gu refinement, and died in the process of Gu refinement. At the later stage, Gu masters had a deep understanding of three kings' inheritance, and knew how to advance and retreat. They had more or less life-saving tokens that could allow them to escape at any time. At the final moment, the Blessed Land was extremely weak, and Gu masters could use their own Gu worms to fight and engage in a bloody battle. With a bloody battle, there would naturally be casualties. The land spirit finally found a chance and selected several strength path Gu masters. But by then it was already too late. Immortal essence was severely insufficient, and the land spirit itself was extremely weak. It could not accomplish anything. Eventually, the Blessed Land continued to collapse, and the Gu masters found this hall. They came here, fought with the land spirit, and crashed into the strength path Gu master who was refining Gu. Only then did everyone know that Xianxia Mountain's blessed land had such a huge secret. But by then the immortal essence was expended, and the land spirit was already dead. The Gu refinement naturally ended in failure. And the legendary second aperture Gu had not even appeared in the world, and regretfully became extinct. Second aperture Gu, it can allow a Gu master to have a second aperture. Even an idiot knows the value of this Gu. I have a great aptitude now, and one aperture has 90% primeval essence. If I can have a second aperture, I will have 180% primeval essence. At the same time, I will have double the recovery speed and can even nurture a second set of Gu worms. My battle strength will definitely soar, and it can be said to be an unprecedented record. Once I succeed, I will definitely be the #1 person among the same rank. Fang Yuan was inwardly excited. But refining this immortal Gu was extremely difficult. It was not an easy task. Even Tai Mu Bai was dumbfounded by this. But to Fang Yuan, it was a different situation. Firstly, he was a rank 6 Gu immortal in his previous life. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, he also successfully refined Spring-Autumn Cicada, and had precious experience in refining immortal Gu. Secondly, ever since Three Kings' inheritance opened, he had been making arrangements. He challenged strength path Gu masters everywhere and eliminated competitors. Shui San Si, Century Boy and others were all chosen by the land spirit in his previous life. But now they all died in Fang Yuan's hands. Finally, he had the land spirit's help. In his previous life, when the land spirit met the first lucky child, it was already very weak. Towards the end, it was extremely weak and was actually killed by a group of mortals. But now was different. Fang Yuan sought death and came early. He definitely received great help from the land spirit. Back then, that Gu immortal had already made ample preparations to refine the Gu. With this foundation, I have at least 50% confidence in refining the Gu. Chapter 383. Soon Fang Yuan calmed down. The second aperture Gu was only a hope. To realize it, it required planning and hard work. Refining second aperture Gu, regardless of success or failure, will consume most of the immortal essence. Without celestial core power, I won't be able to defend against the upcoming earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. In other words, even if I become the Blessed Land's master, this blessed land can no longer be saved. I have to give it up. So, the second aperture Gu is my greatest gain from this trip. However, the entire matter was not as simple as it seemed. Right now, Fang Yuan was facing a very complicated situation. When refining second aperture Gu, the remaining immortal essence would rapidly decrease, the blessed land would weaken greatly, and the land spirit's help would also decrease. At the same time, he had to consider the Gu masters in the blessed land. If they found this hall, they would attack together like in his previous life and destroy the Gu refinement operation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, and after thinking for a while, he took the initiative to request, "Land Spirit, tell me the second aperture Gu's refinement recipe." The Earth Spirit, Ba Gue, nodded slowly and said in a deep voice, "Then listen carefully. The following is the complete content of the secret recipe. Rotten earth blood powder, earth saffron. Jade bones into petals, ice muscles into stems, and the heart of the flower was a golden relic. The dazzling sparks converged into a plain of ice and snow. Below it was the yang cloud that raised the fire like a pill. Above it was the yin cloud that dropped the sand like gold. In the middle of the sky, the shadows of beasts were added until lightning and thunder struck. The power of the beasts was born in the placenta, and it could gather people's acupoints. Wild grass was flourishing and blood chi was like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. His divine armament was limitless and he roamed the wilderness. The third watch, the third watch, the third watch, the ninth watch. 9 was the extreme. Mission accomplished. The secret recipe was rich in content and had close to 10,000 words. The more Fang Yuan listened, the more solemn his expression became. Refining this second aperture goo required over 1,000 steps. The early stage involved over 100 kinds of materials, the middle stage used large amounts of rank 4 and rank 5 goo worms. It was even more difficult, he actually needed to use another rank 6 immortal goo. Not good, the difficulty of refining second aperture goo is too high. It's much higher than I estimated. The information from my previous life only talked about the first half of the secret recipe, and it was mixed with a lot of misunderstandings from the people involved. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he originally had 50% confidence. After listening to the secret recipe, only about 30% remained. You don't have to worry too much. In this hall, there are already large amounts of materials and goo worms specially prepared for refining the second aperture goo. As the land spirit spoke, the entire hall was suffused with a dark green light. Amidst the brilliant radiance, the engravings on the surface of the hall protruded out of the bricks and materialized. This surprised Fang Yuan. This is clearly a storage method. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Many of the ancient methods have been destroyed in the River of Light and Yin. There were all kinds of materials dazzling him. There were at least 5,000 goo worms, ranging from rank 1 to rank 5. Among them, there were more than 600 rank 4 goo and more than 80 rank 5 goo. Rank 5 goo worms were extremely rare in the outside world, but in this hall, there were nearly 100 of them. However, Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, and was not discouraged. The land spirit took out another earth treasury flower goo, and he planted it. That strength path goo immortal from the olden antiquity era had already predicted the possibility of failure in every step, thus he had ample backup. After several failures, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in planting the earth treasury flower goo. The poison in the green marsh rotten soil and the blood power of the 8 desolate blood powder formed a subtle balance, thus causing the earth treasury flower goo to mutate. This was the first step of the recipe, rotten soil blood powder and earth treasury flower. Next was jade bone into petals, ice mussels into stems, golden relic and flower heart. This required the use of jade bone goo, ice mussels goo and yellow gold relic goo. It required the goo master's proficient goo refinement skills. The third step, dazzling starfire, gather ice and snow to form plains, was easily misunderstood as starfire goo and snowfield goo. If so, it would result in insufficient firepower. Actually, these two phrases had to be understood together. The true answer was to use starfire prairie goo and gather together with snowfield goo, only then could balance be achieved. Fang Yuan followed the prescribed order and implemented them one by one. At the fourth step, below is yang cloud raising fire like a pill, above is yin cloud falling sand like gold. This was a test of his multitasking ability. Fang Yuan first used yang cloud goo, then used pill fire goo. Next he used yin cloud goo, then used golden sand goo. Yin and yang clouds, one above and one below, mixed with the smoke from the previous steps. Orange-yellow spheres of Dan fire rose from the yang clouds one by one. Golden sand fell from the yin cloud like a hazy drizzle. Yin above and yang below, reverse balance. This is the crucial point. Go white elephant phantom. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he activated all-out effort goo. A white elephant phantom appeared above his head. The white elephant phantom crashed into the yin and yang clouds. The yin and yang clouds suffered the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. With a soft explosion, the white elephant phantom turned into a ball of white light, spinning in the air. Again black python phantom. Fang Yuan pointed, sacrificing another beast phantom. The black python entered and quickly turned into a black light, coiling around the white light as the two continued to tangle. Stone tortoise phantom, steed phantom. 2 beast phantoms flew out from Fang Yuan's body. The 4 beast phantoms tangled with each other, forming a colorful whirlpool, but it was still a step away from success. Strange. Why haven't they fused yet? Fang Yuan felt strange, he had encountered his first obstacle. The colorful whirlpool became smaller and smaller under the friction of the pill fire and golden sand. The various auras could not fuse. Seeing that he was about to fail, Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, don't tell me, he started to control the 4 beast phantoms. White elephant phantom, simple and honest. Black python phantom, cold yin entanglement. Stone tortoise phantom, thick like a mountain. Steed phantom, galloping like flying. These 4 beast phantoms were just tangling with each other before. Now, under Fang Yuan's control, they displayed their charm and true meaning. Rumble. A thunderous explosion occurred and a change occurred. The yin and yang clouds moved, the yin cloud sank and the yang cloud rose, the two joined into one. The clouds surged and mixed endlessly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled continuously. So it was like this. No wonder it requires a strength path Gu Master. Just having the beast phantoms is not enough. The Gu Master needs to experience the true meaning of their respective beast phantoms before they can start fusing. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief, understanding inwardly. Crack crack. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sounds were like war drums, becoming more and more concentrated. Finally they reached their limit and connected into one. Bam bam bam. Amidst the continuous explosions, the clouds completely fused into one and suddenly exploded. A strong gust of wind blew, and the clouds and smoke dispersed. Only one Gu was left in the air. This Gu was rank 5 and was shaped like a disc. Its surface was rough like the embryo of weeds. Disc Zhong inside, there was a fierce beast with a horse head, elephant tusks, tortoise body and snake tail. This is the beast strength placenta Gu. Fang Yuan's mind relaxed when he saw this Gu, and immediately fell asleep. He had spent 5 days and 5 nights on this Gu refinement. During this period he did not sleep or rest, multitasking, his mind was exhausted to the extreme. This sleep lasted for an entire day and night. Fang Yuan woke up. He rubbed the beast strength placenta Gu, recalling the recipe. Below it is the yang cloud that raises fire like a pill, above it is the yin cloud that drops sand like gold, adding beast phantoms in the middle until lightning flashes and the beast strength placenta is born, gathering the apertures. Next is gathering the apertures. Thinking of this, he stood up and said to the land spirit, Ba Gue, it is time. Ba Gue was straightforward. All right, I can teleport you to any place in the blessed land. Saying so, a large map appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes, along with all kinds of images showing the blessed land scenery. Gu masters, hairy men, dogs and beasts, everything was clear. This is the place. Fang Yuan searched and pointed at a place. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared and appeared in front of Tai Mu Bai. Tai Mu Bai was searching for the inheritance. Seeing Fang Yuan suddenly appear, he was slightly shocked. But he quickly calmed down and was about to say something, but Fang Yuan was in a rush. He waved his hand and luckily summoned a rock crocodile phantom. Slap. Tai Mu Bai's head exploded like a watermelon after being whipped by the rock crocodile's tail. He was dead. Other than these 3 rank 5 Gu, Tai Mu Bai's body also had 4 rank 4 Gu worms. Golden Dragon Gu, Golden Wind Refreshing Gu, Golden Coat Gu, Golden Aurora Gu, all of them were extraordinary, and were the best of the Metal Path Gu worms. These Gu worms were all taken out by Fang Yuan. After confirming there were no other Gu worms on Tai Mu Bai's body, Fang Yuan took out the Beast Strength Placenta Gu, and activated it on Tai Mu Bai's abdomen. Tai Mu Bai had lost his life, and his aperture was slowly shrinking. Now that the Beast Strength Placenta Gu sucked, the aperture was pulled out of Tai Mu Bai's body, falling into the placenta, and was devoured by the fierce beast at the center. After devouring the aperture, the coarse beast strength placenta Gu suddenly became shiny and glossy. Originally, it was like an embryo made from yellow mud with large pores on the surface. But now it had also changed, becoming dense and thick like a brick. This beast strength placenta Gu was an idea of the Blessed Land's original owner, and was used like this. Continuously absorbing a Gu master's aperture, and slowly accumulating it, a qualitative change would occur. To refine the second aperture Gu, the aperture was naturally the main material. The beast strength placenta Gu refined was used to devour other people's apertures. Slaughtering all living beings to help oneself, this action was already on the demonic path. It could be imagined that the ancient strength path Gu immortals were not good people. If others used this beast strength placenta Gu, they might feel a mental burden. But when Fang Yuan used it, he had a clear conscience without any uneasiness. In his previous life, to refine the spring-autumn cicada, he had slaughtered thousands of li, blood flowed like a river and caused endless bloodshed. Who knew how many people he had killed? So what if he killed a few Gu masters now? Good. This beast strength placenta Gu, after absorbing Tai Mu Bai's aperture, has already raised the second aperture Gu's aptitude to 40%. Not bad. This is the accumulation of quantity in exchange for a breakthrough in quality. It contains the truth of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. To transcend mortality and become an immortal goo, how can there be no price? Back then when I refined the spring-autumn cicada and slaughtered millions, it was also because of this. The better the number of apertures I devour, the better the aptitude of the second aperture goo will be. Next, I still need to kill goo masters, go on a killing spree, and use their apertures to raise my beast strength placenta goo. Ahaha. Fang Yuan carefully inspected the beast strength placenta goo, and was overjoyed, raising his head and laughing loudly. Why did he slaughter the Tai clan group? It was to infuriate Tai clan, and attract a rank 5 goo master. The arrival of a rank 5 goo master would destroy the balance, and cause a chain reaction, attracting even more rank 5 goo masters. These rank 5 goo masters, rank 4 goo masters, they are all my prey. Help me refine the second aperture goo. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. All the arrangements, years of painstaking planning, all the risks he took were starting to materialize now. This was so carefree, so comfortable. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, his black hair fluttering in the wind, and demonic fire surged in his eyes. In terms of true battle strength, the rank 5 peak stage Tai Mu Bai was 100 times stronger than Fang Yuan. Not to mention anything else, just the click gold goo. Once Fang Yuan was hit, he would die. There was no way to survive. Even if Tai Mu Bai only used rank 4 goo, his rank 5 peak stage crystal purple primeval essence was not something Fang Yuan's mere yellow gold primeval essence could compare to. But in the Three Kings' inheritance, goo masters were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to use their goo worms, and at the same time, their defenses were reduced to nothing, becoming extremely weak. But Fang Yuan was different. He had the land spirit's help. What was the land spirit? It was the owner of the blessed land. With its support, Fang Yuan could be considered in the Three Kings' inheritance. He could also use his own goo worms. And Tai Mu Bai had rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and a powerful set of goo worms, but he could not use them. In front of Fang Yuan he was a live target, a meat chicken. Peeling off all his defenses. He was as weak as a baby. He could not use a single metal path goo worm, he could not even self-detonate. He had painstakingly accumulated this set of goo worms for his entire life, but now it was all for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan killed Tai Mu Bai, and kept his goo worms into his aperture. The rank 6 spring-autumn cicada's pressure could at most suppress rank 4 goo worms. Originally Fang Yuan could not suppress these 3 rank 5 goo. But the environment here was special. The goo worms were suppressed by the heavenly power, unable to move. Under Fang Yuan's primeval essence refinement, they obediently submitted, changing owners. Good. You took out a rank 5 peak stage aperture. This way the second aperture goo's aptitude has risen to 40%. But take note, in order to transport you, I expended a lot of immortal essence. I used a lot of immortal essence to support you. The land spirit's voice suddenly sounded. It warned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stopped laughing, his expression turning solemn. I expected this. He sneered, his eyes shining brightly, and his tone was filled with the aura of a strategist. He continued, Ba Gue, you have been asleep for too long, the blessed land has already been modified by the Three Kings, you have lost too much control. Even if you are the spirit of the blessed land and can restore these modifications, you will need to use a large amount of immortal essence, and there is not much immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. If we split the primeval essence at the bottom of the cauldron into 16 portions, then the expenditure earlier would be half of it. Ba Gue was dazed for a moment before transmitting, You are right, that is indeed the case. You actually calculated the expenditure of immortal essence so accurately. Your performance has made me look at you in a different light. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal in his previous life, he knew the usage of immortal essence like the back of his hand. Making accurate calculations was as easy as flipping his palm. I have estimated, out of the 16 portions of immortal essence, at least 8 should be used to refine the second aperture goo. Out of the remaining 8, 4 will be used to support the Three Kings' inheritance. To kill goo masters, at least 3 portions will be needed. If there is less than 1 portion left, I will keep it as a backup to deal with sudden situations. But Ba Gue said, Young man, you are wrong this time. Fang Yuan stepped forward, his consciousness entering his aperture and searching for goo worms. Kuamo had 8 goo worms. But there was only one rank 5 goo called soft bone goo. It was extremely sinister. This goo could soften the bones of all living beings within a range of 50 li. Even if Fang Yuan turned all his bones into essence iron bones, he would be restrained and would turn into mud sooner or later. By then, Fang Yuan would have no way to retaliate. Without the support of his bones, he would be like a pile of mud lying on the ground. His organs would be squeezed together, his blood vessels and muscles would be in a mess. Without needing anyone to make a move, he would die in no time. As for the other 7 goo, they were all rank 4. These goo were related to bone path. There was no lack of high-quality ones. Unfortunately, I do not have a deep understanding of bone path. I can at most make a temporary appearance. If I truly inherit this set of goo, the battle strength I can display will not even be half of Kumo's. I should keep it for now. Fang Yuan thought. At Kumo's level, the goo set he created would definitely suit his personality and fighting style. It would represent his understanding of bone path, battle, and goo masters. Fang Yuan was most proficient in blood path. In his previous life, he had benefited from the blood sea inheritance. He relied on blood path to establish his career. His understanding of blood path was extremely deep. If Kumo was a blood path goo master, the situation would be different. After taking all of Kumo's goo worms, Fang Yuan activated Beast Strength Placenta Goo and devoured his aperture. Beast Strength Placenta Goo was nourished and improved again. Its surface was like a brick, but now it had a layer of glossy luster. The surface became smooth like a rough ceramic. The pitiful Kumo was a formidable character. He was a lone cultivator and had to fight alone. He grasped many fortuitous encounters in his life. Adding on his hard work, he went through many difficulties to reach this step. But in the end he died and all his hard work was absorbed by Fang Yuan. A great rank 5 goo master fell from his peak, becoming a stepping stone for Fang Yuan. It is a pity dog enslavement goo cannot be recycled, otherwise these dogs could be used by me. Fang Yuan looked at the dog group regretfully before vanishing. A fierce battle was going on. Wu Gui commanded the Chrysanthema Makita dogs, fighting with a large group of lightning symbol dogs. Chrysanthema Makita dogs were extremely united. The more they had, the greater their battle strength. But Wu Gui's luck was not good. He only had 40 or so Chrysanthema Makita dogs. He sent these dogs to the front line, concentrating on controlling them. The Chrysanthema Makita dogs were facing 5 times their number of lightning symbol dogs. They were all injured but did not die. Mutual protection and exquisite coordination showed Wu Gui's great talent in beast enslavement. Not only him, Wu Gui and Kumo, 2 rank 5 goo masters, also died in Fang Yuan's hands. What's more, not only did they die, even their goo worms were taken away by Fang Yuan. These 3 rank 5 goo masters died in such a sullen manner. Even Bai Ning Bing, who was an outsider, felt depressed over the deaths of Tai Mu Bai and the others. Alright, it's about time. Next, I will teleport you to King Quan Inheritance. Follow my instructions and charge through the rounds. I need dog beasts as helpers, the more the better. Fang Yuan said hurriedly. I didn't say I would help you. Bai Ning Bing's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if this succeeds I will give you the Jianghu. Besides this, there are other benefits. After we leave Sancha Mountain you can go wherever you want. I won't stop you from going our separate ways, and I welcome you to travel together. But regardless of whether you agree or not, I will refine the goo. Bai Ning Bing was speechless. You? This shameless scoundrel, you dare to use the poison oath to threaten me? If Fang Yuan died from being surrounded while refining the goo, according to the poison oath, Bai Ning Bing would die as well. That is to say, Bai Ning Bing had to protect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh. His tone was calm and even had a trace of gentleness. This is not a threat, this is cooperation, Ning Bing. Think about it, since Qing Mao Mountain, we have cooperated seamlessly, no danger could stop us, and countless enemies have fallen at our feet. This time will not be an exception. Didn't you want the Jianghu? If you get it, you can regain your male body. Don't tell me you are reluctant to part with your female identity? Hearing Fang Yuan call her Ning Bing, Bai Ning Bing felt goosebumps all over her body. When she heard Fang Yuan's last sentence, even though she knew Fang Yuan was trying to provoke her, she could not help but fly into a rage and shouted, "Shut up!" Then it's settled. Fang Yuan laughed and waved his hand, stuffing a dog enslavement goo into Bai Ning Bing's hands before disappearing. The scene in front of Bai Ningbing also changed. She was teleported to the first round of King Quan inheritance by the land spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lanshan. Wu Lanshan jumped in fright at the sudden appearance of a person. But she was after all a famous person, a Grand Rank 5 Great Gu Master. She quickly calmed down. Little Beast King, it's you. You seem to be able to enter and leave this place as you wish? Wu Lanshan took a step back, her eyes shining brightly. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He flicked his finger and shot out a bone spike. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the bone spike pierced through Wu Lanshan's heart like lightning. Wu Lanshan's beautiful face seemed to be frozen in time. She looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. You can actually use Gu? After saying this, her aura dissipated. She lost her life. Another rank 5 Gu master died. But Fang Yuan did not obtain her rank 5 Gu worms. The moment Wu Lanshan died, a profound light burst out from her body, wrapping around her 3 rank 5 Gu worms and leaving through space. Bai Ningbing shook her head in disdain, walking forward and keeping all of Yun Luo Tian's Gu worms. This Yun Luo Tian walked Cloud Path. All of his rank 4 Gu worms were of high quality. And the enslavement path Gu he obtained from the King Quan inheritance greatly strengthened Bai Ningbing's Gu worms. Meanwhile, Yun Luo Tian's corpse was teleported to Fang Yuan by the land spirit. Fang Yuan was stepping on Wang Xiao, interrogating him for information on Wu Mountain. Wang Xiao was the lord of Wu Mountain, a rank 5 upper stage Gu master, a true local tyrant. He was also an expert who had been famous for a long time. If this was in the outside world, even 80 Fang Yuan would not be Wang Xiao's match. But here, Fang Yuan defeated him easily. The whole process was as easy as flipping his hand. Wang Xiao was extremely furious. He was being stepped on by Fang Yuan. His face was in contact with the soil. For a grand rank 5 Gu master, the lord of Wu Mountain, this was a huge humiliation. You want to know the way to Wu Mountain? Don't be delusional. If you want to kill me, then kill me. After you kill me, you will never know the correct path again. Wang Xiao laughed coldly as he struggled, resisting with all his might. But Fang Yuan could use strength path Gu worms. Wang Xiao could not match him in terms of strength. After struggling for a while, he was panting from exhaustion, while Fang Yuan's foot on his face was still as steady as a rock. Among the 100,000 great mountains of the southern border, Mount Wu was one of the most famous mountains. This mountain was illusory, hidden in fog. In the fog there were many small paths. But there is only one right path. Wang Xiao knew this path. He would enter Mount Wu and take all the resources of Mount Wu for his own use. Famous mountains like Qingmao Mountain and Wu Mountain had at least 3 to 4 spirit springs. Other than that, there were large numbers of wild beasts and wild Gu. All kinds of resources were enough to support 3 to 4 mid-sized clans. But in Wu Mountain, all the resources were monopolized by Wang Xiao. Wu Mountain is a naturally dangerous place. It is easy to defend. No matter how many righteous path Gu masters there are, they cannot attack it. Wang Xiao used this place to be free and unfettered, becoming a tyrant. If I can obtain it, I can use it as a base and I will not have to worry about resources after rank 5. Fang Yuan thought. Wu Mountain was Wang Xiao's fortuitous encounter. Fang Yuan coveted it very much. But Wang Xiao did not speak. He knew that once he spoke, he would die without a doubt. Not speaking would give him a chance of survival. Bam. Right at this time, with a soft sound, Yun Luo Tian's corpse was transported over by the land spirit. Fang Yuan kicked Wang Xiao away and walked to the corpse, taking out the beast strength placenta Gu and devouring the aperture. It's him? That Yun clan's young master. Not good. The immortal essence expenditure is extremely high. It is slightly higher than expected. This blessed land is too old. It originated from the olden antiquity era. It is already a miracle that it can survive until now. Chapter 388. Young man, the immortal essence expenditure is a little off. Stop here. The land spirit also sensed this error and gave its suggestion. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold, resolutely rejecting. No, 83% is not my plan is 90%. Most things in this world do not go your way. How can everything go your way? Young man, you are already blinded by benefits, your head is starting to heat up. The land spirit said calmly. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, without the land spirit's help, he could not use immortal essence. The land spirit was already starting to retreat, Fang Yuan had to convince it again. Wagui. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing his tone. It is no big deal that the immortal essence expenditure exceeds by a little. In my plan I still have some spare immortal essence. In Fang Yuan's plan, he had divided the immortal essence into 16 portions. 8 would be used to refine Gu, while 4 would be used to support the Three Kings' inheritance. A little more than 3 portions would be used to kill Gu masters. The remaining less than 1 portion would be used as a backup to deal with sudden situations. Fang Yuan had a meticulous mind and had planned for this for a long time. How could he not have backup plans? But the land spirit was not convinced. Although it was formed from obsession, it had intelligence and could think. Young man, your calculation is wrong. Have you considered the possibility of failure in the Gu refinement process? It is impossible for you to not fail. Once you fail, you will waste immortal essence. 8 portions of primeval essence is already insufficient to refine Gu. The remaining less than 1 portion of immortal essence can be used as a waste, allowing you to try many times. Now that you have used this portion, if you fail a little more, the second aperture Gu will definitely not succeed. The land spirit retorted. Fang Yuan was secretly anxious. He had not passed the test yet, he was not the owner of the blessed land, he could not directly command the land spirit. If the land spirit did not cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Right now there was still a rank 5 Gu master in the blessed land. Many rank 4 experts. These would be his life and death enemies when he refines Gu in the near future. Fang Yuan was killing these people now to get rid of his enemies and protect himself. However, there was too little immortal essence left in the blessed land. Fang Yuan had to rack his brains and plan carefully. At the same time, he would have to face the land spirit's strict inspection. Young man, don't risk it. If you insist on going your own way, I won't cooperate with you. I'll even revoke your right to take the test and leave the opportunity to someone else. The land spirit's tone was firm. Hearing this, Fang Yuan could not help but sigh deeply. Land spirits were very stubborn. Under such circumstances, the earth spirits were very stubborn. It was almost impossible to convince the land spirit. The others can be spared, but the remaining rank 5 Gu master must die. He is one of the 4 great doctors of the southern border. His influence is very strong, we must get rid of him to be safe. Fang Yuan tried his best to argue. For the safety of the Gu refinement, you have already arranged for that girl. Combined with the hound beast, they should be able to fend off some of the attacks. At that time, I will also protect you with my life. The most important thing is the success of your Gu refinement. The land spirit rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan's face darkened. The remaining rank 5 Gu master Chou Jiu, known as Killer Ghost Doctor, although his battle strength was not high, his influence was huge. In his previous life's memories, he went to Yitian Mountain and joined the demonic faction, catching up from behind. He directly sat on the 3rd seat. With a wave of his arm, countless demonic Gu masters gathered. Under his treatment, the demonic faction's casualties decreased sharply and their morale rose, giving the righteous faction a huge headache. Only when Shang Yanfei invited Dr. Su Shou from Shang Clan City and cooperated with divine Dr. Xing Shou could they suppress Chou Jiu's limelight. The Battle of Yitian Mountain. Let the world know of Chou Jiu's power. Killer Ghost Doctor was also publicly recognized as the head of the 4 great doctors. After Yitian Mountain was conquered by the righteous faction, Chou Jiu was captured, and Wu clan leader felt pity for his talent. He wanted to recruit him. But Chou Jiu refused, cursing Shang Yanfei and Dr. Su Shou, exposing an old grudge, and was finally killed by the furious Shang Yanfei. But rank 5 Gu masters were all geniuses, they could not be underestimated. These Gu masters were able to stand out from the masses. In such a cruel environment, the survival of the fittest, ascending to the peak of the mortal world, they were all heroes. Thinking of a person like Chou Jiu attacking at the final juncture of the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan could not eat or sleep in peace. Although my cultivation has risen to rank 4 upper stage and my cultivation speed is astonishing. But on such a huge stage I am still too weak, I cannot compare to these rank 5 Gu masters. If I had my rank 6 cultivation, no matter how many rank 5 Gu masters there are, I would kill them all like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. You still want to kill? Impossible, I won't allow it. Immortal essence cannot be wasted here, I need to save most of it for the Gu refinement. The land spirit heard Fang Yuan's request but firmly rejected. Demonic Gu masters are like this, they like to take risks. Sigh, young man, don't be too radical. In this world, why is the righteous path prosperous, always suppressing the demonic path? That is because the demonic path is too radical and greedy, putting themselves in a desperate situation. But the righteous path seeks stability, fighting steadily and not moving. Bagui, you are wrong. It is not easy for the demonic path to survive, if they are not radical, if they do not use every opportunity to grab the greatest benefits, if they do not take risks. How can they cultivate, how can they compete with the righteous path? The greed, selfishness, radicalism and risk-taking of risks of the demonic path are the survival rules of the demonic path. As long as the benefits are huge, so what if they walk on a tightrope? One wrong step and the whole game will be lost, turning the impossible into the possible. This is the brilliance of the demonic path. The life of the demonic path is like wine, it has a strong fragrance. Fang Yuan loudly retorted. The land spirit heard such words and sighed. Young man, your demonic nature is too deep. If you do not repent now, you will definitely walk towards destruction. Chapter 389. To think that this Three Kings inheritance was a trap, the real winner is you, little beast king. Killer ghost Dr. Cho Jio laid on the ground, staring at Fang Yuan with wide-open eyes as he exclaimed. This article comes from. After Fang Yuan convinced the land spirit, he rushed to Cho Jio and knocked him down in a few moves. Cho Jio was ugly, his hair was messy like withered straw, his forehead was protruding, his eyes were one big and one small, his cheekbones were high, his nose bridge was flat and his nose hair was protruding out of his nasal cavity. He had a mouthful of yellow teeth that were exposed. But his gaze was shrewd and bright, with a scheming look that normal people could not have. Little Beast King, I know you, you are an amazing talent. You are just a vagrant child, but you can grow to this stage. I am full of admiration. Compared to you, I am only a few years older. When I was young, I did not have your achievements. A person like you is a dragon among men, sooner or later you will ascend to the heavens and roam the world. I have no intention of being enemies with you. If possible, I want to use the information of the door of life and death to buy my life. Fang Yuan had killed 4 rank 5 Gu masters earlier. Some were shocked, some were angry and some were afraid, but Cho Jio was calm. When he understood his situation, he immediately lowered his stance and flattered Fang Yuan. He laid on the ground, not moving, as if he had given up resisting. But at this time the land spirit suddenly transmitted, quickly kill him, he is using the token and Gu worms crazily. I am trying my best to suppress them, they are all increasing the consumption of immortal essence. But Fang Yuan was stunned, almost thinking he had heard wrongly. Door of life and death? This door of life and death was not a small matter, it was recorded in the legends of Renzu. It was an ancient forbidden land. It was similar to the river of time and ordinary abyss. After verdant great sun died, Renzu rushed to the door of life and death to save him. In the legends, the door of life and death contained the mysteries of life and death. As long as people understood it, they could control life and death. Cho Jio actually knows the location of the door of life and death? Fang Yuan was shocked, his expression turning cold as he warned, Cho Jio, if you activate your Gu worms again, I will kill you. Cho Jio's expression changed and his pupils constricted. He slowly sat up and looked at Fang Yuan. You can actually sense that I am using a Gu worm. His eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation. You can use Gu worms, but there is no reaction when I try my best to activate them. Sai, looks like there's only one possibility. The land spirit isn't dead yet and has already been subdued by you. So this was a blessed land. There was such a secret. What a pity, back then the 3 kings were the first to enter, but they did not truly control this blessed land. Now you've obtained it. However, this blessed land was already on the verge of destruction. No amount of help could save it. The land spirit must be extremely old, otherwise these Gu masters would have been banished long ago. Why did you have to personally eliminate us? Although Fang Yuan didn't control the blessed land, after he revealed his identity, the heavenly dragon king didn't care about him at all. In order to assist him in Gu refinement, the land spirit listened to Fang Yuan's orders to a certain extent. Cho Jio was over 100 years old, and he was experienced and astute. His guess was actually 80 to 90% accurate. Since you have control of the blessed land, I won't do this pointless work. As long as you spare my life, the things you obtain will exceed your expectations. Cho Jio said. He really stopped his actions. Fang Yuan smiled noncommittally, Let's talk about the door of life and death. If you die, I will have to get information about the door of life and death from Xianxia and Dr. Susho. This matter concerns the Shadow Sect's blessed land. How can they be honest? When we fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be beneficial to you. Ha, a little beast king, you are a very frank and direct person. A person who only knows how to scheme will never be able to show his face in public. But you are meticulous in your thinking and domineering in your actions. You are truly a formidable character. You are right, this is what I plan to do. This is a blatant scheme and you have already seen through it. Then, do you still want to inquire about the Shadow Sect's blessed land from them? Killer Ghost Doctor laughed. Fang Yuan stared at this rank 5 Gu master, sighing after a while. Of course. The door of life and death was an immemorial forbidden land on the same level as the river of time. In such a place, unique Gu worms thrived and thrived. Spring-autumn cicada lived in the river of time. The door of life and death naturally had similar immortal Gu. With such huge benefits, Fang Yuan could not help but be moved. Thus, even though he knew this was Chojio's scheme, he still had to go in. Chojio laughed heartily, tears appearing in his eyes. Little Beast King, although you are a rising star, I admire you. I am looking forward to the battle between you and that adulterous couple in the future. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see it. Our Shadow Sect's teachings have a different view on life and death. We met in life, you are the cause of death. We were able to meet in the vast sea of people and die in your hands. This is an extraordinary fate. Maybe you really have fate with the Shadow Sect's blessed land and the door of life and death. I might as well give this fortuitous encounter to you. I hope you can grasp it. Saying so, Chojio's expression calmed down. His eyes were deep as if he had great wisdom that could see through life and death in the mortal world. It doesn't matter if I die, who can avoid death in this world? Longevity is attainable, but eternal life is hopeless. Even those immortal venerables and demon venerables, didn't they turn to ashes in the end? Little Beast King, I can die by myself. There is no need for you to do anything. Saying so, he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Blood spurted out, life flowed away. The ghost doctor of a generation, the future leader of the 4 great doctors, died just like that. To think that killing this ghost doctor would give me such important information. Shadow Sect's blessed land, door of life and death. If I am the ruler, it will be the foundation of my hegemony. It seems that my rebirth plan will need to be modified again. Any Gu master that could cultivate to rank 5 would have to go through many layers of competition before they could stand out. None of them were simple characters. They all had their own unique fortuitous encounters, advantages, trump cards or secrets. At this point, the rank 5 Gu masters in the blessed land were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan. Taimu Bai Wu Gue Kuimo Wulan Shan Chojio, these 5 had distinct personalities, they all had deep foundations and great strength. If they really fought one-on-one, the current Fang Yuan would be easily suppressed by any one of them. He was not their match. So Dr. Susho's real name is Qinjiu and Killer Ghost Doctor's name is Chojio. It seems hatred was born from love. No wonder in my previous life, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, he took the initiative to climb the mountain and threw himself into that whirlpool. He challenged Xianxia and fought with Dr. Susho. After being captured, he exposed the matter and was killed by Xianxia. Fang Yuan did not want to comment on this enmity between the 3. Did he sympathize with Chojio? But Dr. Susho's choice was completely understandable. Despising the poor and loving the rich, disliking the ugly and loving the beautiful, this was common in the world. Xianxia was a famous handsome man in southern border. Compared to him, Chojio couldn't be compared. Compared to Chojio, they were like heaven and earth. The reason why Dr. Susho fell in love with Chojio was because of her innocence. Chojio was the first man she met. After meeting Xianxia, her horizons were broadened and she had a comparison. Moreover, Qinjiu. She had an extreme pursuit for beauty in her nature. Whenever a patient came to seek treatment, she would want to size up their appearance. If they were ugly, she would not treat them. If they were average-looking, it depended on her mood at the time and the patient's consultation fee. If they were handsome and beautiful, she would treat them on the spot without saying a word. And she did not charge any fees. When someone rebuked her for this, she would still argue, "You ugly people, being born in front of me is simply staining the beauty of life. you might as well just die and end all troubles. As for those beautiful things, we naturally have to protect and preserve them by all means possible. These words were said in Shang Clan City at that time. It caused a huge commotion. In the end, Shang Yanfei personally came out to settle this matter. Dr. Su Shou's status in Shang Clan City. She was unique. Back in Shang Clan City, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou together, her attitude towards Fang and Bai was very different. She was indifferent towards Fang Yuan, but very gentle and intimate towards Bai Ningbing. But come to think of it, the four great doctors all have their own quirks. Let's not talk about Killer Ghost Doctor and Dr. Su Shou. That nine-fingered wandering doctor likes to disguise as a sloppy old beggar, his whereabouts are uncertain. And divine Dr. Xing Shou as a man likes men. Fang Yuan let his thoughts wander as he took out all of Killer Ghost Doctor's goo worms. Choujio had many goo worms. Most of them were healing goo. Other than that, there were movement goo. He did not have a rank 5 healing goo, but had a rank 5 movement goo called warp goo. Warp goo, its appearance was very abstract, like a fried dough twist. The dark golden worm's body twisted and turned, its head and body were intertwined, its eyes and wings were all misplaced, as if it was molded by the creator at will. However, its appearance was a perfect match for the appearance of its original owner. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while before keeping these goo worms. Next, he used beast strength placenta goo to devour Choujio's aperture. Looking at Choujio's corpse, he laughed lightly. Choujio, oh Choujio, you are really crafty. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would have been deceived by you. Although Choujio was dead, there was still the possibility of him reviving. In Fang Yuan's previous life, during the middle phase of the Battle of Etion Mountain, his throat was slit and he was assassinated. But not long after, he revived, causing both the righteous and devil paths to be extremely shocked. As it turned out, he had once used a Legacy Life Goo. Legacy Life Goo was a rank 5 consumable goo. As long as the Goo Master's corpse was preserved properly, it would only take a while for the corpse to recover and the Goo Master to revive. Although he was in the Blessed Land, the Legacy Life Goo's law power was suppressed by heaven and earth, temporarily unable to take effect. But as long as the Blessed Land collapses and the suppression weakens, the Legacy Life Goo's power would be activated again, allowing him to revive. Earlier, Choujio had praised Fang Yuan, and even put on an act of being carefree in the face of death, to leave a good impression on Fang Yuan, so that after his death he would not be whipped by Fang Yuan. Truthfully speaking, Fang Yuan did not have the habit of whipping corpses. But today for you I can make an exception. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he attacked mercilessly, quickly turning Choujio's corpse into meat paste. He hesitated for a while but was still not at ease, so he set fire to the meat paste and burned it to ashes. With a wave of his palm wind, the ashes fluttered in all directions. Choujio, if you can revive like this, then you have the ability. Ah. Chapter 391. This is the 48th round. Wu Shintong silently calculated. He came from the Wu clan, which was the #1 clan in the southern border. They had a deep foundation and were an overlord of the righteous path. And he was an enslavement path Goo master that Wu clan heavily nurtured. His attainment in enslavement path was extraordinary. Wu Shintong's name sounded domineering, but in reality he was as thin as a stick and his face was waxy yellow, like a sickly scholar. In fact, he originally had a broad back and a slim waist and a fit body. In one battle he was poisoned by Long Qingtian's Jade Sky Venom. He sought out Miracle Dr. Xing Shou for treatment. Divine Doctor's sacred hands touched his chest. His eyes lit up as he sighed, "You're late. The poison has already penetrated deep into your bone marrow. I can preserve your life and cultivation, but the poison is deeply rooted and difficult to remove. From now on, you have to come here for treatment every once in a while. I'll help you get rid of the toxins regularly." It was because of the Jade Sky parasite that Wu Shintong became thinner day by day, becoming like this. I wonder which Goo master will be my opponent next? Wu Shintong walked in the fog with a deep gaze. Just now, out of the 3 choices, he had chosen the path in front of him. In King Quan's inheritance, the further one progressed, the more choices one would have. But most Goo masters would choose a dog group to play it safe. He would only choose to fight with others if he had no other choice. No matter how large the pack of dogs was, they were still animals. But with a Goo master's command, even the weakest dog group would pose a threat. However, Wu Shintong did the exact opposite. As long as he could fight with others, he would not choose any other path. In terms of enslavement path attainments, I am first-rate in southern border. In this Three Forks mountain I am almost number 1. Only 2 opponents can threaten me. One was Wu Gui. He was a rank 5 Gu master and was once an enslavement path Gu master. But the enslavement path consumed a lot of resources, he had no choice but to change paths halfway. The other one was Xianxia. He is a true enslavement path Gu master, but his cultivation level is lower than mine. Martial god art had a huge advantage in enslavement path. In terms of qualifications, Xianxia was still his junior. And in this King Quan's inheritance, even if he fought Wu Gui head-on, he wouldn't be able to win. He was not afraid at all. With such great strength, of course he had to attack his opponents first and eliminate as many competitors as possible. In the end, he was left alone to monopolize King Quan's inheritance. This was Wu Xintong's shrewd plan. If I count it, my next opponent will be the most powerful one. He should be the 23rd person I've hit. It's your bad luck to run into me. Wu Xintong snorted in his heart and stopped. Beside him, the dogs surrounded him in an orderly manner. He stared at the other side of the mist. In the fog, a group of dogs with rotting skin and purple bodies walked out one after another. Oh, corpse-eating dogs. Wu Xintong chuckled. He knew. This kind of dog beast was very useful in the early stages. This was because this type of dog beast could devour corpses to speed up the recovery of injuries. But as the battle progressed, the corpse-eating dogs grew weaker and weaker. Because of this dog. Their speed was not as fast as the lightning symbol dog, their defense was not as good as the armored dog, and their unity was not as good as the chrysanthemum Akita dog. Only those enslavement path Gu masters would be crazily infatuated with these useless corpse-eating dogs. Different professions are worlds apart. He was not an enslavement path Gu master and did not have decades of experience. His battle strength, compared to the other party, was like a baby under a giant's foot. They could not be compared at all. Wu Xintong no longer had any battle intent. There was no chance of winning this battle. The other party only needed to wave his hand and the dog groups would attack. No matter how good his commanding skills were, it would all be useless. The difference in military strength between the two sides could no longer be made up for with skills. Who is he? Did a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master come to Sancha Mountain? Impossible. Even if he is a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, how can he have such a large dog group? I must see who the other party is. Wu Xintong tightly held the safety token as he stared at the fog. From the fog, a person's figure gradually appeared. He is finally showing his true face? Wu Xintong's forehead was covered in sweat as he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Swoosh. At this time, with a soft sound, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Wu Xintong sensed the abnormality but did not have time to turn around. Fang Yuan placed his hand on his head and squeezed. Bam. His head was crushed. He was also dead. On the other side of the fog, Bai Ningbing slowly walked out. How many more rounds are left? She looked at Fang Yuan and yawned with a drowsy expression. Chapter 392. Others had to rack their brains and scheme to pass the rounds like Wu Xintong and Wu Gui. They also had to plan and choose carefully. But for Bai Ningbing, because of the land spirit's help, she only needed to move forward. The pitiful Wu Xintong, a grand rank 4 peak stage Gu master, did not even get to see Bai Ningbing. As for Fang Yuan's appearance, Bai Ningbing was not surprised at all, because of the land spirit's reminder. In fact, this was a cooperation between two people. Fang Yuan needed Wu Xintong's aperture, while Bai Ningbing needed his enslavement path Gu worms, as well as these dog groups that Wu Xintong had accumulated. With Wu Xintong's death, his dog group was naturally taken in by Bai Ningbing, causing the huge dog group to increase by another 10%. Seeing this vast dog group, Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Your dog group has already taken shape. In this King Quan inheritance, it has already formed a crushing momentum. It is not difficult to get to the last round. Remember, in the last few rounds there is a large group of lion mastiffs. These lion mastiffs are mutated beasts. Their battle strength is even higher than the 5 great hounds. They were King Quan's trump card back then. Besides them, there are 2 dog kings, ancient mutated beasts that are even stronger than ordinary mutated beasts. Back then, the left and right arms of King Quan were comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. You must subdue them all. Bai Ningbing nodded, bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and continuing to pass the rounds. It seems you are indeed a person from the future using spring-autumn cicada to return to the past. You really know the Three Kings' inheritance like the back of your hand. The land spirit transmitted, praising, I have to remind you, the immortal essence you have is almost used up. It is only enough for you to kill 2 more people. Who do you plan to kill next? Fang Yuan nodded, saying without hesitation, of course Xianxia. Beast Placenta Gu already had 89% aptitude, shining like jade. Compared to its previous mud-like state, it was completely different. After killing 2 more rank 4, it would definitely reach 90% aptitude. The second aperture's aptitude cannot be higher than a Gu Master's first aperture. Fang Yuan's first aperture was 90% a grade. Therefore, the current limit of the second aperture was a grade 90%. Even if it accumulated to 99% and was used on Fang Yuan's body, it was only 90%. The remaining 9 points would all be wasted. Of course, if Fang Yuan improved his first aperture's aptitude in the future, his second aperture would also have more room to improve. Xianxia was only a rank 4 upper stage Gu Master. He was a level lower than Yihua and Kong Ri Tian. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, however, he was the most threatening opponent. Because he was an enslavement path Gu Master on Sancha Mountain, second only to Wu Xintong and Wu Gui. Fang Yuan had his own plans. Bai Ningbing is not an enslavement path cultivator after all, she is a complete newbie in commanding dogs. In the future, when she commanded so many dogs, she would definitely be flustered. It would be commendable if she didn't make any mistakes. But fortunately, I don't need her to command the dogs to run and attack. I just need her to form a military formation, guard the hall, and wait for the next move. This way it could make up for Bai Ningbing's lack of commanding ability. But the military formation was extremely inflexible. It would be terrible if they met Gu Master experts proficient in enslavement path. For example, Wu Xintong and Wu Gui only needed to command a small group of dogs. With a few charges, they would be able to probe out the entire situation. With a few troops, they would be able to cause chaos in the military formation and create a loophole in the defense. In just 7 minutes, he will be able to connect to the outside world and create a hole in the blessed land. The land spirit said. Fang Yuan immediately felt the severity of the matter. In his previous life, he was a rank 6 Gu Immortal and had once possessed a blessed land. He naturally knew the severity of this matter. If there was a hole in the blessed land that could connect to the outside world, the immortal essence expenditure would increase exponentially. If it was not repaired in time, the hole would become bigger and bigger, eventually causing the winds of assimilation. Once the winds of assimilation blew, the blessed land would be destroyed. I have taken the initiative to cut off and abandon most of the holes in the blessed land. There were only 3 places that were crucial and couldn't be given up. To think that this person's luck is so good, he actually found one of them and even noticed it. Take a look at the exact situation. The land spirit sighed. A scene appeared in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. The Gu Master in the scene wore a navy blue robe, his face was thin and his gaze was gloomy. It was none other than Long Qing Tian. Right now he was activating his only rank 5 poison Gu, Jade Sky. The ground and sky around him were all dyed green. It had once dyed the sky blue. Jade Sky Gu Long Qing Tian's core trump card, a Gu worm that existed since the immemorial era, it was basically extinct now. Long Qing Tian relied on this Gu to roam the southern border and poison many people to death. He was infamous. Now let's see if he can catch up and surpass them in a limited time. The Gu Immortals conversed. The entire inheritance contest had finally entered the final stage at this moment. In the hall, a lump of profound light of all colors, the size of a water vat, floated in the air and spun madly. Fang Yuan controlled the profound light. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spoke. Take 3 ounces of willow stone yellow. Immediately, the sculpture in the hall broke away from the bronze bricks and turned into a solid form. It was willow stone yellow. This was an ancient stone material that was rarely seen in the current era. After being taken by the land spirit, it split into 3 ounces and flew into the dazzling profound light. Fang Yuan's concentration was concentrated, not daring to be careless. When the profound light suddenly turned yellow, he spoke again, Take 30 snowball goo. 30 snowball goo flew into the yellow light lump. The water vat-sized light lump was still yellow, but its size continued to shrink. In the end, it condensed into a dot, forming an earthen yellow stone that was completely unremarkable. Feng Yuan carefully received this stone and let out a long sigh of relief. This goo refinement lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and finally came to an end. He was extremely tired, immediately lying on the ground and falling into a deep sleep, wishing he could sleep for 7 days and 7 nights straight. But in less than an hour he was woken up by the land spirit on time. This stone could not exist for long. In another 15 minutes, it would evaporate and dissipate. By then all of Feng Yuan's previous efforts would be wasted. He would have to start from scratch again. Goo refinement is difficult. It requires a strength path goo master, and also a refinement path expert. Even for me, with my previous life's memories and foundation, it is very difficult. I almost failed several times. It was extremely dangerous. No wonder no one could refine the second aperture goo in my previous life. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly, patting his cheeks to wake himself up. After resting for an hour he felt much better, but his head was still dizzy. This was because he had used up too much mental energy. He was too tired. The second aperture goo was rank 6. Refining an immortal goo was naturally not simple. Feng Yuan did not need to look in the mirror to know his current appearance, with messy hair, pale face, dark eye bags, and extremely haggard. Land spirit, how much immortal essence do I have left? He asked. 5 portions of immortal essence left. The land spirit immediately answered, its voice revealing a trace of weakness. Right now, 18 days had passed since Feng Yuan killed Long Qing Tian. The speed at which the blessed land was weakening made Feng Yuan inwardly shocked. In order to support the opening of 3 kings' inheritance, the immortal essence expenditure was huge. This abnormality had already caused an uproar in the outside world. During this period of time, even more goo masters came to explore the blessed land. Among them were many famous experts. Only 5 portions of immortal essence left, but the goo refinement is only 2/3 done. Land spirit, what date is it today? Feng Yuan's expression was solemn as he asked. According to the calendar you mentioned, it is already the 19th day of the 10th month. The 19th day of the 10th month, according to my plan, the final step of refining the second aperture goo will be in 5 days. The 24th day of the 10th month, eh? This day in history, isn't it the day that Feng Kim Hong wins and inherits Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Feng Yuan suddenly thought of Feng Kim Hong. This girl had outstanding talent and a deep background. After inheriting Hu Immortal Blessed Land, her status soared to the sky. In the future, using this to cultivate to become a goo immortal, her prestige would spread far and wide, and her aura would shine brightly. In his previous life, Feng Yuan escaped southern border and came to central continent, becoming a goo immortal and establishing the Bloodwing Demon sect. This girl was his archenemy. After hundreds of battles, Feng Yuan allied with several demonic path goo immortals and attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land together, paying a bloody price before they managed to kill her. Currently, my influence has not spread to central continent. Feng Kim Hong obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. His benefits are as great as the heavens. Even the second aperture goo cannot compare to him. Feng Yuan sighed. His previous life's archenemy wanted to soar to the sky, but he was unable to stop him. Feng Yuan still did not know that his own brother was still alive, and was currently fighting intensely with Feng Kim Hong and the rest. As for the hairy men that the latter brought, they were left outside to guard the hall, forming the final line of defense. Looking at Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu's departing figures, Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light. The fog started to rise and spread rapidly, soon covering the hall and all the dogs on the mound. The bronze hall was vast and majestic. Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu's footsteps echoed, making this place even more quiet and spacious. Right now, the bronze bricks in the hall were already empty. Most of the materials and goo worms had been used up during the goo refinement, only a few carvings were left. Feng Yuan walked to the bronze cauldron and sat down with Feng Tianyu. This is the final step, the truly crucial moment. He breathed in deeply, his eyes clear like water. Feng Tianyu's breathing was rough, showing his excitement. To a refinement path Gu master, being able to refine immortal Gu was the most desired thing in their life. Let's begin. Feng Yuan took out the fake second aperture Gu and threw it into the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire, only a thin layer of immortal essence was left at the bottom. It was being consumed rapidly and started to burn. The burning green smoke rose up like smoke, wrapping around the fake Gu in the second aperture. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron and was transformed by the green smoke into a yellow light that filled the air. Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu focused their minds and tried to harmonize the green smoke and the yellow light. After an unknown period of time, the green smoke turned into green grass that grew in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers that fell down and adorned the grass. It is time. Feng Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. This step was indispensable. Only after this step could the refined second aperture Gu belong to Feng Yuan. Otherwise it would be an ownerless object and would fly away once it was refined. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green smoke and yellow light immediately let out a sizzling sound, turning into a red cloud that resembled a raging sea of blood. The blood surged, but it only formed into a ball that floated in the air and did not spread. The cloud continued to transform. The sea of blood gradually calmed down and condensed into a field. A large field of scarlet rice, scarlet like blood, grew on the field. Feng Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air, quickly using Gu worms to heal his injuries. Even so, he had lost a lot of blood and his face was pale. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Divine opportunity is limitless, roam the wilderness, add the third watch is 9. 9 is the extreme, the refinement is complete. He had already memorized the recipe by heart, but he still recalled it now. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. Next it is lifespan Gu. Bagui. Feng Yuan shouted. The land spirit was already on standby. Hearing Feng Yuan's call, it quickly took out 2 lifespan Gu. These lifespan Gu were one big and one small, like ginseng roots and old tree roots. Touching it, it felt rough and ancient. The small one was a 300 years lifespan Gu, like a green snake coiling in a circle. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 300 years without any side effects. The big one was like a horned dragon flying in the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. It could increase a Gu master's lifespan by 500 years without any side effects. The value of these 2 Gu was self-evident. Feng Tianyu saw this and his eyes shone, his body trembling. Feng Yuan first threw the 300 years lifespan Gu into the cloud. The cloud swallowed the lifespan Gu and immediately surged like boiling water. He sighed and said, "What a motley crew." It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Gu masters. Just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. The Gu masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This. Hu Mei Er hesitated. Mo Wu Tian sneered, "Time is pressing. Once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in?" "Young master is right," Hu Mei Er quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ning Bing let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. The methods that Feng Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ning Bing would be out of ideas. Haha, my strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiaomeng laughed loudly. Right now he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom boom boom. Light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiaomeng stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light Path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to Fire Path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire goo to break it open. But I do not have these goo worms. Xiaomeng gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time a goo master came to report. Get out, who let you in? King Bao's inheritance, I want to open it alone. What did you say? Xiaomeng scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. You said there is a goo immortal inheritance. Hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone? Yes. This news has already spread, countless goo masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master? The subordinate quickly said. Don't call me second young master. I hate this title. Xiaomeng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wang Badan was only a rank 5 goo master. Although he was called King Bao, he was only at the same rank as Xiaomeng. How could his inheritance compare to a goo immortal's inheritance? Let's go. Xiaomeng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ning Bing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still goo masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings, but Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. This was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again and charged into the fog. Humei Air looked not far away, full of worry. Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path goo masters are here. Shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure. No rush, no rush. The fog is thick, the dog formation is as firm as an iron wall. What can their charge amount to? Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly but did not move. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Feng Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of immortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Feng Yuan's own strength. He had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Feng Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch goo. This is much simpler. Right, I wonder what the situation outside is like. Feng Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind. Only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Feng Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation. There is a rank 4 goo master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ning Bing sent a warning. Feng Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Chapter 400. Now that the land spirit was dead, Feng Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories. He did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now there are only 2 rank 5 goo masters left in the blessed land, Xiaomeng and Mo Wu Tian. They should be blocked by the 2 dog emperors. There are many rank 4 Gu masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yen tribe's young tribe leader Yen Jun. This child inherited the ancient phantom path inheritance. He is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the hound beast formation. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era. The concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, they would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yenjun also shone on Etian Mountain, challenging demonic path Gu masters and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Mo Wu Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This blessed land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built. Although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak. It looks good but is useless. If it was like Hu Immortal blessed land with Danghun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat. Even Gu Immortals would have a headache. Even my former blessed land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Fang Yuan felt hatred in his heart. He walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up. Fang Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If not for him sharing most of the pressure, Fang Yuan would not have reached this stage. Master. He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Fang Yuan. Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 Phantom Path Gu master, even if you have to sacrifice your life. Fang Yuan ordered coldly. Yes, subordinate, will do my best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up, his battle strength was insufficient, moreover as a refinement path master, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now Fang Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture Gu. Sacrificing a Gu refinement master is nothing. Fang Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture Gu was already more than half completed. It was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture Gu. But Fang Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the blessed land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Fang Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, it was unable to bear the burden. There were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2/3 watch Gu, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Fang Yuan wasn't a reckless person. Before refining the Gu, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture and left the blessed land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then he would have a backup plan. 3rd watch Gu go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of 3rd watch Gu, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine travel Gu expands space, 3rd watch Gu condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the 2 paths of the universe, as expected of the Gu path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Fang Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first 3rd watch Gu was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiaomeng or Yen Jun, none of them charged in. Good, next I will use the second 3rd watch Gu. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Fang Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, by Ning Bing transmitted, Fang Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruanan has broken through the defensive line and is heading towards you. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Right now he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out. He had no defense around him at all. What to do? Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the poison Vao Gu. Fang Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless, he could only send Bai Ningbing over. Without Bai Ningbing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later the group of experts would charge in. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Right now he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately the Gu refinement was already at its final stage, only the third watch Gu was left. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement, with the rank 4 and 5 movement Gu he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ningbing, she was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy, she could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Fang Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruanan walked in and seeing the scene in the hall she was dazed at first before reacting with surprise and joy. "Little Beast King, today is the day of your death." Before she finished speaking she pounced. She waved her hand and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ningbing. Chapter 401. At this moment, the bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, the rank 6 second aperture Gu was floating in the air in front of him. The Immortal Gu refinement was a success, but Fang Yuan's attention was not on this Immortal Gu at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ningbing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ningbing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade, expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruanan slowly walked over, staring at Fang Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. "Fang Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right?" Fang Yuan pretended not to hear her, only looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked down at Fang Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller, he wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. "You never thought of it, right? Fang Yuan, in the end you lost to me." Looking at Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing lightly smiled. "Ever since I revived on Qingmao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit, you are the most terrifying one. Oh Fang Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless and ruthless. You can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ningbing, am not an ordinary person. How can I become someone else's subordinate? The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables and counterattack. But the Jianghu is in your hands, with just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually, making you hand over your Gu worms on your own. I had already succeeded once on Qingmao Mountain. That's right, that is to reenact the situation on Qingmao Mountain. When I self-detonate again it will be time for you to use Jianghu. Because of this I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Jianghu. So I chose Ice Crystal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. In Shangclan City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them there were 3 transformation Gu, Frost Demon Gu, Snow Woman Gu and Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Gu. Snow Woman Gu was suitable for female Gu masters. As for Ice Crystal Gu, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Gu. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. You thought of it? Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right, I did not choose the Ice Crystal Gu in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Gu's transformation into a snow woman. The image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals with the help of the Ice Explosion Gu, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? If I was not distracted during the Gu refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fang Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding, "That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate. There was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time. I even wanted to give up on this plan." Tai Mu Bai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent and hide even deeper. He used Fang Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried and probed Fang Yuan, purposely sending Yan Jun in. As he expected, Feng Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruanan and the four old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruanan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. "Fang Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai clan enslavement master Tai Baiqi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless." Outside the hall, the four old-timers are using iron cabinet gu and chi turn gu to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender, that is your only way out. Tai Ruanan walked over, holding the second aperture gu as she announced his fate. Just the dog group and the four old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. "Damn Tai clan, you are the mastermind." The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it. Everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, many gu masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's four old-timers each occupied four directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Baiqi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, and a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path gu master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mu Bai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to Xianxia Mountain. Right now, Tai Baiqi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Baiqi did not care about his losses and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wu Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was already bathed in blood, and was in a worse state than Mo Wu Tian. But soon the healing gu on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Ba Huang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wu Tian was about to follow up with another attack, when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Ba Huang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation where Bai Ningbing could not take care of the Dog Emperor, Tai Baiqi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiaomeng was also heavily taken care of by Tai Baiqi. This won't do, the immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiaomeng was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. "Bastard, you forced me!" Xiaomeng roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world. Clouds were lingering and the sky was clear. Xiaomeng flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light gu. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal goo, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This Bai Ning Bing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. I am only a mortal after all, I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Fang Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Bai Ning Bing. This was the cruelty of reality and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ning Bing has the northern dark eye soul physique, Tai Ruanan has the backing of Tai clan, Feng Kim Hong found an immortal goo in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly became excited. He smiled brightly and recited, looking at the myriad mountains red. Layers of forests dyed red, a clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky, fishes swim in the shallow waters, all living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I ask the boundless earth who will rise and fall. If heaven had feelings it would also grow old. The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend, it depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete, survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's chest relaxed, the bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear, the determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Xiao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him, and use beast strength placenta goo to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's aperture. Fang Yuan was silent, his expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed killer ghost Dr. Chou Jiao, Wu Xintong and Zhang Sansan. And from Zhang Sansan's body, I unexpectedly obtained a slavery goo. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Long Qing Tian, but because of the jade sky goo poison, I did not gain anything. After that, I refined goo, defended the hall, and Bai Ning Bing betrayed me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ning Bing already knew the general situation of the immortal goo refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruanan, and Tai clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Bai Chi was already hiding in Sancha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. This is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the goo refinement, Xiaomeng would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation, and would also participate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path goo masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak, the situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Fang Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life he was kept in the dark, but in this life he already knew. Bai Ning Bing had secretly planted the fixed star goo in him in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai clan activated limitless search lock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the void chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai clan did not act earlier was because I killed Tai Mu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although limitless search lock could seal rank 5 goo worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me but did not find the Jianghu? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed star Gu was silently planted. Fang Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar. He could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. With the land spirit suppression, Choujio could not activate the Gu and could only let the slavery Gu be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 Gu master. It was a contest of souls. Choujio resisted with all his might, but Fang Yuan's soul shook. They were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Choujio laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little beast king, you are too naive. To an enslavement path Gu master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You want to cross ranks to control me? You are dreaming, hee. Ah. Choujio suddenly let out a miserable scream. His complacent laughter was interrupted by Fang Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Choujio would become Fang Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 406. Choujio was overwhelmed with shock, quickly concentrating and using all his strength to activate his soul. He held his breath and meditated, holding on to this yellow shadow. This yellow shadow was supported by Fang Yuan's soul power. But he was young, his soul foundation could not compare to the 100-year-old monster Choujio. Enslaving Choujio was not an easy task. But how could Fang Yuan not expect this? He had his own methods. Slap slap slap, bam bam bam. Stop, you dare to hit me. If you kick my face again, I will fight you. Fuck, you are still kicking, I will fight you to the death. Stop fighting, stop fighting. No, don't. Fang Yuan beat Choujio until he rolled around. Choujio could not use Gu worms, but Fang Yuan could use strength path Gu worms. Comparing strength, Choujio was not Fang Yuan's match. Soon Choujio was beaten black and blue. He was distracted many times, causing the shadow to fuse into his body. Hold on, once it fuses completely, I will become his slave, never to rise again. Choujio curled his body into a ball, letting Fang Yuan punch and kick him, an intense sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a trace of the yellow shadow shrouded his forehead, unable to fuse. Fang Yuan sneered, suddenly saying, Seng'e, don't you want revenge? Qinzhou abandoned you and is living well with Xianxia. You, how did you know? Choujio's guard fell, and the shadow completely entered his body. Choujio's expression instantly changed, kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Success. This rank 5 slavery Gu, of course he had to enslave a rank 5 Gu master to fully utilize its value. Until now. Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng had yet to arrive. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gui, Ku Mo and Wu Lanshan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining choices were Wu Mountain Lord Wang Xiao and Killer Ghost Dr. Choujio. But how could Mount Wu be compared to the Gate of Life and Death? The Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden land comparable to the River of Time. Enslaving Choujio was equivalent to grasping the clues to the Gate of Life and Death. Furthermore, Choujio was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even covered the righteous path, definitely much higher than Mo Wu Tian. The only imperfection was, enslaving Choujio would place a certain burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It would greatly affect his immortal Gu refinement. Choujio, back then did you and Dr. Su Shou use the poison vow Gu, swearing to love each other forever? Never leaving? Fang Yuan looked at Killer Ghost Doctor and asked a question. There is indeed such a thing. But master, how did you know? Choujio, whose face was bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground and confessed. Since you have already used the poison vow Gu, do you know Dr. Su Shou? How can I escape the restriction of the poison vow? Fang Yuan squinted. Poison vow Gu is the replacement of mountain pledge Gu. Qinzhou does not have the ability to remove it. For that pretty boy Shang Yanfei, she took a huge risk and let the poison vow act up and kill herself. Without a host, the power of the poison vow would naturally disappear. Then she would use healing methods to revive herself and get rid of the poison vow. Choujio said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister dearly. But in the end she fell out with him because of a pretty boy. She even risked her life to get rid of the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him. He could not help but raise his leg and kick Chojio. This gu looked ordinary like a gray round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles gu. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Chojio was not a refinement master and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles gu, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining gu and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fang Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles gu, Fang Yuan gave some instructions before sending Chojio away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fang Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless, some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other and some were running around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, give all your gu worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use gu worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fang Yuan explained. The land spirit Ba Gui appeared, saying in a worried tone, "Young man, I need to use immortal essence to help you refine gu, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it." Fang Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. "No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies I also have chess pieces. There is enough yuan stone here for you to control the dogs." "Is that so?" Ba Gui hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. "As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine gu, I need someone trustworthy to guard me." Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted, her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. "Up to you, as long as you don't die. Whether the gu refinement succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me." Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. "What are you waiting for? There is not much time left." Bai Ningbing endured for a while before breaking the silence. "Ningbing, don't be impatient, some things cannot be rushed." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face. He was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart, "What is this Fang Yuan planning? He took away my command. Is he suspicious of me? No, he arranged for me to stay in the hall. It shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer." She thought of Tai Ruanan and gradually felt at ease. "She is blocked outside the dog group formation. Without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card. Tai Baichi has already secretly reached Xianxia Mountain." After a while, Fang Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice, urging Fang Yuan to refine gu. But Fang Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it. And at this time, at the peak of Xianxia Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a gu worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years as spring, 500 years as autumn. He took out a lifespan gu. This 300-year lifespan gu was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Fang Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Fang Yuan to fail. But in this life, Fang Yuan had sufficient mental preparation and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Fang Yuan's manipulation. But at this time the land spirit suddenly warned, "Not good, the outer sect Gu masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine Gu." He had reached the peak before her. This competition did not prohibit Immortal Gu. According to the rules, he was the owner of Hu Immortal blessed land. I succeeded, all the risks were worth it. So what if I failed to refine second aperture Gu? I now have an even better Hu Immortal blessed land, and the Immortal Gu fixed immortal travel. Ah! Fang Yuan laughed madly in his heart. It is a pity that she has the Immortal Gu dream wings. I cannot kill her now. Fang Yuan looked at Feng Kim Hong, who was at the edge of the cliff, with regret, before raising his right foot. Under the gazes of the 10 Gu immortals, his right foot firmly stepped on Feng Kim Huang's beautiful face. Immediately, a smooth jade-like feeling spread from the bottom of his foot. Go down. Fang Yuan exerted strength, stepping on the powerless and dazed Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was already extremely weak. How could she resist Fang Yuan's strength, falling down immediately? Fang Yuan slowly turned around, facing Hu Immortal land spirit. Little Hu Immortal, are you still not going to call me master? Master. The little Hu Immortal girl looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she used her tender little hands to cover her pair of big sparkling eyes. Chapter 412. Facing Lei Tan's interrogation, Fengyang smiled but did not answer. Supreme Third Elder smiled instead. This old man understands Elder Feng Yang's meaning. If we do not choose to protect this Fang Yuan, Hu Immortal blessed land will still be fought over by the 10 sections. But if we admit that Fang Yuan is one of Crane Gate's men, we can directly eliminate the other 9 competitors, and only our Crane Gate will fight for this blessed land. Lei Tan's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he did not continue to interrogate. At this time Fengyang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards the Third Supreme Elder who spoke for him. Third Supreme Elder is wise. Back then, it happened so suddenly, no one could have expected that Immortal would use fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu to teleport to the peak of Danghun Mountain, and directly snatch Hu Immortal inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. Next he continued, this Hu Immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. I'm sure everyone here knows that Tianti Mountain is the ladder to the Celestial Court. Even though it has been destroyed and abandoned for many years, it still represents the dignity of the Celestial Court. To some extent, attacking the inheritance of the Immortal Fox was the same as attacking the Stairway Mountain. Attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, even though there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, no one has ever dared to attack them. This time, Hu Immortal blessed land is also waiting for the time to open. So the 10 of us work together to help Hu Immortal land spirit expand the entrance. This cannot be considered an attack. Even if we really attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The Blessed Land has a land spirit. Without at least 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals working together, we might not even be able to enter. And the center of the Blessed Land is protected by Danghun Mountain. Without 5 to 6 Gu Immortals working together, who would dare to boast about being able to reach the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to refute but kept his mouth shut in the end. In the Blessed Land, the land spirit could freely mobilize all resources, and its battle strength could match Gu Immortals. Most importantly, the land spirit could suppress all rank 5 to rank 1 Gu worms. If a Gu Immortal wanted to attack a Blessed Land, their strongest weapon was Immortal Gu. Because Blessed Lands could not restrict Immortal Gu. But Immortal Gu were hard to find, many Gu Immortals did not even have one. Even if there was one, it might not be an offensive Gu. This was a classic case of weak offense and strong defense. If one wanted to forcefully attack a Blessed Land, they would often need several Gu Immortals to work together and create an advantage in numbers, before engaging in a battle of immortal essence consumption. The Blessed Land's immortal energy was completely depleted. The next step was to attack. But in fact, unless there were special circumstances, very few Gu Immortals would attack Blessed Lands. Because it was not worth it. Not only was celestial essence rare and hard to accumulate, but it was also because the Blessed Land had self-destructed. Once the defending side couldn't think it through. If he destroyed the Blessed Land, the winds of assimilation would blow. Attacking Fangzhen would not be able to obtain any spoils of war. When Gu Immortals attacked Blessed Lands in the end, they would not gain anything and instead suffer disastrous losses. Unless there was a deep hatred, no one would be willing to make such a losing deal. He Fengyang noticed that Lei Tan didn't say anything. He continued, that Fang Yuan ascended the mountain peak and obtained the inheritance, immediately ordering the land spirit to close the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng looked almost identical. The other 9 sex Gu Immortals reacted. Among Immortal Gu, most need Immortal Essence to activate. This fixed Immortal Travel Gu is no exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed Immortal Travel and the land spirit who Immortal can activate the Blessed Land's Immortal Essence. He can escape anytime. We need to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Also, he is only immortal but he can possess an Immortal Gu. His background is not simple. He Fengyang nodded. Junior has also expected this. Earlier, I lied about Fang Yuan being our sect's disciple. It was to probe the other 9 sections. Now it seems that he is not backed by the 9 sects of Central Continent. Junior guesses that Fang Yuan comes from Southern Border. There is a high chance that he is backed by a super clan in Southern Border. But be it Wu Clan, Shang Clan, Tai Clan, Yi Clan or others, they are all far away in Southern Border, unable to reach him. If he really enters Central Continent, his battle strength will be suppressed. Our Crane Gate is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a high chance of winning against them. Once he said this, the elders nodded and discussed softly. Indeed. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Central Continent is our Crane Gate's territory. They really attack Humph. Even if our battle strength is not suppressed, our Crane Gate is stronger than any of the super clans of the 4 regions. Third elder's frown eased slightly. Right now, I still have some doubts. Fixed Immortal Travel Gu requires the user to have a deep memory of the terrain. He, Fang Yuan, is only immortal, and seems to be far away in Southern Border. How could he know the scenery of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? And how could he control the time so precisely? Could it be Hu Immortal once made arrangements in Southern Border? Or is it the doing of the demonic path Gu Immortals on Tianti Mountain? He Fengyang bowed. Junior does not know about this. This matter is really strange. It was only a clue to a Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, our sect members betrayed us and fled to Southern Border. Several years ago, Junior sent Master Tenshuru to Southern Border. He cleaned up the sect and took back the true inheritance. But Master Tenshuru failed, and instead, Fang Yuan seized the true inheritance and obtained Blood Skull Gu. This person is ruthless and ruthless. He actually slaughtered his own clansmen and used Blood Skull Gu to raise his aptitude. Master Tenshuru was not resigned to his failure, so he brought it back to Fangzhen. He planned to retrieve it later. He Fengyang naturally would never have thought that a nameless, insignificant character would one day appear on stage in such a way that left him dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Moreover, he destroyed his grand plan and caused such huge trouble for him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a person walking on the road, and an ant suddenly jumped onto the person's nose. baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Where did this ant come from? Extremely daring. A person could crush it with just 2 fingers. But the situation was special, he could not do anything to this person. He could only let this ant strut around for the time being. Why is it this Blood Sea inheritance again? Hearing He Fengyang's explanation, many elders frowned, feeling vexed. Blood Sea inheritance originated from the demonic path overlord Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like flies, leaving behind a bad reputation for thousands of years. With the ability of a rank 7 Gu master, he actually set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert and Eastern Sea. He laughed strangely before his death. Blood Path is not alone, leaving behind a legacy of venom for all eternity. And now, it was as he said, who knew how many mortals had benefited from this. Blood Sea inheritance was already publicly recognized as the most widespread and most numerous inheritance in the world. There was no other. Countless Righteous Path members had headaches because of this. That Xue Tu was just a butcher. Didn't he obtain Blood Sea inheritance and become a famous demonic cultivator in Central Continent? Back then, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zi Xing obtained one of Blood Sea's true inheritances and betrayed the sect. Even our 10 great sects were humiliated because of this. Now he is already a rank 7 Gu Immortal, and is called Blood Dragon. Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Gu Immortals to kill this traitor and wash away their humiliation, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals. In the end he killed 4, crippled 3 and forced 1 to retreat. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Gu, Blood Handprint Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Blood Sweat Gu, Meridian Blood Gu, Blood Shadow Gu, Blood Battle Gu, as well as the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and the rank 6 Immortal Gu Blood Deity. It can be said that he has great success in Blood Path. This means that 4 Blood Sea true inheritances have already appeared in the world. 1 Blood Skull Gu is in Fang Yuan's hands. 1 Blood Handprint Gu is in Southern Border's Shang clan leader's hands. And 1 Violent Blood Dragon Bat is in Song Zi Xing's hands. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the 2nd Blood Sea true inheritance. That is a rumor, it has not been verified, there is no proof. The elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. Alright, let's not talk about the Blood Sea true inheritance. After searching for so many years, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack, all kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing them. First Supreme Elder waved his hand, immediately stopping the discussions. He turned his gaze towards He Fengyang. Elder Fengyang, since this matter was started by you, you will be responsible for it till the end. Seize the blessed land and make a contribution. The sect will not be stingy with your rewards. Junior understands. He Fengyang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengyang land in such a good position, Lei Tan wanted to stop him, but since First Supreme Elder had spoken, he could only feel resentment in his heart. But next, First Supreme Elder said, since you are in charge, then Elder Fengyang, hand over my own Wei Gu. Feng Jioga has sent a letter asking for an immortal Gu. You are the person in charge of this matter, settle it for me. Lei Tan was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 413. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blurry pink color, and when his vision cleared up, he saw a veil curtain. A light breeze blew, the wind chimes rang, and the pink curtain fluttered like a dream. Fang Yuan sat up from the bed. This bed was round and extremely spacious, it could easily fit 40 to 50 people. The bed was covered with a red silk blanket with golden edges, it was warm and fitting. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself in a spacious bedroom. Beside the bed there was a burning cauldron, burning spices. In the air, there was a subtle fragrance that could stir one's emotions. This bedroom had golden bricks on the walls and silver bricks on the floor. The bed, the corner, the table, the chair and the dressing table were inlaid with large amounts of pearls, agates, diamonds and all kinds of precious stones. It was resplendent, luxurious and elegant, emitting the aura of the previous owner, Hu Immortal. This was Hu Immortal's Danghun Palace. It is a gentle place. Fang Yuan lightly commented, getting off the bed. His body unconsciously swayed and there was still some dizziness in his head. Fang Yuan did not find it strange, instead he knew, this was because he had squeezed himself too hard on Sancha Mountain. By Ning Bing's betrayal, being pressured by the group of experts, and even scheming against the land spirit, first refining second aperture goo, and then refining fixed immortal travel goo in the light waterfall. During the whole process he had to bear the mental pressure of taking a huge risk. To Fang Yuan, be it his body or his mind, they had reached their limits. When he used fixed immortal travel goo to reach the peak of Danghun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong and Fang Jing were at the end of their tether, but wasn't he, Fang Yuan, the same? Compared to them, Fang Yuan's mental pressure was even greater. Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used a second time, and snatching Hu Immortal's inheritance in front of the 10 sex Gu Immortals was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire was extremely risky. Fang Yuan was the first to reach the peak, and the land spirit chased away the other competitors. After Fang Yuan officially became the ruler of the blessed land, he immediately ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit on a few important points, the environment became stable and Fang Yuan relaxed, falling asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept this time. Fang Yuan shook his head. He still felt very tired. A sense of weakness came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, his ears were constantly buzzing, and his brain was obviously sluggish. Thinking was much more difficult than usual. Not good, my soul is injured. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He realized that his condition wasn't good. The main reason was the refinement of immortal goo. How could immortal goo be so easy to cultivate? Many goo immortals were careless during the refinement and suffered backlash, some were injured while others died. Fang Yuan could refine immortal goo with a mortal body. The main reason was that the secret technique was good, and it originated from the legends of Rinzhu. Secondly, the materials were good. He mainly used divine travel goo. From another perspective, it was the same as turning divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. This greatly reduced the difficulty. It wasn't like Fang Yuan's previous life, where he used large numbers of mortal goo to refine immortal goo spring-autumn cicada. Becoming an immortal as a mortal. The difficulty was 100 times higher. Even so, my soul foundation is too shallow, my soul was still injured. But thankfully this is Danghun Mountain. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He softly called, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh. Hu immortal land spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of an important question. Land spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity? Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Hu Immortal's tone was anxious and grave. What? Only 1 year and 3 months left. Fang Yuan could not sit still anymore, he stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced, heaven was fair. There were strong and weak, there were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations, an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast, it would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last. Hu Immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity, while Fang Yuan would face the even stronger 6th earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in biography of Feng Kim Hong? That's right, Feng Kim Hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. His parents are Gu Immortals. With their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me the situation is extremely bad. The 6th earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Fang Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched Hu Immortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now, these 10 sects Gu Immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity? With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. Could not take care of its master. Fang Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage, he could be easily targeted. Once Fang Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless, the land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered for a while because his soul was injured, his head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding, let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu Immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look. He urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes. The land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Fang Yuan could not wear the clothes in Danghun Palace. But thankfully he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. Golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes and so on. Among them there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Fang Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In Hu Immortal blessed land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Ying Ming in 3 Kings Blessed Land were 2 beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 Gu masters. They could temporarily block Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's advance. There are many fox groups, but they are all ordinary foxes. There are no mutated beasts. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts naturally could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Renzu, for example, the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in Hu Immortal blessed land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Fang Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained Hu Immortal blessed land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Fang Yuan was prepared to make good use of this Hu Immortal blessed land and cultivate the Gu Immortal realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the successive earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of fox groups in the Blessed Land. At least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burnt to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The fourth earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Once others obtained divine travel goo, then no matter how many top-quality wines Fang Yuan drank, he would not be able to obtain divine travel goo. Southern Borders Fei clan has top-quality wine Jianghu Fei. Eastern Seas rank 7 goo Immortal, Zui Xianweng, creates a wine sea storing countless wines, and holds a wine festival every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has longevity wine. These large forces or goo Immortals have 1 or 2 top-quality wines, their chances of obtaining divine travel goo are much higher than mine. With this, Fang Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather 4 top-quality wines to refine the second aperture goo. But these are not the roots. Spring-autumn cicada is the most crucial point. Now that the time flow is 5 times faster, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is also extremely fast. I have been reborn twice, my luck is already extremely good, I cannot gamble on my luck a third time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I have to at least find success in one fell swoop goo, instant success goo or natural success goo. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only one rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan had once used it on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rockmen were good at digging and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes, when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockman tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground, their shoulders were even taller than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed Immortal, our Rockman tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking, the north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire, our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little, the oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, Immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockman tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? Hee, that's possible. In fact, I can even waive these offerings. Fang Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then Fang Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Soon they came to their senses and shouted loudly. Esteemed Immortal, you can't do this. Digging a canal is a huge project, we Rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal? Isn't that asking us to die? Instantly the crowd was enraged. Many young Rockmen were kneeling at the side, but when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Fang Yuan with fierce gazes. Master. The Earth Spirit Fox Immortal next to Fang Yuan saw this scene and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these Rockmen like this, who Immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the Rockmen many benefits. Master. These stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit. Little who Immortal transmitted secretly and anxiously reminded Fang Yuan. Limit? Fang Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. You Rockmen are really daring, you actually dare to bargain with me? The place you live, it's mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here, you are my slaves. I want to dig a canal, this is not a request. It's not an exchange, it's an order. When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you, you dare to look down on us Rockmen. Back then, we Rockmen migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female Immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse, who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal? It's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we rockmen are fools? We rockmen are raised by nature, we're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate, I've had enough of this broken place. The rockmen tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. You want to leave? Ah. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these rockmen, saying with a cold tone, "What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards, I'm the supreme ruler here, my words are providence. You have to abide by it even if you don't." Many young rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We rockmen never yield to power, we're natural warriors, we're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs. Fang Yuan pushed his palm and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. He killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead, we have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse, completely igniting the rockmen's fury. The rockmen attacked Fang Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the rockman's body. At this moment they activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little Hu Immortal took action and imprisoned all the goo worms. Fang Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Fang Yuan. After a while they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small rockmen. Kill. Resist power, avenge father. We were born in heaven and earth, die in heaven and earth, we've never feared anything. The small rockmen charged over and were slaughtered by Fang Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller rockmen. These rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Fang Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old rockman died, the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new rockman, inheriting part of the old rockman's memories as well as some important experiences. Or if the old rockman slept for a long time, the soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and after cutting off part of it, it could also form small rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of rockmen, the world finally calmed down. Only one rockman was left, lying on the ground, shivering. "What's your name?" Fang Yuan slowly walked in front of him. I am Yen Yong. The young rockman stuttered. "Do you know why I did not kill you?" Fang Yuan stepped on Yen Yong's head. I don't know. Chapter 418. 3 days later, the heavily injured Yen Yong returned to the tribe and woke up all the sleeping rockmen. If it was any other male immortal, he would be a demon wanting to enslave all of us. Not only that, he even wanted to plunder the handsome men of our rockmen tribe for him to play with. We rockmen are born from the heavens, we are free and unfettered, how can we bow down to his despotic power? We resisted on the spot, the immortal is too strong. But we rockmen are not afraid of sacrifice, we had no fear, we finally injured him and forced him to escape. The other tribesmen were sacrificed, only I returned. I am about to die, but that immortal is still alive. When he escaped, he said that he would lead his fox army to exterminate our rockmen tribe. Yen Yong was powerless, he mournfully complained, bringing his tribesmen a shocking piece of grievous news. The rockmen were shocked and fearful, sorrowful and furious. There were those who declared war, those who wanted revenge, those who wanted to migrate, those who wanted to negotiate. They were like a group of dragons without a leader, be it the successor or the old tribe leader, they all died in Fang Yuan's hands. There were a total of 8 rockmen tribes, it was a mess. Some rockmen wanted to ask Yen Yong about the situation, but Yen Yong's injuries were very heavy, He had been unconscious ever since he returned to report to the police. Before they could come to a conclusion, just like what Yen Yong said, the Fox army started to attack the Rockmen tribes. The Rockmen resisted, but the Fox army was much larger than them. The situation gradually became dangerous. The 8 tribes had no choice but to work together and retreat underground to defend. But the Fox army still did not let them go. They kept attacking underground. Even though they had to pay a heavy price for every attack, the Fox army was still endless. The Rockmen cursed Fang Yuan in pain. Their hatred and anger towards him could not be extinguished even by the heavenly river. The situation was getting worse day by day. Despair spread among the Rockmen. But at this moment Yen Yong woke up. Rockmen could recover through sleep. His injuries were healed. He immediately led his tribesmen and fought a few beautiful counterattacks. We Rockmen are a brave tribe. We do not fear death. Even an immortal cannot humiliate us. Yen Yong gave a speech everywhere, raising the morale. Don't think that the immortal is so strong. Actually, he's strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He can only send the Fox group to their deaths. He's already injured. At the same time, he encouraged immortals to be injured, bringing hope to the Rockmen. A stone man in despair. He clutched at this glimmer of hope like a drowning man clutching at a life-saving straw. Yen Yong changed the topic and talked about the old tribe leaders. He was injured by the combined efforts of the old patriarchs. The sacrifice of the old patriarchs is our greatest sorrow. Especially the old white stone chief. He died in my arms, and before he died he entrusted the entire tribe to me. I watched as his soul left his body. He felt guilty. Why was he the one who died instead of me? At this point he beat his chest and stamped his feet, seeming very sad and sorrowful. Immediately a stoneman persuaded, Lord Yen Yong, don't be sad. You were able to survive, give us a warning and lead us to victory. This is already very impressive. Not bad. Our metal stone race admires you. Since the old patriarch has entrusted the clan to you, then I'll give it to you. In that case, please lead us white stone people. The stoneman liked to sleep soundly and was not interested in power and position. Especially now, at the moment of life and death, they were in a constant state of anxiety. The Rockmen desperately hoped for a strong and brave tribesman to lead them. Chapter 420. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was the construction site where the Rockmen were digging the canal. Rockmen eat mud as food. Many Rockmen had goo worms on their bodies that could be used. Lord Tribe Leader, you can't do this anymore. Yesterday, another 3 tribesmen died from exhaustion. They died so pitifully, they did not even have a descendant. An old Rockman knelt in front of Yen Yong, crying loudly. Once a Rockman died from exhaustion, their soul would dissipate, there would not be any leftover souls to form small Rockmen. Yen Yong beat his chest, shouting, How can I not know? How can I not know? Our tribe's heroes died again. For our tribe's bright future, for a better tomorrow, they sacrificed their lives. Precisely so, we cannot slack off. Ever since we started work, we have already suffered many attacks from the Fox groups. These Fox groups are getting bigger and bigger. Evidently that male immortal who deserved to be cut into pieces is recovering his immortal essence. We need to continue working hard, dig the canal, and make him lose his foundation of strength. The old Rockman was stunned. But tribe leader, you are a good Rockman. I understand that you are thinking for our tribe. These heroes will not die for nothing. Look over there, I have already set up heroic tombstones for them. In the future, our children and grandchildren will all pay respects to them and be grateful. Yen Yong pointed far away. There were many tombstones erected there. There were already many of them. The old Rockman looked at the tombstones, sighing. The scene of a large number of Rockmen dying from exhaustion. When they first appeared, Yen Yong, the new tribe leader, had already ordered people to build these tombstones. Their low morale was immediately boosted. Every day there were Rockmen dying from exhaustion. But they were still working hard. They are all dead. What is the use of these tombstones? The old Rockman was one of the few clear-headed people. He was deeply worried about this. Tribe leader. He persuaded again, we rockmen also pay attention to reproduction. These rockmen who died from exhaustion, their souls have completely dissipated, they do not even have descendants. Yin Yong's expression did not change, he did not speak. Among the small rockmen beside him, someone shouted angrily, you old bastard, are you afraid of death? The old golem straightened his neck and said, kid, what are you talking about? I'm getting old. But I've always been a stone man. How could a stone man be afraid of death? Since you're not afraid of death, why are you wasting your breath? That's right. We are contributing to the tribe. For the sake of the collective, what's the big deal about sacrificing some personal interests? Beside Yin Yong, there was a group of little stone golems. At this moment they all opened their mouths and shouted. Old senior, if you're tired, you should take a rest first. Don't worry, my time is tight, I still need to rush to other places to monitor the progress. Yin Yong patted the old rockman's shoulder and walked past him, continuing his journey. A group of little rockmen followed behind Yin Yong, chattering away. They expressed their disdain for the old stoneman. Being scolded by this group of juniors made old stone man extremely depressed. He was seething with anger. He wanted to refute loudly, but he saw that there were large stone slabs erected everywhere around the construction site. All kinds of slogans were engraved on the stone slab. I'll do it even if I die. As long as the people are united, we can build a grand canal within 3 days. The more daring the rockmen are, the more productive they will be. Create a beautiful future for the rockmen. Long live tribe leader Yin Yong. For the rockmen's bright future, sacrifice your life, sacrifice your youth. A fanatical atmosphere enveloped the rockmen's hearts. Even the stone man who died from exhaustion had a smile on his face before he died. Old stone man wanted to speak, but after opening his mouth a few times, nothing came out. He knelt on the ground in a daze. After a long while, he suddenly raised his fist and punched the ground. A muffled sound was heard. Old stone man stood up. Without saying a word, he bent his back and walked towards the construction site. Yin Yong rushed to the next section of the construction site. The river had already started to take shape. Large numbers of adult rockmen were digging in the river. At the side, the little stone men who were slightly weaker formed small patrol squads. Some were supervising the construction site, some were carving slogans, some were erecting tombstones of heroes. These little rockmen were called the Rock Guards, formed by Yin Yong himself. Report to tribe leader. 5 to 6 little rockmen immediately rushed in front of Yin Yong, loudly reporting the results of these days of labor. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have dug another 50 li in this section of the construction site. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we have regretfully sacrificed 120 of our tribe members, they are all heroes of our tribe. Reporting to the great tribe leader, we actually found 3 lazy and sleeping clansmen in the construction site. This is the shame of our rockmen tribe. We must denounce them. Very good, very good. You are all good. Remember, you must erect tombstones for the heroes who died. At the same time, tie up those shameful people, denounce them in front of everyone, let them know their shame and become braver. Yin Yong said. Yes. You are all the future of our tribe, seeing you is like seeing the bright future of our tribe. You must continue to work hard. Yin Yong praised. The little rockmen were so excited their bodies trembled. Everything is for the rockmen tribe. Respected tribe leader Yin Yong, you are our glorious flag. We will unite by your side, and walk towards the bright future together. They all shouted, their eyes filled with passion. Yin Yong subconsciously avoided their gazes. The passion of these little rockmen made him feel terrified. He gazed far away. Far away, every section of the river was being dug intensely. Yin Yong could see many of the rockmen, their broad backs facing the yellow soil and the sky. The river that was tens of meters wide, section after section, extended out of sight. This was such a grand project. Every time Yin Yong saw such a scene, his heart would surge. As long as they were united, the rockmen tribe's power was so strong, it could change the heavens and earth. But when Yin Yong thought of Feng Yuan, the most terrifying demon in history, his surging heart was like a cold wind blowing past, suddenly turning into a snow-white glacier. No matter if it was the little fox groups outside or the slogans on the stone slabs, or the organized rock guards, they were all part of that demon's scheme. With so many methods, they managed to weaken the rockmen tribe's retaliation to the lowest level. Yen Yong personally executed all of this. Seeing the river forming day by day, his fear of Fang Yuan grew. That male immortal not only had terrifying martial strength. What made people feel despair was that his craftiness and viciousness were also unfathomable. Yen Yong felt himself sinking into the abyss. He was as low as an ant. And behind him, it was Fang Yuan's mountain-like figure. He was looking down at him. He was like a walking corpse or a puppet. The strings that controlled his limbs were in Fang Yuan's hands. Every day he saw his tribesmen die, his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Seeing his clansmen working so hard to dig the canal, he felt even more desolate and sorrowful. If it is possible, I would rather not know the truth and live in a lie. Wouldn't that make me look happy? Yen Yong retracted his gaze, waving his hand and bringing the little rockmen to the next section of the river. This is the last estrus gu go. Primeval essence had already been poured in. Fang Yuan flicked his finger and shot the green bean-like goo into the sky. Estrus goo exploded, turning into pink light powder that sprinkled down on the fox group below. The entire fox group breathed in the light powder, and immediately became restless. Soon, countless male foxes crawled on the female fox's back, moving around and injecting life essence into the female fox's body. Foxes had different gestation periods. For example, golden foxes could give birth to little foxes after 2 months of gestation. Each litter would have 3 to 4 foxes. And for desolate beasts like 3-tailed foxes, even 100 years of gestation was not enough. Normally speaking, the stronger the beast, the longer the gestation period. But in the current Immortal blessed land, the fox groups were more ordinary, and their gestation period was shorter. Ever since the rockmen started digging the river, Fang Yuan had been using estrus goo every day to give birth to the little foxes, and strengthen the fox group. Immortal did not have an immortal goo. During the 5th heavenly calamity she was killed by the blue charm lightning shadow, thus she did not have a set of enslavement path goo worms. But in her Dang Hun palace, there were still many goo left. For example, support goo like burial soul toad, expenditure goo like estrus goo, as well as some spare enslavement path goo worms. Most of them were fox enslavement goo. To quickly increase his strength, Fang Yuan had already used up most of these goo. Under his efforts, the number of foxes had increased by several times. Although foxes were omnivores, the blessed land could not support such a large number of foxes. In less than 2 years, many foxes would starve to death because they could not find food. But Fang Yuan could not care about that anymore. His only thought now was to survive the 6th earthly calamity. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The canal was dug, traversing the northeast. A vast expanse of white water flowed along the wide river, surging and creating countless waves. Whoosh! The water flowed into the burning fire pit. The power of water and fire collided, evaporating the river and forming a large amount of water mist that rose into the sky. When the river water calmed down, the black flames were mostly extinguished, only the edges were left and there were still 3 areas left. This way the water and fire were balanced, the water in the north subsided, and the ground was exposed. Large amounts of water flowed along the canal, pouring into dozens of huge craters in the east, forming many lakes. Even though there was still a large amount of mud in the north. The east had already turned into scorched earth, not even a blade of grass could be seen. But the balance of water and fire was like a scar on a bleeding wound. As long as time passed, the east and north would gradually regain their vitality. Under Fang Yuan's secret instructions, Yen Yong brought over 100 rockmen back to their home in the south. Master, what do we do with these clouds? Little Immortal looked at the thick sea of clouds in the sky, feeling troubled. Even though it had rained several times, there was still water vapor floating in the sky, condensing into clouds. These clouds blocked the sunlight, shrouding a large area of the east in darkness. It was very annoying. One had to know that there was no strong sunlight or strong winds in the blessed land. These clouds would severely affect the ecology of most of the east. No need to care about it. Fang Yuan took a look at the sea of clouds before retracting his gaze. He had already expected the appearance of the sea of clouds, it was just a minor detail. The most important thing now was the 6th earthly calamity. Chapter 422. It hugged its head and howled in pain. The blue lightning was also disorderly and only stabilized after a long time. Evidently, the shadow had suffered soul damage when it entered Danghun Mountain. In Danghun Palace, the smoke shadow reflected this scene. Fang Yuan watched with a livid expression. If not for the land spirit's timely teleportation, he would have died. Little Hu Immortal patted her chest, her face pale with lingering fear. When it rains, it pours. The blue charm shadow had also joined the battle, making the situation even worse. The blue charm shadow's failure in sneak attack made it angry, and it charged at Danghun Mountain. Every time it slammed into the walls, Danghun Palace shook. It hit the surface of the mountain, causing soil to fly and creating huge black pits. Fang Yuan's heart bled as he watched. This was Danghun Mountain. In the entire world there was only one such place. Fortunately, the blue charm shadow stopped attacking after dozens of times. Its soul was severely injured, and its lightning was very disorderly. It did not dare to attack again. In this period of time, the land spirit teleported the swamp crab twice. In total, it had used up 5 green grape immortal essence beads. And the fox army, which had originally been large in numbers, had already been wiped out. What made Little Hu Immortal discouraged was that this desolate beast only had small scratches on its body, and its steps were as steady as before. It was like a diamond bone that could not be chewed through. Whether it was the blue charm shadow or the swamp crab, they all had the same goal: to destroy the central area, exhaust the immortal essence and kill the land spirit. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire blessed land. They were on the same side and did not fight amongst themselves. Instead they cooperated. When Fang Yuan and the land spirit were having a headache over this swamp crab, the blue charm shadow gave up on Danghun Mountain and targeted this land. It did not dare to attack Danghun Mountain. It started to attack the sky and earth. The earth was destroyed and deep pits appeared. The sky shattered, showing the damage of the mirror. Fang Yuan felt a deep sense of helplessness. Not good, master. A hole has appeared in the blessed land. Little Hu Immortal's tone was anxious. The blue charm shadow's attack shattered the sky and earth, creating a hole in the blessed land. Cut off all the blessed lands around the loophole. Fang Yuan's body was as cold as ice, his tone indifferent. Ah! Little Fox Immortal's eyes widened as she exclaimed. Do this. It was the same as completely abandoning him, and he could never recover. If a hole appeared in a blessed land, it could be filled with immortal essence. If it wasn't mended in time, the hole would expand and form a channel. Once the tunnel was formed, those Gu immortals outside the blessed land would definitely swarm in with ill intentions. At that time, the situation would be even more out of control. Tianti Mountain had demonic path Gu immortals. Righteous path Gu immortals did not dare to attack because they had huge businesses. However, there was no lack of deranged people in the demonic Dao who worked alone. Love adventure. In any case, Fang Yuan had done this many times in his previous life. Under Fang Yuan's orders, Little Hu Immortal gave up hundreds of acres of blessed land. The blue charm shadow continued to destroy and create loopholes. The land spirit continued to discard it. The swamp crabs kept attacking Danghun Mountain. The land spirit had no choice but to teleport continuously. The consumption of green grape immortal essence had already reached 13 beads. Sob sob sob, the blessed land has become smaller. I have also lost a lot of immortal essence. Little Hu Immortal's tears flowed down as she sobbed. Stop crying. Fang Yuan shouted coldly. His expression was ashen. There is no point in delaying like this. The closer it got to Danghun Mountain, the stronger the soul-shaking power. Little Hu Immortal had to move the swamp crab out again and again. At this point, it depended on the strength of both sides. If the wild beast's soul was strong and pushed down Danghun Mountain, it would be Fang Yuan's defeat. On the other hand, if Danghun Mountain did not fall, it would be the earthly calamity's failure. Bang bang bang. The pillars in Danghun Palace kept collapsing and the beams broke. Smoke and dust rose, accompanied by Little Hu Immortal's sobs. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as he stood silently. Power, I need more power. He clenched his fists and shouted indignantly in his heart. Why was it that even though it kept growing, it was still so weak in the face of heaven and earth and fate? Then continue to grow, become stronger, stronger and stronger. In this silent shout, the swamp crab's movements gradually slowed. Finally, it collapsed halfway up Danghun Mountain, no longer breathing. It was different. Thinking of the mission given to him by the sect before he came, Fang Jing's body could not help but shiver. The blessed land was in Fang Yuan's hands. The sect had to recruit Fang Yuan in order to obtain Hu Immortal blessed land. As long as he was willing to hand over Hu Immortal blessed land, he would become an elder of Crane Gate. In Central Continent's sects, from bottom to top, they were outer disciple, inner disciple, elite disciple and true disciple rising through the ranks. Above the disciples were elders, their cultivation was rank 4, and they were in charge of all aspects of the sect. Above the elders were sect leaders, their cultivation was at least rank 5 middle stage, and they were in charge of the sect's affairs. Above the sect leader was the Grand Elder. These supreme elders were all Gu immortals. They were usually secretive and rarely seen, cultivating in seclusion. When the sect was on the brink of destruction, or when a major event occurred, they would come out and let the world know of the deep foundation of Crane Gate as one of the 10 great sects. Ever since I joined Crane Gate, I have been cultivating hard all these years, from outer disciple to inner disciple. Then from inner disciple to elite disciple. During the sect assessment, I obtained the first place among the elite disciples with great difficulty. As for him, Fang Yuan, as long as he said a word, he could easily become an elder of the sect. Any disciple who sees him would have to bow and greet him. Every time Fang Jing thought of this, he would feel an incomparable pain in his heart. If Fang Yuan really became an elder, then he, Fang Jing, would have to bow and greet this great enemy of his in the future. What fun would there be in such a life? What meaning would there be? Master, could it be that all the efforts I've put in have been meaningless? At this moment, Fang Jing stood at the foot of Tianti Mountain, waiting for Fang Yuan to summon him. He could not help but fall into deep self-doubt. Master Tenshuru immediately consoled him. Fang Jing, you need to correct your mentality. Crane Gate sacrificed a lot for Hu Immortal inheritance, including an immortal Gu. For the sake of the sect, we need to look at the big picture and temporarily put down our personal grudges. Fang Jing, you need to understand it was Crane Gate who nurtured you, now the sect needs you to make some sacrifices. You need to look at the big picture, you cannot be ungrateful. Saying this, Master Tenshuru sighed in his heart. He understood Fang Jing very well, thus he was even more worried. All along, the thought of revenge was like a pillar that supported Fang Jing forward. It had already become his cultivation obsession. But now, the sect's order was to destroy this obsession of Fang Jing's. This was more fatal than any injury. It was very likely that Fang Jing would suffer such a blow and become dispirited, unable to recover from this setback. This is Fang Yuan. He gave up the blessed land on his own accord, completely abandoning it. It seems he is worried that the loophole will form a passage and allow outside Gu masters to enter. He Fengyang was slightly shocked but soon sneered, I'll let you cut it, let's see how far you can cut it. Every piece of blessed land you give up is the same as cutting your own flesh. However, after a while, He Fengyang's expression changed completely. He is still cutting the blessed land? It is probably several thousand mu. He has some courage, no wonder he could take the risk to snatch the inheritance. After a while, He Fengyang's expression turned ugly. Killing his own brother, this was a pure demonic act. If outsiders knew about it, they would think that Fang Yuan had betrayed Crane Gate. By then, the 10 great sects and countless demonic path Gu immortals would place their greedy gazes on Hu immortal blessed land. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once this matter was exposed, even if Crane Gate wanted to put on a show, they would not be able to do it. In Fang Yuan's current situation, raising his aptitude was secondary. No matter how much he raised his aptitude, he needed resources to cultivate. Chapter 426. He Fengyang carefully looked at the densely packed letter that was flickering with lightning. Fang Yuan only wanted 3 things: yuan stone, Gu worms and materials. 5 million yuan stone? Sure. Not to mention 5 million, even 10 million or 50 million would be fine. He Fengyang sneered. At the level of Gu immortals, immortal essence was the most important. They could have as many yuan stone as they wanted, they did not care. Oh? And 5 spring egg Gu? He Fengyang was slightly stunned. Spring egg Gu was a rank 5 Gu. It looked like a white goose egg and was obtained by killing specific eggmen. If the spring egg Gu was planted deep underground, it would form a primeval water spring. This meant that a spirit spring could be grown. Every spring egg Gu represented a small-scale spirit spring. Every small-scale spirit spring, from the moment it forms to the moment it disappears, could produce at least 100 million yuan stone. But spring egg Gu's value was much higher than 100 million yuan stone. Gu immortals often bought them and planted them in their blessed land to form a spirit spring that could nourish all living beings. With a sufficient spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be denser, and it would be beneficial for nurturing and strengthening Gu worms. On the contrary, without a spirit spring, the primeval energy in the blessed land would be diluted by immortal essence and produced. In a sense, spirit springs could save immortal essence. To think that this Fang Yuan, a mere mortal, also knows the importance of spring egg Gu. But this Gu is in short supply even for Gu immortals. How could we give you 5 at once? 3 is more or less enough. Your Hu immortal blessed land will belong to our Crane Gate sooner or later. He Fengyang shifted his gaze and looked at the contents below. Below, Fang Yuan listed many Gu worms. What does he want so many low-rank Gu worms for? He Fengyang was puzzled. If Fang Yuan wanted those rank 5 high-quality Gu worms or rare and powerful ones, then so be it. But what he wanted to trade were some rank 2 and rank 3 Gu worms. Although there were rank 4 ones. Their numbers were few. I understand. This kid's wariness was really strong. He is afraid that if he directly asks for a rank 5 Gu, we will tamper with the Gu worms, so he plans to refine the Gu himself. The process of Gu refinement had to be precise and meticulous. If a Gu worm was tampered with, it would destroy the entire refinement process. Conversely, successfully refined Gu worms are all safe and clean. Yi Fengyang suddenly felt a little troubled. It turned out that he did have such a plan. Now that he saw this, he understood that this plot had failed before it could even be carried out. This kid is not easy to deal with, but how does he know so many Gu refinement recipes? Looks like his background is definitely not simple. Yi Fengyang was secretly shocked. But on second thought he smiled again. This Fang Yuan. You don't know what's good for you. Was Gu so easy to refine? Every Gu refinement was a huge investment. The higher the rank of the Gu, the higher the failure rate and the greater the loss. How old are you? Gu refinement is not something that can be done with just talent. The most important thing is the accumulation of experience. He Fengyang did not know Fang Yuan's background, nor did he know that fixed immortal travel Gu was refined by Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not be able to laugh. He Fengyang continued to read. Among them he also asked for relic Gu. 1 yellow gold relic Gu. 3 purple crystal relic Gu. He Fengyang's gaze paused, knowing what Fang Yuan was planning. Fang Yuan had rank 4 upper stage cultivation. This was already known to the Gu immortals of the 10 sects. It was not a secret. Fang Yuan used a yellow gold relic Gu. That was rank 4 peak stage. After advancing to rank 5 initial stage, he could use 3 purple crystal relic Gu to jump to rank 5 peak stage. Crane Gate was one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. It had a huge business. They naturally had these relic Gu. Every year, there would be disciples and elders who would unexpectedly obtain relic Gu and offer them to the sect in exchange for contribution points. And the sect would also give the bronze to purple crystal relic Gu. As the sect's mission rewards, they would be given out. He Fengyang could take out these relic Gu, but letting Fang Yuan advance to rank 5 so quickly was not in line with Crane Gate's benefits. This time I will first trade a purple crystal relic goo to make this Feng Yuan coveted. These relic goo are what he wants the most. I need to stop him and make him trade the guts goo. Feng continued to read. Other than goo worms there were some materials. Most of these materials were very common. There were some rare goo refinement materials, but they were not in large quantities. It seems this kid has made up his mind to refine goo. Refine. But why does he want star heron bile, toadstone, ascension wine and so on, these extremely uncommon materials? There were very few recipes that could be used for these materials, some of them were as valuable as the parts of desolate beasts. Even Feng had to spend a lot of effort to get these things. No matter if this kid is deliberately mystifying me or trying to divert my attention, or refining some rare goo worm, I cannot give him all these materials at once. By making him anxious, he would be able to find out his true intentions. I will give him a jar of ascension wine this time. This ascension wine was a top-quality wine, brewed by Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder. It was Feng who had joined the third Supreme Elder over 100 years ago. During the banquet, the third Supreme Elder was in a good mood, and rewarded him with 3 jars of ascension wine. The third Supreme Elder liked to drink wine, it was one of the pleasures of life. But Feng did not like it, ascension wine was the most worthless to him. At the end of the letter Feng saw the parts of the desolate beast swamp crab. He licked his lips. This was a desolate beast, an existence comparable to goo immortals. So many desolate beast corpses, it seems this earthly calamity is a desolate beast calamity. This kid Feng Yuan's luck is really good. He used Danghun Mountain to kill the swamp crab's soul, and obtained such a complete swamp crab corpse. Feng only needed a moment to guess the earthly calamity's situation. This swamp crab can be eaten completely, but did Feng Yuan ask for any rockmen in this letter? Is it because he does not know about rockmen and has limited knowledge? Or is it because the group that migrated there are still alive? There is too little information.